抬起来以后，就像平王中的永族。每一次以赶场走亲，我都好常常去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅和大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，就符我人需要嘅象征。起条台先来，就想去睇睇外班嘅需要是什么样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面抬先来，也面面教我，想啲細事只怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡情落去。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲怪一次當作出發，我想對啲個嘅體會當作由平王中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出啲個嘅故事。啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是本意在相處嘅標誌，而是本我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一員。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
都是成的
啊，所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年36个国的是吧？07年注册58年，那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Did you see this coming?
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的真心人。
在小树的嘴巴，在最穷的你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王記可以教我定路腳步。我也對我講，平王裝是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對着將在看得鮮豔。夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是睇睇外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
奶，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將頭歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作用平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。我來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一員。我也是平王，我是書記，我心無懼。
seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
你俩任务是各自成长。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看你这03年31要国的是吧？07年注册58年，那这个哪一年？这个11年，再看8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. new challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的，对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2024永劫无间职业联赛第4双周的单排的周决现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任任诺。今天晋级的所有选手也已经准备就绪了，让我们欢迎选手登场。 本周晋级的所有选手也已经来到了我们的台上。先问一下子耀吧，那今天将会出战最后一个双周的周决了，有什么话来先送给你的对手们？
我觉得他们不行，
觉得他们都不行。大麦，作为我们的目前的夺冠热门，有什么话先送给子耀？
我觉得我们不行。
真的假的吗？哇，今天这么谦虚的麦克，那麦克赛前有什么话送给这一周站在决战舞台的自己？
早点下班吧。
早点下班。那这边的话是 Verse 觉得不行。那么看来第4个双周，所有的选手都将会为所有的杰宝们送上精彩的博弈。究竟谁可以拿下冠军？让我们拭目以待。比赛正式开始。
People have a lot of expectations of me. I feel like I need to try a lot harder. I've always said that I want to win maybe one biweekly finals, and that's my current goal.
作为 Nbpl 的新人，大家都说我打得很好，但这只是个开始。
我会把握住最后的机会，为常规赛画下圆满的句号。
我会延续第1周的状态，拿下这个周冠。
这个联赛不是只有双骄。
封锁，这边再继续浮空高度够了，然后再抓击，直接来到全无机制，徐软麦克在后池又抓到了一个响指，这一波阿萨就在天上没下来过，而且在远期再抓到了。虽然有玄乎机制很能扛打，但是在通天老虎的手里真没什么活路啊。如果对骁龙接下来这段时间感觉对博弈有劣势，就尾期先交了。但是这个时间还有段虎火，拿虎火上来拼了，一脚先踹，但是注意这个位置没有压并且但是抓了对方一个短闪，上来再挑 A 拼一波，闪掉对方并再追逼。哇，这大心脏！
而且场上的步行盘的奥义还是保持的非常完整的，过来打那个翻摔。
死了，这没什么空间的。
2-5也是拿下了对面绝世的一个淘汰分数，冲到这里颠起来了。
这波颠也许不失误，比赛就此结束。大厨就是大厨，继续抗龙卷坡就敢出就敢给，毕竟自己还有奥义的一段。顶起奥义，恶虎扑食虽没吃僵直，但这个迷魂影被钩锁断掉了，这一节解不了。伤害拉到满，结束比赛，那也是恭喜京东 Gaming Verse。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another bi-weekly final for your NBPL 2024 Spring Split. Our last solos bi-weekly finals. It is going to be absolutely insane. I'm your host, your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me tonight is my boy, Davier. It's been a hot minute. How you doing, baby?
It's been a long time, Rune. It feels good, especially here for our solo bi-weekly. There's a lot of players that are expected to really do well. But the one person that we've been talking about prior to literally us going live here in front of everybody in the audience here, which, by the way, make sure you hit the follow button here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We're talking about Frostivus and his confidence level going into this. You were talking so extensively about that.
I gotta take this, but first we gotta talk about something else, because you know we want to talk about Frostivus, but we also gotta talk about these lovely Twitch drops. Make sure you guys have your accounts linked, especially tonight and tomorrow night, because we are gonna have those special bi-weekly finals drops. You can only get these during the bi-weekly finals. It is bi-weekly 4, which means we have that conquest backdrop available for you guys this week. Make sure your accounts are linked and you get locked in to get you some goodies here. You don't want to miss on these bi-weekly ones. These ones are pretty dang awesome. But back to talking about Frostivus. This is absolutely something I don't want to talk about. Frosty being a longtime player, of course. I'm here tonight repping the Alliance. You know, I've got my Alliance jersey on, ready to see it happen. I've been talking about this all season. Frostivus is such a good player. He went into Worlds last year. He shook up the entire meta based on his play style. He showed CN side that Hottie was completely viable during Worlds. Everybody had kind of counted the hero out, and then he brought it in. It was like, let me show you what Hottie can really do. This is a guy who has shown time and time again, not only can he come and compete with the big dogs, he can put them in their place sometimes. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been kind of fed up with him this season. The confidence level, anyway. You know, he came into the first bi-weekly and was like, "Yeah, my goal is just to qualify." Frostivus, come on, baby. No. Just to qualify. Last bi-weekly, he was like, "Yeah, I just want to be top 5." Frostivus, I love you. There's a difference between confidence and cocky. I need you to bring the confidence. He said this week, finally, we just saw it in the little preview trailer there, that his goal is to win the bi-weekly final, and I need to see that energy. Frostivus, I need you to bring it today.
But I think it's one of those things too, where I think, especially for him, like, you know, he got to a point where he did so well that he was invited to NBPL in order to like actually do it consistently. So I think now it's about the baby steps, right? He gets to a point where he's like, okay, let's do this. All right, we got it. Let's get to a top 5. All right, we got it. Let's qualify for a bi-weekly. All right, we got it. Now it's time for us to focus on a win. He's done he's check marked all of the usual check boxes that Frostivus, and you know Frostivus, he's very thorough, right? So now it's just about making sure that he can get to that top placement here, but he has to go through some pretty insane top 3 players here, like of course WBG Spider, OUG's Mike, and KLA's T225, which is leading the pack with a 23.5, a 22.5, and an 18.5. Meanwhile, Frosty is a little bit close to the halfway of the pack with 12 points. So he definitely has some work to do here, but to be at least in the half bubble here definitely gives him an opportunity here for him to at least crawl up towards that leaderboard here. But I mean, for some of these other players though, it's definitely going to be a nice little bit of a climb here overall. But when we talk about some of the other players, we talk about a player like EST, who crawled his way into these standings, 3.7 at the close to the very bottom, behind honestly CDY here, which honestly I was really surprised by too. Another 3.2 as well. When I tell you PST absolutely crawled and got in the dirt and pulled his way into this bi-weekly final, I'm hoping PST really does come here and surprises us tonight.
Look, PST is one of those players I absolutely never count out, right? He's really, like, especially during our first bi-weekly, came in and showed us how hungry he was for it. So I'm with you. I want to see him come in. I want to see some blood, sweat, and tears, baby. PST, bring it for me tonight. But here we are. Here's your top 6. OUG's Mike, JDG's Verse, Alliance's Frostivus, KLA's T225, DRG's Fong, and EWG's Arano. And this is, you know, I'm talking about Frostivus. Obviously, I'm trying to caster buff our boy tonight. I'm repping the Alliance jersey, but I also got to talk about KLA's T225, right? KLA's T225 is a player that is suffering from a curse. And, you know, for once, it's not us who have labeled the curse onto T225. It's success. Chat. Well, here's the thing. Is T225 always second place is what chat says about him. They say he needs to change the 2 in his name to a 1 so he stops taking that second place crown. This is a player who every single bi-weekly has been within spitting distance of taking that bi-weekly championship. As we take a look at the schedule for today here, it's going to be 3 Morsile followed by 3 Hollow Roth, and then if it's not over by game 6, we're heading back to Morsile and then 1 more into Hollow Roth. And of course at game 5, that rotational order changes based on the current ranking of all of the players, so make sure you're paying attention to that as we head into game number 5. You're going to see the top players are always going to be in that bottom selection choice to kind of give the players who are behind a little bit of an opportunity to play some comeback. But games 1, 2, and 3 going to be heading straight into Morsile. It's going to be straight chaos off of the rip. We're going to have those Fireflies in play. Things are going to be crazy, and you guys know what it is. As soon as a player reaches that 30-point threshold, that means all they have to do is find an MVP in the next game or any games post that, and they will be walking away your bi-weekly champion. This could potentially end in 3 games, or it can go all the way to 8. There could be very little NARAKA tonight, or there could be a whole lot more than usual.
So talk about that a little bit here before we really get into it, because obviously the players are going to start getting ready here. But in terms of that, like that game 7 to game 8, right? We usually go through our main 6 games, and we end up going through 2 more here. Describe to us kind of what happens and how we end up getting into that game 7 or game 8. What takes place? What needs to happen in order for us to have 2 extra games?
Well, we could have less games, right? It is all dependent on the players who reach that 30-point threshold and whether or not they're able to find an MVP. And there's a lot of strategy to that, right? We've seen certain players. I'm looking at you, DRG's Fong, who like to grief certain players like OUG's Mike, who once he hits that 30-point threshold, we typically see DRG Fong completely shift his strategy away from putting points onto the board to just griefing Mike out of lobbies as hard as he can go. And that's kind of the strategy, right? If you see a player's above that 30-point threshold, you really need to lock on to that player. You need to know that player very well, so that when you see them in game, you can go, hey, that's that player based off their play style or the hero that I know they like to play on this specific round. We really need to go lock them down and get them out of here. And what happens as we go throughout the night is the more players that go above that 30-point threshold, the harder it is to grief all of those players, especially because usually by like game 7, if we go to game 7, we have like 6 people who are above that 30-point threshold. You can't grief half the lobby. You just can't make it happen. So that's when you typically see things get really hard, and players just need to focus on their own game. As we see here, we're heading into game number 1 here. We've got our first round selection is going to be Spider, T225 Fong, and PST are going to be your first round selection. These hero selections are going to be very interesting. These have been changing, especially post, of course, the update here, now that we have the new glyphs in play coming through, as well as some of those hero changes that have really opened some stuff up. This is kind of what I expected. Akko's much more heavily favored coming into the meta. He's kind of a very good pick into Shale. Shale still staying in the meta means Akko's definitely going to stay around as well, which is flipped, right? Prior to these new glyphs, prior to the buff for Akko's kind of loses the fight into Shale. Now, post these, he actually has the huge advantage. We're going to see a couple Tessas coming in, another Akos and another Shale. No bans across the board whatsoever here in round number 1 as we go in. That means we're going to see more Akos and more Shale. It is just going to be a very Akko Shale Tessa heavy meta going into game number 1 here. Frosted is going to be locking in Shale for game number 1, and things are going to go very quickly. Again, this is a Firefly map, so everybody's going to be looking to land and contest those Fireflies, get those ultimates online as soon as possible, and start putting kills up on the board, Dobby.
You'd be surprised in terms of like that advantage when it comes to some of these players here when those Fireflies really do become a habit. But for some reason, I don't know what's been going on, but I feel like these last few games that we've been seeing for the solos, I feel like certain people haven't necessarily been taking advantage of the Firefly maps in those moments. Call me crazy, but I feel like there's been like a little bit of a lackluster when it comes to the Fireflies. Either that or there's just a lot more confidence in landing in certain places and being able to fight around the Fireflies. I don't know exactly what the potential has been so far, but it's been really weird to see how some of these solo players have really been so keen on landing in certain areas where they're so close to one another, where some of them have been forced to just straight up fight with fists and not even with a weapon. Like really risking it for the biscuit.
Look, you kind of have to on these Firefly maps, right? You have to contest those Firefly locations, and some heroes like Akos that's finding his way back to the meta post these buffs and the glyph changes coming through. Very much, it doesn't really care if he has a weapon, if he's got his ult online. Like, the weapon helps a lot, but if you've got that ultimate, you can really make a lot happen. Tessa as well is one of those people who can very much deter the chasing early on. She has those double activation of the ult, right? She can activate her ult at 55% charge. If she's able to throw an ult out and hit you with it and deter you, she can very easily break away, find a weapon, and come back into that fight before you're even stunned or staggered if you haven't taken the time to break that tether. And then all of a sudden, you were in an advantage. You find yourself at a massive disadvantage. And Shale, once she gets that ult online, she is just a defensive turtle. She has plenty of time to find herself getting away, picking a weapon up early on into the skirmishes as well. So all of these heroes, very good selection for the Firefly map as we head into this, and we're gonna see how it pans out as we get ready to take a look at the drops. Dobby, tell me about it.
Well, so far here, it's definitely going to be a lot more different than what we're used to here. Usually we see a lot of people really do split out in so many different areas where it gives a lot of people time, but not in this first game. They're going in rough, rugged, and raw. They're starting off absolutely decimating. There's going to be a few players landing in Moonlit Courtyard. We got at least 2 headed towards M. Fermos and at least 4 heading towards that outer area of Bamboo and Emerald Cottage. On the side, nobody in Eventide Temple, but it looks like that cliff side near Lake Yellowleaf is definitely going to be another starter area where we see DRG, we see JJ, we see Alliance, we see so many different players heading towards that area, at least where Daylily Meadow, sorry, I gotta get that right, Daylily Meadow, try saying that 5 times fast, Daylily Meadow, all the way towards the Lake Yellowleaf here, all within this lineup here. So it's going to be, like I said before, that immediate fight, really risking it for the biscuit here for those Fireflies, or at least whether or not are they going to fully take advantage of it, or whether or not they're absolutely going to meet the demise of another player here. But let's see how they're going to handle it in this first game. As we see WBG Spider immediately is able to at least grab a little bit of shield and a little bit of at least a heal here, and decides not to fight this out. Meanwhile, Verse, CD immediately fighting this out. At least both of them having some weapons and blue shield on them, though, so at least they have something to capture himself. Meanwhile, Verse is going to go on, sadly, the defensive side. CD really is going to take the advantage here, tries to see if he can capture him on the outside, almost catches him inside the window here, and now Verse is stuck. Gets the stun on both the players here. The question is he going to be able to stop the stun? And it looks like he won't be able to. Almost catches the defer off of this. CD, actually, both of them end up getting stunned, but it gives Verse a chance to at least be able to dip out for a split moment here, maybe having the chance to shield up here, and it looks like they're able to here, and it looks like Verse trying to see if he can keep it together here, but sadly right behind him is going to be another player, both of them fighting this out and seeing who's going to steal it. It looks like Wolves is going to steal the first elimination. CDY trying to see if he can get that kickback. He goes, all right, buddy, I appreciate you. Let me snag that first elimination. Now let me see if I can finish you off strongly as well here. But CDY, or at least JJH Star, is not going out without a fight here. Both of them are holding it off. The blue focus time, at least on both sides here, is able to at least go back with the stun from the F coming in from CDY. It looks like it's not going to be enough here, as it looks like he's going to decide to maybe retreat off this, maybe back off, but Star wants that smoke. And it looks like there's going to be a third party coming in from WBG Spider with that gray shield. And it looks like he's going to have a staff on him as well here. So he's going to have to be careful here, because just like how it was in the first game and who got eliminated, he could also end up being on the backstretch of both players, catching him on this tough situation here. It looks like Spider's actually end up stopping him in the middle of this fight here. CDY is trying so much here with so much blue focus, just trying to get away out of this contention, but it's not looking good as Spider wants to keep that same aggression towards him here, trying to see if he can grapple. Oh no, he misses the grapple opportunity here, which actually gives CDY just a little bit more space, maybe to recover, and he misses again. Not looking good for Spider here, as it looks like he might be able to. It looks like he's finally going to be able to catch up to him, potentially here. But CDY is not making it easy, and it looks like he's forced to turn around, going for this fight. Already dangerously low, goes for the stun. The question is, can he connect it? No! Star is going to come through and capture the elimination onto CDY here, forcing the retreat, and Star fighting this out with Spider. But it looks like one of them is going to be able to capture it here. He wants to hold off on that defense here with that ulti here. Goes for the grab, goes for the snag, almost deletes him with the rest of his shield here, but it looks like he's not going to be able to give him enough time to take that down. It looks like it might not be enough here. Spider looks like he might be able to potentially take the retreat. I take that back. He tries to see if he can go for the nice hit here, but it's not going to be enough here. Oh, Tiger almost missing. And it looks like Spider might just have enough, maybe with the movement, speed, and we know with Spider's really good when it comes to his movie here. He might be able to potentially get out of harm's way, at least for a moment here, and go for a quick reset.
Yeah, Spider down below here, a little on the back foot, but Star taking a break here to back away. Spider coming in now with the carousel into the weapon swap. There we go, the jumping R&B. WB Spider finally going to find at least one of those eliminations he was looking for. Going to go ahead and pop that Soul Bloom as well. OUG's might coming over here onto EWG. Zorano with the dual blade juggle on the downhill. You don't see this very often. We were just talking about WBG Spider. This is one of the moves he typically did a lot during his debut. We see OUG's Mike pull it out here to pick up that elimination onto Arano, as we're going to head up to Eventide Temple here, and we're going to see quite a few fights breaking out. DRG's Fang topside here, just waiting for the scale rush, but the fight going to break away, so he's going to look to pressure at the ranged here. He wants to find that opportune moment to break into this fight. Wang Liang with the triple charge on the greatsword, going to do a lot of damage here to Sha. Sha with no shields left to his name whatsoever will find the armor swap into the white armor. Sha just trying to use that ult to get away, uses the ult V and invest there a little too soon, and Wang Liang has the perfect timing there on the grapple to stop him, to keep him from getting the maximum distance. He will miss a little bit of movement there, but is going to go topside, follow it up there. DRG's Fong finally getting a little active in this fight, trying to break in. We will see the F invested. He's not going to land it on Wang Liang. The missed time just a little bit. Sha, though, trying to come back in there with the charged LMB. He's not going to find it as the F invested on the side of Wang Liang, keeping things going here. We will find the charged vertical coming in off the longsword with the follow-up bow shot. Knocks the shields off of GG's shot yet again, and now Fong finally getting into the middle of the mix-up here, trying to keep the chase going on to GG Sha as we see our other player take a break here. Sha going to find yet another armor swap into a white armor here as Fong keeps up the pressure. The F going to land this time around on DRG Fong. Sha going to get a little bit of that damage reduction. The ult going to be invested on the side of Wang Liang. Sha trying to get over to break it is not going to be able to. He's going to be completely vulnerable, and there we go. Wang Liang comes in and secures it with a charged RMB off of the longsword, and now Fong in an equally bad position here, trying to come in. We will see them land the F1 charge there, or sorry, the V1 charge off of the ultimate. Wang still trying to keep the pressure up. The ult will come in. If he can be patient, keep him from getting onto this and stopping it, he will be able to secure it. There it is. XDG's Wang Liang finds not one, not two, but 3 eliminations right off the rip.
What a strong start for Wang here. Able to capture 3 so far with a 7.6 here. So obviously getting those extra points, putting himself in second place is a very good place for Wang Liang to be, but it's still very early in this game though. So Wang Liang definitely still has some more work to do here, but three eliminations is going to be a strong start for him, as we're also going to be getting ready for our first circle of the Realm of Yang. As we know, we technically call that a game changer sometimes, because definitely whoever comes out of it on top here definitely does have the opportunity here to change the game, depending on what they do with it, whether or not it's the Vermilion's Birthright or one of the other Soul Jades that actually is only available within there as well. But it looks like there's going to be a 3-way battle happening between Fong, Wang Liang, and it looks like T225 here. It looks like Fong doesn't really want much of the smoke here, decides to back off this. Probably beautifully timed, as Wang Liang looks like he's going to continue to keep the pressure onto Fong here. Or actually, T225 actually might be able to potentially keep the pressure here. It looks like there's going to be a nice shield swap in between this. As OUG Mike looks like he's getting ready for his, doing a little bit of some practice. Practice? We call this practice. You don't do no practice.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Training.
It's going to be OUG's Mike versus Alliance's Frostivus in our first Realm of Yang, as well as WBG's Spider Kelly's T225 and Wolves. Here we go. Mike versus Frostivus. This is the fight I know you're all excited for here. Frostivus off to the start here with the pistol, looking to make something happen, not going to connect. Mike already into the grapple bump recarousel there off of the fan. Coming back in with the ultimate there. We're going to see Frostivus able to dodge that first V1. Looking to come in and find some more here. He needs to find something to get into this fight. Frostivus feeling the pressure now, popping the ult as well. Will get caught out by Mike's V1 charge though, and now Frostivus in a really bad situation. He needs to land this. He doesn't. He's able to get the teleport behind though to save himself from the follow-up. There we go. The re-teleport comes in. He finds a little bit of an opening onto Mike. Uses the F to knock him off the side of the pillar. Unfortunately, he can't avoid the R&B and he goes down. OUG's Mike comes out on top inside your first Realm of Yang. Mike's got to be super happy about that turn of events. It's going to be his 3rd elimination of the game, and Frostivus is going to be in a precarious situation because those Soul Blooms now, with a 2-minute timer on him, it's very hard to hold one for the Realm of Yang. Back to DRG Fong, who lost earlier to XCG's Wang Liang. Just trying to find some scraps here, but Wang Liang still maintaining his position here inside Eventide Temple, looking to keep the pressure up onto Fong. And Fong not in a great place. He does have about 80% ult charge here before he's going to be able to pop the ult, but he's on white armor, almost no health, no big pots in the back pocket in terms of health here. So as Wang Liang keeps this pressure up, the F going to be invested on his side, doing a ton of damage. Fong, no armor, no HP whatsoever. He does have that ultimate to buy him a little bit of space now. Wang Liang going to keep the pressure up though. Fong just in the littlest of a cubby here, able to hide behind that pillar but still be within inside the zone as we move over to Wolf CDY versus JDG's Verse. Verse here will go down, but luckily for Verse, he does have that lovely Vermilion Bird's Might. He's going to live to see another day. Wolves here, CDY, also going to pick up the Soul Bloom though and cleanse himself of that Yang depletion.
Definitely a smart start for him here, as we do have 2 players here, at least with that Vermilion Birds here, like Frosty and T25, having that opportunity here to see if they can wage war on maybe some of these players here, maybe capture a free elimination within this, but it looks like Frost is trying to see if he can look for somebody here. Confidence coming in from Frosty so far here. Definitely feeling it. He's got that first elimination already on the board. 6.7 in 4th place right now. So definitely in a top 5 situation. Definitely, obviously, good start, but we still have a long way to go within this final here for the bi-weekly. T225 gonna get pushed on Mike, waiting for the time strike. Oh, nice defense coming through. Mike is gonna take a little bit of a hit, but nothing too substantial here. Nice strikes from the ulti coming in from the ACOS of ALA C225, trying to capture that amount of damage. Looks like he's able to get a lot of damage too. On top of that, the Tiger takedown, able to do a lot here. Looks like he's gonna capture him inside of the space here, but here comes Frostivus. Frostivus ends up getting blocked. Oh, T225 ends up getting shredded by the same dual blade from just a few seconds ago. And now here comes some of those hits coming in from the ricochet of the fire. As you have to be careful, though, within those moments here. And it looks like he's still going to be able to try to find it. Frostivus wants to push in towards this, and it looks like Wang Liang is going to steal elimination away from Frosty here. It looks like both of them getting for that time. Obviously, that push towards it is going to be able to do enough here, but it's obviously not enough for him to risk his life for this game here. And obviously, he's going to try to go for it, go for some kills. Looks like he's going to decide to dip out, maybe go for the quick rotation.
I mean, a huge thing here for Frostivus, though, was he was able to get the Soul Bloom, so he cleanses that Yang depletion, which is absolutely massive. Unfortunately for Mike, it is Wang Liang who finds that elimination. Mike, of course, having the Vermilion Bird's Might still in the game, but Wang Liang takes the lead over that with 4 eliminations to 3 right now, as he's off to an absolute tear. And Wang Liang is right on the heels of OUG's Mike in terms of elimination. So it's the last player Mike wants to see picking up that elimination onto him. Kaylee's T225 here, just trying to keep things moving as all chaos breaks out up here. And a lot of these players clumping to this area because Celestra not available on the map here. So with all of the different buildings and little crevices here, it kind of acts as like a pseudo Celestra where they can use those scale rushes to break ankles and hide very easily. So that's where we're going to see so many of these players cluster towards this side of the map. We get EWG's Arano top side here as well. OUG's Mike. It is literally every player left alive in the lobby top side here with 10 players remaining as we have Zone 2 collapsing on Zone 3. That second set of Realms of Yang going to come through. And of course, with the new changes, that's going to be pretty dangerous for a lot of these players to go in and try to take that second set of Realm of Yang. Again, you can't just hold on to the Soul Blooms in the back pocket like you could before. They time out after 2 minutes, and if you take a fight just before Realm of Yang and are forced to use your ultimate, you can't really then hold the Soul Bloom to come back out to, because you would be taking that Realm of Yang without your ultimate. As you see JDG Verse gonna come in, we're gonna see T225 actually get caught out in the stun there, no place to go. The zone's gonna take it out, but Wang Liang makes sure he gets the last hit, and he goes to 5 eliminations. XCG's Wang Liang off to an absolute tear here in game number 1. Right on the heels of OUG's Mike. Mike still in it, though, but Wang Liang, the demon himself, coming in, looking to lock down this game 1 MVP. If you can find it, as we take a look here, we do see those Realms of Yang coming through. Spider, Mike, JDG's Verse, EWG's Arano, all looking to set up for one. We see Frostivus heading far and wide to that easternmost Yang, looking to lock in a free Yang entrance where he doesn't have to compete for it. Here we go, all these players, the F invested on that side. It looks like we do see JDG's Verse versus WBG's Spider getting in, OUG's Mike and EWG as well. Unfortunately, Frostivus doesn't make it across the map in time to secure himself that Realm of Yang. Dobby, take it away, buddy.
They're going to be going straight airborne here as WBG Spider is going to try to see if maybe he can capture him with the grapple here. It looks like he's able to, but it looks like Verse is going to come back even more. Goes for the juggle and the stun in the sky, forcing it for the potential here. It looks like he's going to block the opportunity here. Oh, but it looks like he still had the time in order to stop the stun from happening here. Now WBG Spider going insane here with those dual blades, trying to see if maybe he can capture some nice damage here. And it looks like the nice strikes is going to be able to capture it as Verse, trying to see if he can just get away. But those grapples making it really, really hard. And obviously the defense coming in from the ulti here, making it harder, as Spider is just going to be able to just try to block every single shot that comes his way here. Nice stun, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up just absolutely swiping it away like a fly swatter, just trying to get a fly on a sandwich. He says, no, you're not going to be able to get that. Not today. Both going to try to see if maybe he can try to calm it down. Oh, tosses them up like a fillet at a buffet and says, simmer some oil and some onions in there and says, I'm a silly of the day.
WBG Spider here, off to his third elimination here. Going to pick himself up a legendary longsword. No surprises here. He is going to take that White Tiger's prowess for the buff as well as he comes out. And again, Spider, he's going to pull the longsword out for movement there, but still favoring those dual blades. This is a weapon he's put in a lot of work with. And again, when he made his debut into the NBPL, it was a weapon that he preferred pretty heavily and has been able to find a lot of success with. As we take a look at the scoreboard, Mike up to 4 eliminations. Wang Liang still holding on at 5, and WBG Spider just behind him with 3 eliminations each. We're down to 9 players left alive in the lobby here, as we're going to see JJH's Star coming in, looking to go ahead and start locking up WBG Spider. We'll find some huge damage in that initial engagement. The Spider able to get inside. He almost gets the pot off in time, but he cancels. His verse comes through, looking to lock the hit in, and he feels forced to invest the F just to break away. Star yet again coming around the corner, going to lock Spider up, as we do see the Tessa ult invested. Spider in a very bad position here. 3 players looking to lock onto him. The Tessa ult going to come through. He's going to take a ton of damage, and it's Wang Liang who finds it yet again. 6 eliminations on the board. Wang Liang always in the right place at the right time to come in and secure those eliminations. He waits patiently in the wins for everybody else to do the work and then cleans them up.
What a finish. Unfortunate for Spider here. Was playing it so well here, even in this game. Had 3 eliminations so far here. He definitely had the confidence. He had definitely a nice little bit of moment here to really do what he needed to. But Arano and Mike really able to take advantage of that for that split second here and says, hey, you know, we definitely have that moment here, and it definitely looks like we're going to try to take advantage of it. And it looks like they are obviously going to. And it just looks like that's where that happens. And it's really unfortunate to get caught in this. But hey, you can always come back in game number 2 and really come up. But currently here, it looks like on the come up here is definitely Wang Liang with those 6 eliminations so far here. Even though OUG's Mike is in the lead with that 12.1, things can very, very much change towards the end of this game here. As Arano ends up getting caught here. Nice strikes coming in from OUG's Mike here. But it looks like he's still going to get slammed, though, as well. On top of that, with a Tessa ulti coming through as well. It looks like Mike is going to be able to at least stop the stun. Oh, I take it back. Arano caught in a tough space. Verse trying to see if he can get something. He's trying to dip out, but it's not enough. As Frostivus is able to get the elimination with a pistol and says, I'm going to be able to stag that one. That's going to be mine. And still is able to run through and become victorious here. At least able to do that and at least going to be able to dip out.
Yeah, I mean, Frostivus in the right place there and looking for a good third-party elimination. And this is kind of what Frostivus needs to do at this point. He hasn't had the start he really wanted. He was really banking on the second Realm of Yang that he unfortunately wasn't able to get into to kind of bring him back into the game here. So now he just needs to make the most of this game, number 1. He needs to look for those eliminations and just try to play out for as long as he can. We do have 7 players left remaining alive. Zone 3 currently collapsing onto Zone 4. Verse just kind of tickling JJH's Star here. Both of them looking for that scale rush opportunity. Verse going to go around the side of the corner, waiting for our boy Star to come out, and he will find that there. Star in a bad situation here, feeling forced to pop the ultimate. He is able to avoid that charge coming in from the Tessa here, but now the cannons coming in left and right. Unfortunately, the explosion damage on the cannons not being canceled out by those jumping gold focuses there. This is why we see that cannon crucially coming into the meta because of Akos and because of Shale. And Akos here just getting torn apart. JJH's Star on the backside looking to try to get a pot off here. He will find a single heal. His ultimate charge is going to run out. No place to go. That dagger charge to LB coming in doing a ton of damage. Multiple Tessa ults invested, but it's going to be JDG's Verse who finds the elimination there. Verse, though, in that Tessa stun, looking to get away. We're going to see huge damage coming in from the pole sword onto Verse, and now Verse going to be on the back foot. I do believe he was one of those players who invested a charge here. No shield, not going to find it easy to break away here. He already invested the F as well. He needs to try to just keep it going, look for that opportunity to get the reset, but I don't think he's going to find it here as every player in the lobby's locked onto him, and it's Wang Liang again who goes to 7 in game number 1, moving into first place. Wang Liang going to break away here, sees the opportunity to lock down some of these players caught out in the Tessa ultimate. He's going to see the huge damage coming out onto Fong and wants to turn onto him as we see that first late game Bane's Breath come through here at the start of Zone 4. Wang just going to take the opportunity to repair the bow here, let the rest of the lobby do the work, and look for another opening as we see DRG Fong just continue to get dogged down by the rest of the lobby.
definitely a good avenue here so far here. Is Fang definitely trying to see if maybe he can not get caught, but it looks like he might be able to, though. Unfortunate, but he still is alive within this rotation. Decides he needs to be able to skirt about out of here. Wang Liang looks like he's going to be able to get some bow shots here, at least one to be able to connect, but not enough. Looks like he's just going to keep going on that offense, trying to see if maybe he can stop him from going any of the heals, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here. What an amazing display here. Listen, I know that GG Shaw is out of the game, but he definitely like just slowly went over there and just crept up and just stole the book real quick and decided to do a little bit of some chapter reading here, because clearly that book has been doing well for him here. 7 eliminations deep into this game here. Wang Liang could definitely start off really strong here with his first game win.
Yeah, I mean, Wang Liang is off to an absolute tear. He is very clearly hungry for a win here and wants to come out on top. And he's shown it. 7 eliminations already with 5 players left alive in the lobby. Wang Liang could easily break 10 eliminations here in game number 1, and it would be absolutely huge for Wang Liang. It would put him massively ahead of every other player. We're going to see OUG's Mike over here in the Spirit Well, looking to come in and get some goodies for himself before we head into the next phase, because it is Zone 4 collapsing onto Zone 5. Bong thinking about coming in, but decides better of it, and we're going to see him find a couple of Soul Jades there and some backup purple weapons and armor. And this is what Mike typically does, right? He's got a backup armor now. He loves to stash those armors, and he knows it's there. So if he gets into a bad situation, he's got a fallback here. We are also going to see him take that Valiant challenge. So he's got some information on some of these other players. Frostive, speaking of which, coming in. DRG Fong coming back in from the circle. It looks like he went out to Lutabata. As we cut back to a replay inside that second set of Realm of Yang, and it was EWG's Arano versus OUG's Mike. Mike taking some huge hits there from the Pulsar to pop that ultimate, though, to get himself back in control of the fight. Finds the uppercut, then the ult immediately activated there by EWG's Arano. Arano will find that V connection off of the ult there onto Mike. Mike just looking to come through there, coming in, will find the reconversion off of the ultimate there, doing a ton of damage to EWG's Arano. But we will see Arano land the second V there. The problem is now he doesn't have any ult charges left. Oh my goodness, he catches the tail of the tiger with the uppercut off of those dual halberds there, and then just cleans it up. Absolutely clean by OUG's Mike, as we cut back to Wang Liang going head to head in real time with OUG's Mike. Mike looking for that opportunity. A massive cancel into a huge parry from Mike into the uppercut re-follow up. XCG's Wang Liang on the back foot here. This could spell disaster for Wang Liang's game. Oh, that was absolutely clean. Baits out the charge there, able to go up and avoid it. Lands the ultimate as well. Now just trying to get on the move. Is going to move for the edge of the Bane's Breath here to buy himself a little bit of safety. But Mike, not afraid to surf, is going to come through. It looks like Mike takes a hit, and XCG uses that Bane's Breath to his advantage to find the reset he desperately needs.
The timing, though, could have been so insane here in this, as Frosty ends up getting some pressure sent by CDY here, and it looks like Fong is going to come up right behind and also be able to give some pressure. The question is, can he stop it? It looks like Frost will be able to here, as it looks like they're going to force the heals here. Oh, CDY ends up getting destroyed. Now he's on the wrong side of the tracks here, as he's going to need to back off this, and definitely does not want to get caught. Such a tough moment for him here, as OUG's Mike is able to steal that elimination away from with a pistol. Unfortunate timing here, and that's what we're talking about here. Obviously, Duncan, Duncan is not a fan of that specific thing happening in these final circles, where just like that, you could be doing so well and then end up getting snagged. Mind you, he had 2 eliminations, 6.6, and a 7th place finish so far here within these games here, but definitely,
I mean, Wang Liang, though, on the flip side of that coin, was able to use that Bane's Breath to save his game.
Oh, absolutely.
So there's a little give and take there, right? Unfortunately, what happens there is CDY actually is mispositioned really badly, gets caught out, and is forced to move across the Bane's Breath. If he had been positioned differently, it could have been a very different Bane for him, but because he was forced to go across, he ends up getting a little RNG'd there. But here we go. Things really starting to pop off. Wang Liang getting some huge damage out onto Frost, is just keeping the pressure up. Frost on the backside getting most of a reset, though, as the pressure gets applied back to Wang Liang. Wang Liang now, the one who looks to find a reset here, goes for the scale rush towards the edge of the building. I don't know where he's going to go to find the reset he desperately wants here. We're going to see those cannon and pistol shots shots start to come out. Wang on the backside here will be able to get at least a shield pot off, but now all three players really looking to keep the pressure up. Fong on the backside finding a reset. The rest of the lobby really identifying Wang Liang as the problem here and wanting to force him out. They do not care if Fong gets that free reset there if they can get rid of Wang Liang. Fong comes from the sky there with a charge R&B off of the longsword as well, doing a ton of damage to Wang Liang yet again. It looks like these players don't have the cannons to pressure Wang Liang. Fong does have one though. We'll get a little bit of damage, but Wang Liang basically gets a full reset. Fong going airborne yet again here. Wang keeping the game alive for himself here as he's able to finally find that full reset he desperately wanted, and the rest of the lobby turns their attention back to just staying alive.
Definitely staying alive is the name of the game, knowing that we still have 4 more players left in this circle here. And it looks like it really can be anyone's game here. And it looks like it still could be, obviously, the game of a Wong or Mike, depending on how this ends. But Fong definitely is going to be struggling here with those 0 eliminations so far. And Frost needs to at least secure 2, even 3 if he's lucky, for a shot at getting that dub here. But it's going to be a real tight squeeze here. That circle is going to be the disadvantage for Wang Liang inside of this circle rotation here. Both of them waiting it out, trying to see who's going to be the first one to strike here, as they're just waiting for the very last minute circle in order to do it, and obviously to pop their ulti here. It looks like the first stun actually comes through, as Wong is actually going to use it early inside of this to catch Mike slipping, actually. It'd be interesting to see if he ends up getting thrown in that situation here. Nice block coming in from Wong, as Fong just trying to see if maybe he can throw him off his balance. Working towards this rotation here, and it looks like they're both waiting, just not trying to get caught up, as he ends up losing his shield here in a very unfortunate moment here. Can't necessarily stay still here, otherwise they're going to use absolutely every space of it to their advantage here in this first fight here. And it looks like all of them are really trying to focus on Wang Liang here. Looks like Mike ends up getting thrown every now and then, where one of them at least they're able to, but it looks like Wang Liang is really the one that's close and getting caught within this very center circle here. Frostivus trying to see if he can go through the strike here. Nice strike coming through for the long sword, and Mike is able to capture the elimination with that long sword here. Flawless execution towards that, ladies and gentlemen, top 3 situation. It's Mike, it's Fong, it's Frost. It could really be anyone's game besides Frost. I apologize, Frost. You've been doing so well. 2 eliminations, yes, but you know, knowing where you're at, it's definitely going to be tough for him to be able to do it. But Mike and Fong close up in the air. Same with Frosty. Frosty is going to be able to go airborne here. And it looks like they're both just trying to see if they can capture a good grapple that's going to stop the rotation and that movement for a split moment, just to be enough here where they could potentially use that and capitalize on it for potentially a free elimination. Now, obviously, most eliminations aren't free, but, you know, ching, ching, you know, check the big statements. Anyway, it looks like they're both going to be able to push on towards it. Nice strike to be able to send them at least off here. Waiting for it as OUG's Mike is able to put up a devastating amount of hit and damage onto Frosty here. Frosty just trying to see if he can not get caught up here. And here comes the absolute cannons coming through here, as it looks like Frosty is able to secure no, Frosty ends up getting eliminated by Fong. Fong ends up catching 2 in this situation here, and in the top 5, Fong ends up catching it, but it looks like most likely it's going to be Wang Liang that takes that dub.
No, I think Wang Liang going out in 4th gives just enough space. No, maybe I'm wrong. It is going to be Wang Liang who comes out on top. Well, the extra 2 placements could have been enough with the 6 eliminations potentially for Mike to take it, but it's going to be really, really tight. Wang Liang still going to come out on top with the MVP here. I got to talk about Frostivus, though. You know, he had a really rough start to this game. He missed that opportunity to take that 2nd Realm of Yang as well, which he really needed to set this game back up for him. But I think he salvaged a really bad game for himself and turned it into a really great consistency game. He finds 2 eliminations, he gets into top 3. Like, absolutely a great game for him, considering how rough the start was for him to turn around and salvage that much out of it. Super proud of Frostivus for that. Wang Liang, unfortunately, in the end there, just becomes a huge target. He's the odd man out, right? He doesn't have that long sword. He just has that pole sword, and that pole sword doesn't give you as much damage reduction on Clank like the greatsword does. So they take advantage of that and constantly throw those longsword slashes out, knowing that even if they Clank with that blue, it's going to be Wang Liang who's taking so much damage there. That's exactly what we see happen, is he just takes a little bit of chip damage over and over again, and he's really in a position where he can't do anything about it. because the rest of the lobby has boxed him in from all three sides. That's why we see that early ult come out. He knows he needs to turn the attention away to somebody else. He sees the opportunity to land it on Mike. He even lands a huge grapple onto Mike with the follow-up fire damage and hopes to turn the attention that way, but no luck. Everybody has already gotten him so low at that point that there's no chance he's turning the attention away just for a little bit of damage that he lands onto Mike. So Wang Liang still clutching it out though, takes the MVP off of a huge game with 7 eliminations. And we've got a quick question for you guys so you can clutch up some of these Spring Split random gifts. Which player killed J-Team's PST in game 1? Was it A, OUG's Mike, B, Alliance's Frostivus, C, GG Shaw, or D, KLA's T225? This is a tough one coming in for game number 1, Dobby.
It's definitely a good one here, but I mean, it's so far here, even with that, I was still really surprised because at least then, even with the stun, yes, it would have been good for him to at least get probably more than one. I'm surprised that he didn't focus on the 2 maybe, because both of them, you could tell, it looked like, you know, like in the films when like he's being pushed into a wall or like there's spikes in the ceiling and it's slowly like going down and he has to find a way out. That's what it felt like. It felt like each time the circle was closing in, both of the long swords were coming out and they were towards his direction and they were just missing him. And if he'd moved up 2 inches, like an inch closer, he would have got damage on both. So it's interesting to see how he was trying to balance that while focusing on the other players that's just continuously just keeping the same aggression and just.
Well, the thing is if he hits one of the longsword players, it doesn't really open up the space for him to do anything. He needed to evict Mike out of the top of that tree and drop Mike to the ground so that he had an out. He could go airborne, and that's exactly what he does, right? He lands the grapple onto Mike. He hits them with that fire tick damage as he swings past, goes aerial. We see him throw a grapple to the tree on the other side because he's trying to stay out of that realm on the bottom. Right. He has understood that that wall is collapsing onto them. He needs to go over the wall or die. He is able to get over the wall, but because the focus doesn't shift onto Mike, the wall just turns back in the other direction. They're able to re-grapple him back out of the sky just with really good timing, and because of that, he's forced to invest the F immediately, because as soon as he hits the ground, the other Sheol down there invests their F from the side of Mike, hits him, and he's forced to use the F just to have a chance of staying alive. But as soon as he burns the F, that other longsword slash is already being charged coming in his direction. He just doesn't have an out to get away from it. It all just comes down and it piles on top of him. I don't think there's much different Wang Liang really could have done in that situation. I think he makes the best of a really bad bag of just everything. The only out he possibly had was to turn the attention onto Mike. He tries his best to absolutely do that. He gets some hits in, he knocks him down from the tree, he puts him between the wall and the edge of the zone. Like, if anything was going to get the attention off of him, it was going to be that, because he also hits Mike with the ultimate, right?
Yep.
So there's the chance that if they pressure Mike, they're going to get Mike in a situation where he's just stunned out, but they just decide they really don't want to. They've realized up to this point, we said it a little earlier in the fight, right, that Wang Liang is the threat. We saw it happen when Fong and Frostivus both got free resets because everybody wanted to keep that pressure up onto Wang Liang. And even against those odds, he's able to kind of get the cannon shots out from everybody who has the cannon shots, realizes that they don't have the resources to repair those cannons, goes underneath and is able to get most of a free reset. It's Fong who was taking a reset, who had a couple of shots left in the cannon, who's able to evict him from there. But at that point, he's basically full health. He's just able to break away, and the rest of the lobby can't really continue to commit those resources until the zone shrinks and they can do exactly what they did to him. So I think Wong played that extremely well. He had such a good game number 1 here. This is really going to set him up for success heading into games number 2 and 3. I think it's very likely he could be the first player to break that 30-point threshold, and then he's going to have to show us what strategy he has for being griefed out once you break that 30-point threshold, right? I kind of talked about this a little bit. I think coming in to the day, right, these finals, if you're actually in first place at the end of game number 1, you're actually kind of at a disadvantage, because if you're the first player to break that 30-point threshold, every player in the lobby is gunning for you. And then as more players break the threshold, they have to split their attention, but everybody remembers who it was they were gunning for to start with and really try to lock down that target, because they've had the most opportunities to potentially walk away with the championship. So you just kind of unga bunga just a little bit, right? You just lock in on that player and you go, I've been griefing them, I know where they're landing, I know what they're doing, it's just going to be easier to continue to grief them. It kind of opens up a little bit of space for some of these other players who start to go over that 30-point threshold as the day goes on to really find a space to take an MVP. So Wang Liang, I'm interested to see what your strategy is, but 7 eliminations, a 4th place finish is going to hit you a game score of 10.6. I told you it was going to be really tight, right? Because Mike's got 6. He goes out in the
you're not lying.
So he goes
0.2.
to a 10.4. Yeah, Wang Liang, though, still an incredible game for him. Frostivus, though, this is what I talk about. Look at this. He's in 4th place with a game score of 4.1. This started out as a really bad game 1 for Frostivus. And look at how much he's able to salvage out of this just crappy game for him. This is a player who clearly understands how to play from behind. And I think that's one of the things the league suffers from a lot is most of the players do not understand how when they get behind to salvage a bad game and make the most out of it. We have a lot of players who are very emotional in terms of that, where like they start to have a bad game and they just let it get to them and their game gets worse and worse. Frostivus is one of those few players that goes, hey, I know I can't win this game, so I'm gonna shift gears, right? I'm gonna change direction. How do I salvage this game and make the most out of it? And that's a mindset you absolutely have to have. Mike, though, off the back of this, because he did get those 6 eliminations and a 10.4, still holding on to that 1st place. Wang Liang at a point was ahead of him, but Mike slides back up into that position post the elimination onto Wang Liang and is able to maintain his 1st place position going into game number 2.
Strong start here for that. I mean, even with that though, the Temple was able to keep him alive here, but Wang Liang definitely pushes up a little bit closer. Frosty though, 9.8 in 5th place. Verse with a 3.4. Verse looks like he is going to try to see if maybe he can maintain it into this one here, and it's going to be interesting to see. But this replay is going to be brought to you by Thunder Robot here, as it looks like OUG's mic. It looks like this is from one of the fights that we saw earlier that we actually missed. Meanwhile, OUG's mic able to absolutely decimate. I mean, look at this amount of oh my. Okay, we'll just juggle the man like it's just like we playing badminton. I mean, absolutely, that's so incredible, Dad, just to be able to do that. And if you can hit him that way, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Hit him like a bunch of tennis balls, yes. Good Lord. I literally would have sat there and been like, I would have put my hands up. Like, what do you think? What do you expect me to do? Huh? What am I supposed to do in that situation when I'm getting my behind handed to me on a silver platter? Meanwhile, outside the circle, wasn't looking good for Verse here. CDY was just putting them bangs on him. Wasn't looking so hot here. Ends up catching him with the stun here and says, night, night. Go to sleep. He's a rotation off that here. And I was able to see it from the outside here. But Fang able to capture that 1st one. He is able to capture the 2, but Wang Liang is going to be victorious inside of that there. Kind of crazy here as we see some of the face highlights as well here. Some of the exactly.
There's Wang.
That's bull. That's bull. Like, exactly. I know how that feels. It's crazy because he says that, but yeah, he won the round. Can you imagine saying that and still being able to be MVP of this game? Wang Liang, 17K. Look, you saw that transition. That transition was kind of nice. 17K damage, 7 eliminations, 9, almost 10K damage with the long sword here. You have the alchemy, nunchuck stat, dual wielding weapon stat, martial art hexa, harmona spear, an overlord, and an assault. And it's only his 1st one with the F1 and the B1. So he's got some work to do so far here. But getting into that 2nd place slot here, he said, hey, Mike, watch your back, bucko. About to be interesting for these next 6 games.
I mean, absolutely huge game for Wang Liang here. This is a really good start for him. Going forward as well, you know, you talked about taking your hands off the keyboard. That's kind of one of the problems with Sheol at the moment is the F2 is very much preferenced by these players, but because they take the F2, not the F1, they don't have a golden focus. So if you get caught out in a combo like that, there's just no escaping it for you. Whereas like if that had been Tessa that had been locked down in that particular instance, right? Tessa just pops F and goes, cool, we'll go back to neutral. You're not going to get that full combo off of me. I'm not going to take a ton of damage coming out, and we'll just keep things rolling. So, you know, very interesting situation to see some of these players fall into. Mike, though, again, with that juggle, with those dual blades, that's something, again, typically we saw with Spider a lot of during his debut coming into the season well over a year ago now, right? He was able to use his dual blades, and what he would do is you just throw them down terrain. If you can find like a sloping hill or something like that, you can just pump out so much damage basically for free off of the dual blades there, and Mike puts it to great success in that game as he comes out very close to taking the MVP, doing what OUG's Mike does. He never really has a bad game, even when he doesn't take an MVP. So Mike just locking it in here.
I mean, those was golf swing. The way he was just absolutely sitting on like, yo, I'm sorry. I will give you your $10 now. Like the way he was just absolutely juggling that man in that first game. Like, I would hate to be in that situation here as they're both just working it and just that was just absolutely monumental. That was just something I'm still stuck on. I'm still like thinking about that moment here as I'm looking at it like, ooh.
Look, I mean, it was a great game one in general. I'm excited to head into game number 2, see the aggression continue. It's going to be yet another Firefly map, which means that we are going to see people hot dropping, contesting those Fireflies and bringing it out. I expect to see a lot of the same coming through this time. We saw no bans going out in the last round because of there not really being, for the first time in a long time, just a universally accepted, like, this is the best hero to take in round 1. If you've got the opportunity, you take it while you can take it. We saw a complete split 50-50 between Akos and Sheol, and it's one of the things that I'm super excited about these new glyph changes that we saw coming through as we head into game number 2 here, is that it has shaken the meta up pretty drastically, and there's not really just like a favorite locked in hero. Now, I expect that to shift as we head into games 4, 5, and 6, because we leave Morrisile, we leave those Fireflies behind, and we lock in to Hollow Roth, and Zipping is just kind of an absolute menace post these updates. She got a huge buff basically from these glyph changes coming through. She gets that ultimate online much faster. She's able to get her F online faster, and just coming into those games, I expect to see it just be 4 zippings across the board as we head into the start of game number 4, locking her out every single round. But we're gonna take a look here at some of these players as we do get ready to lock in for game number 2. EWG's Arano over here looking like he is ready to rock. You know, it's kind of interesting. We had Wang Liang last season, was our only player with the red hair. Now we have Spider and Arano kind of rocking the red hair as well. And we had our boy Wang Liang revert back. He said, I'm going back to the black, baby.
Back in black. Back in black. You know, it's just one of those things where it's very, very, you know. Anyway, back to it here. First round selections. It's going to be Star. It's going to be Mike. It's going to be CDY. It's going to be Wang Liang. Wang Liang had the advantage. Obviously, coming into this next hero pick, definitely expectations, but it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to put that amount of effort and work together for this first section. Obviously, you definitely had an expectation on what what you expect, which most likely is probably going to be what we usually see here. But if you had to see something different here in this game number 2, what is expected?
Take a look here. I mean, I expect more of the same. Yeah, look at this. There's no unanimous decision about what hero is the best here during these first round pick selections. We're going to see Sheol, Tessa, Akos coming through, and I expect that's going to be the 3 heroes we see during these Firefly maps just across the board here. Wang trying to decide what he wants to play here. He's going to lock in Akos Hui as we get ready to go into our second round of selections. It looks like Arano going to be taking the Tessa, Sheol coming in for verse, Shaw and Frosty is going to be locking in the Tessa as well, and I do believe that means Tessa going to be banned out heading into the next round. So WBG Spider hovering to Mulk here. I would love to see this. I love Temmie. Temmie, one of those kind of underrated heroes in the meta, in my opinion, right now, as he does bring quite a lot of advantage into Sheol. So does the Justina pick we see coming in from DRG's Fong. The big thing about Sheol's ultimate, right? If you can get a big piece of CC out, like Tessa's ultimate, like a Wisp from Temmie, or a Freeze from Justina, you get one hit where she doesn't get to activate that ultimate, so you can maximize that damage by doing something like a great sword, the R&B overhead from a spear, or even just a fully charged R&B off of a longsword. Off of a single hit, getting a huge amount of damage, and there's just nothing Sheol can do. Even though she has the ult up, she's going to eat that initial piece of damage, not get the block off, and then if you're able to find the follow-up CC, you can do it again and again. That's one of the nice things about Temmie, right? You can throw down your ultimate, get the wind wall up, lock the Sheol inside, and then continue to get the reset on your F, and continue to land those wisps so that you can find the follow-up damage time and time again onto Sheol. So love to see Spider locking this in. One of my favorite heroes to see played. It looks like he is going to be playing the F1v3. Classic Temmie lock in here. DRG's Fong, the only Justina in the lobby, going to be playing F2v2. As we take a look at the rest of our hero selection here, it looks like all of the Sheols are going to be that F2 V1. No, Verse is going to be running the V2. Still a split there as well, right? For the longest time, it was considered V2 to be the best possible ultimate for a Sheol, but post these changes to the glyphs, the buff to Akos as well, there's kind of been a split among the community whether it is V2 or V1 that is better for Sheol into these matchups, and you can see that split here as we do have 2 V2s and 2 V1s being locked in for our 4 different Sheol picks. Of course, we're going to take a look at Tessa, and it's all going to be F1 V1s. Pretty standard stuff across the board there. And then the Akos, F1, F2, both of them have a lot of utility, so no surprises to see both of them being selected as well across the different Akos picks.
Like selected here with the Akos here, as it looks like we're going to see the rotation start to spread out just a little bit here. We're going to see some from people from KLA, J Team. It looks like JDG also just trying not to end up in the same locations. Looks like they're going to be in some huts, at least in between where Jade Pond is and the fields towards Celestra. Meanwhile, nobody's really in Shipwreck Expanse, nobody in Sunwing, nobody in Ventide, nobody in Shadow Jade. It looks like, oh, actually, I take that back. Shipwreck is going to be landed on at least 2 or 3 people here. It looks like it's going to be a decent spread. It looks like OUG, it looks like WBG definitely is going to be fighting it out off of the Ripper. Or sorry, EWG. It looks like JJH. It looks like we have Alliance over there. Looks like we have Wolves. And we have one other team headed towards Zest Winery in between there and Victims Haven. Definitely a very popular spot for most players to be able to land in here. As it looks like we're going to see them absolutely come through here for the second game. And looks like Verse and KLA, looks like they're fighting it out all together here. KLA with the smoke wants to be able to see if they can get some damage here with the daggers here, trying to see if they can conjure up some nice hits here towards this. Oh, nice combination to try to see if maybe he can keep that same amount of momentum going here. Looks like he might be going a little bit too hasty here. It looks like he missed out on the opportunity here, potentially to be able to clutch this. It looks like that dagger is going to be able to do a decent amount of damage here. Verse trying to see if maybe he can get some jump shots with the bow here. Something to connect. I don't know exactly what that was. He was very, very close to him in terms of the rocks here, but decides not to here. It looks like he's going to use that Q. And it looks like it's going to be not enough here. He's going to use it towards the damage. The amount absolutely coming from the backstretch. It hits him each time. And he says, right up there, right up there, right up there. You got to be careful. You know, you don't want your butt getting poked. Pause.
I mean, that was just a tough situation to be in. He did everything he could there. He even stole the extra Firefly, knowing it wouldn't give him any more charge on his ultimate, just to try to hope that our boy Verse there didn't get to his ultimate in time, but he just already had enough. He had 1 Firefly under his belt. DRG's Fong here, though, on the back foot, forced to burn that ultimate and just use it to run away as both Star and Wolf CDY give chase. Fong needs to find an exit here, needs to be able to break some ankles, which is why he's heading towards Celestra immediately, looking to get away from this. He needs to go, and he's going to pop the bell so the bell can't be used to chase him, but Fong still on the receiving end of some pain here as Wolf CDY able to get over the windowsill there and follow up for the eliminations. We cut over to Spider. Here we go. Spider, his ultimate coming to an end here, and that means GG Shaw going to take advantage of it here. He will find the seduction onto WBG Spider. Shaw cleans up an elimination right there out of the gate. Super unfortunate for WBG Spider. Tessa, not really a great matchup for the Temmie. So Temmie running into a Tessa immediately there off the rip. Not a great position for Spider to be into. As a cut back to Wolf CDY here, who will get caught out here by the ultimate from Arano. He's trying to go down, go ahead and get the cleanse, but he's not going to find it in time. Arano here going to come in. There we go. The overhead I was talking about there off the spear that does so much damage. He's able to go underneath of the ultimate there, but now Wolf CDY very quickly taking control of the fight. The F invested on the side of Arano. CDY going to use the V to break some distance here, but he does still have ult charge here. He can find those inputs there, those jumping gold focuses, and Arano trying to stay airborne, waiting out the ultimate here, but he gets caught out. We do see CDY, I think a miss input where he parries when he went to go for it, but now GG Shaw comes in, is able to catch the elimination with a bow shot from downrange, and CDY with no ultimate, no place to go. He does clean up that first soul bloom, but it's not enough, and Shaw just sends him back to the soul altar.
What an absolute split. Able to do so much towards us, though. See if they can keep that same energy towards the rest of them here. And it looks like Wang Liang ends up getting caught on this ball here. It looks like he almost looked stunned here, as the PST is going to take the advantage in terms of this moment here, but it looks like it's not going to be too much here as he pops the ulti here. Be able to help go for the reset here. PST also is able to go for the reset as well. Pops the ulti, is able to get a nice little slam here, and it looks like both of them just absolutely duking this out. Nice strikes coming through as it looks like Wang Liang's just going to try to go for this jump slam. PST just blocking every single which way here, as it looks like Verse is just watching from the sidelines here, almost get caught within the attack, and he says, no, I'm good. No, I'm good. Yo, hey, this ain't got nothing to do with me. As PST dipping out of here. It looks like Verse also able to go through with the shield swap as well here, or it looks like, sorry, the shield heals at least. Just trying to just keep its momentum going here. It looks like PST just trying to see if they can maneuver this around here. Looks like he definitely was just trying to dip out as much as possible. It looks like they're able to here.
Verse on the back foot here, needs to break away from both of these players. He's looking for the reset, is forced to just hold it, but it looks like Wang Liang trying to either turn targets. Yeah, he's going to turn on to PST here. PST with the F invested there, looking to go on to Wang Liang. Wang Liang going to invest his F, but not going to find it. Now both of these players turning their attention there. Wang Liang trying to get some damage there on Verse with hopes of changing the target, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen as PST just comes in with the charged RMB there off the dual halberds to clean up the elimination. Verse, though, now on to PST. PST taking a ton of damage from this, trying to just make anything happen. We do see the ult invested there by Verse. PST able to avoid that first charge, looking to find one in on to Verse here soon. He's only got 1 HP in a dream here. He doesn't find it. The F reinversed by Verse. Verse will come out on top with 2 eliminations.
What an absolute start and a decimation within this moment here. Really able to do exactly what he needs to here. And obviously is able to put it together. And now looks like we're going to go right back towards it here, trying to see if maybe they can go with that amount of energy towards this fight. Looks like Mike. Nice rotation so far here. Expectation coming in from some of these players, though, has been doing really, really well. Wang Liang really just trying to hold on here and playing this super well here, as we're about a quarter away into starting our first Realm of Yang here, which really is going to be the deciding factor in the game changer for some of these players here, depending on how they're able to use it to their advantage once they leave the circle here. Obviously, it doesn't look like there's going to be much fighting going on here within these next rotations. Definitely some speed really conjuring up here. It looks like Spider. Looks like he's going to be heading also towards it as well. Same with GG Shaw. GG Shaw's been a little quiet. Haven't really heard too much from him, at least so far. Has made a little bit of noise. Somewhat surprising. You can tell all the way through this. Looks like the circle is definitely going to be landing somewhere, at least in the close to Celestria area. Looks like on the outskirts, at least from where the circle is kind of going here. It looks like it definitely could land near like kind of that Artesian Grove area, maybe somewhere in between it, between there and the village pavilion. Looks like Verse all the way down low here. I don't know exactly what he's doing.
He's looking to take this Realm of Yang here. Both him and Mike trying to pressure into it. They think the portal's going to come down below. There it is. Who's going to take it? Oh, neither of them get in. They both posture at each other, and immediately the portal's filled before they get an opportunity to go in. It looks like we're going to see WBG Spider going head-to-head against GG Shah here inside our first Realm of Yang. Shah going to go airborne. Spider looking for the follow-up there with the dual halberds. The bow shots coming in on the side of Shah, not able to find anything. Spider takes a pistol shot. He's not able to get much, but he will find first control of neutral there, but gets turned on and parried by GG Shah. Shah going for the uppercut. Spider tries to use the F to get away from it and will do that. The ultimate being invested by Tessa here, but because of the position of the wind wall, it's not going to do anything. Spider able to find the re-wisp there because of it. Goes back to the wall, is going to find another wisp, finds the uppercut off of the dagger, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. WBG Spider cleans it up. That was the perfect position for the wind wall coming in from WBG Spider. It allows him to guarantee he breaks out of the Tessa ultimate. He knows Tessa's not going to get the ultimate back online. He's able to find all of the resets on the wisp. He's got the perfect weapon to follow up off of that. Because of the uppercut off of the dagger, how high it goes, he can throw those wisps airborne, does not care if he catches them out in the air. He knows he's going to clip them with that uppercut. That uppercut does a ton of damage. Really well played by WBG Spider. This is why I like Temmie into this meta.
Definitely a strong one here within this. You've been talking so much about how strong and powerful Temmie really is here, and obviously after that display, it does make sense. But what else makes Temmie like a very incredibly viable hero, especially into this meta?
I mean, just again, the fact that he's a hard counter to Sheol. Sheol really has that ability where she pops that ultimate. She just gets to block all that damage, right? It's why we continue to see her coming through. But if you land that wisp onto Sheol, you get a free, huge upfront, one big chunk of damage if you know how to capitalize on it, and these pro players certainly do. There's not a whole lot Sheol can do, and the fact that if you combine it with Temmie's ult, you can reset your wisps, so it's not just a one-time thing in a fight with the Sheol. You're just able to re-walk through the sand wall, you're able to reset your F, throw the wisp out again, capitalize on it again. It makes it very hard for Sheol to deal with Temmie. Speaking of which, we're going to see the wisp go in there. Not going to connect on to JJH's star there, but Spider does have that ult in the back pocket. We're likely going to see it come out, especially after that. Oh my goodness. He just gets blitzed, takes so much damage there. The wall there. Oh my goodness. JJ Star, that was so smart. He knows he's going to connect onto the wind wall. So what he does is he grapples and he throws the attack early, hoping the range on the dual halberds are going to be enough to catch him through the wall before he gets caught on the edge of the wall, and it certainly is enough. JJH's star with the Giga Chad 2000 IQ play there picks up the elimination there onto WBG Spider. Thankfully, it is, I think he has just enough time to make a comeback. Oh my goodness, GG Shaw though coming in looking to take the fight here, trying to clean up, but Star just overpowering all of these players. We will see the old invested. Star doesn't really care as long as the elimination goes through. It's Wolves who picks up the elimination, but Star who finds the Soul Bloom here. Star though a little on the back foot as he's now finding himself between three different players. WBG Spider comes back. Spider, of course, having won his Realm of Yang's got that Vermilion Bird's Might. He looks to come in. A huge parry on to T225 though. And now Star on the back foot. Those cannon shots coming through. Wolves cleans up another elimination. Star though gonna come back in. He does have that Vermilion's. WBG Spider here gonna break away. Doesn't want to take another fight. Gonna look for the full reset before he potentially pushes on to Wolf CDY here. CDY missing a couple of these scale rushes. He takes 3 scale rushes to get up the wall. You can tell that he is a little shook.
Definitely shook indeed into this moment. As Fang just trying to see if he can go through the window here, but sadly not able to fully stretch in. Verano looks like he's also trying to see if he could do something with PST, but PST actually forcing Arano to be on the defense with that with those insane bow shots here to connect. Arano able to do exactly what he needed to here in those moments. It looks like he's just going to be able to push onto him here. Looks like he wants to be able to keep that confidence as high as possible here. He's going to force this fight here. And let's see if he's going to be able to connect on it. Nice moves, being able to dodge those hits coming in from the fan here. just taking the time here, waiting for the parry. Sadly, wasn't unable to connect towards it. Oh, but it looks like PST was here. Absolutely loses it here. Now they're both dangerously low here. Nice hit towards it with the ankle breaker and is able to get the stun at least towards it. But now the stun actually ends up connecting with Frostivus, and Frostivus ends up taking that situation as well towards it and really scales it all the way towards that. What an absolute finish here. Able to absolutely duke that out here. Frostivus comes out of nowhere here and says, "What's up, buddy? Wop, wop, wop. Slam, slam, finish."
Frostivus here with the nunchucks. No surprise to see Frosty on the nunnies as we cut back here. We take a look at JDG's verse, XCG's Wang Liang. Everybody looking for that second set of Yang, and Wang Liang wanting to get in. He's not off to the tear he was in the last game. He needs to start finding some eliminations under his belt, so no surprise to see him looking to lock this in. He's going to have to take it away from Verse and, of course, Wolves CDY, as well as WBG Spider, who's waiting in the wings as well. Probably looking to use that F to clear it up as much as possible when it comes through, but Wang Liang desperately wants to take this. We're going to see Mike, JJH Star, JGG's Verse also looking to make their way into the realm of Yang here as we head into the second set and try to make something happen. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, who's going to get in? It is going to be XCG's Wang Liang versus JDG's Verse, as well as JJH Star versus Wolves CDY as we head into our second set of realm of Yang. Wang Liang here with the staff, JDG's Verse on those dual halberds and the cannon. The cannon not going to do him a lot of good here up in the air, but once we start to see things shift below, he will find quite a bit of value there out of that explosive range. He's going to swap over, looking to make those shots count. Wang Liang not taking any damage there. Verse looking for the scale rush. A couple of pistol shots coming through, not doing a lot of damage here, just clipping the edge of Verse. The F invested on the side of Wang Liang. We're going to see him pop the ultimate now, looking to go in. He's going to find a ton of value immediately off the rip. Verse with the ultimate activated here. He needs to find the opportune moment. There it is. This is why Akos is able to clutch it out now. If you use that V2, Akos can just trade back with his own V, and 9 times out of 10 will connect, will find that damage burst. He will use the second V there, but unfortunately he doesn't connect onto Verse. Verse gonna find the uppercut into the grapple bump. Now the charged RMB there off the dual halberds. Verse completely takes control of this fight. Unfortunate for Wang Liang. JDG's Verse just plays it better in the neutral and comes out on top.
An absolute slam towards that one here. Verse able to find it, really able to clutch it up here. I'm telling you, those dual halberds, man, sometimes I feel like are really slept on. Like, they're not really, but they are. The amount of damage, the amount of momentum that you can do with that, even to the fact that you can be able to get that reach, is phenomenal with those dual halberds, man. Definitely better than the dual blades. Sometimes the dual blades, I feel like, definitely has that opportunity to where you can really maximize it, but sometimes it's just not it. It's interesting to find here. It looks like we're going to find the next stretch coming through as well. Looks like it's coming from Wang Liang here. He still has 3.5 minutes to find his elimination here. Looks like he's got the eyes on PST so far here. Could be a potential here, but he has that 3.5 minutes in order to do what he needs to. And it looks like he's going to find him. It looks like he's going to find that momentum, try to see if maybe he can push towards it. Oh, beautiful. Oh, absolutely slaying here. Absolutely for causing the finish here, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here. But the question is, does he have enough? Yes, he does. Doesn't have to necessarily worry about getting the elimination as long as he gets the Soul Bloom. That's genuinely all that matters. And ladies and gentlemen, he's able to snag it just in the lick of time and is able to get the Soul Bloom to where, yes, it is unfortunate that he wasn't able to get that elimination, but that Soul Bloom is going to keep him in the game towards the end if he's smart and if he plays this with a little bit more of with a little bit more information than what he has right now here with the rest of these players all the way around. You just have to be careful here. But so far, going to be good for Wang Liang here. Very, very helpful.
We're going to take a look here. Will CDY still with that Yang depletion, looking to either find an elimination or snag a Soul Bloom from some of these other players. 8 players left remaining live. Zone 3 getting ready to start collapsing onto Zone 4 as we speak. CDY trying to lock on to somebody, and it looks like it's going to be a WBG Spider. He has 2 minutes left. He needs to find a way into a fight here. He needs some of these other players to start breaking out into a fight so he can look for that third party. Unfortunately, it's not coming into his favor. favor, which means he's going to have to force to a fight here, even if it's against the odds for him to come out on top there. There we go. He's going to start to look for something. He catches JJH's star, but backs away. Wolf, CDY really needs to break into something here. Is going to come over onto Fong. He finds the solo Justina, but they pop the ult. He gets the freeze immediately onto him, but now Fong on the back foot as the rest of the lobby look to turn onto him. This is exactly what Wolf CDY needs. Fong, though, going to invest that other dash to come over top here. Looks to head towards Celestra, trying to use these buildings. What few are still in the circle to break some ankles here, trying to keep it away. Wolf CDY trying to find the grapple here. Does Fong going to go into the circle, looking to make it as difficult for Wolf CDY as they can. CDY keeping up chase there. The scale rush for scale rush coming in. Will find some more hits onto Fong. Fong in a bad situation, forced to use the F here. CDY going to invest the ultimate. He needs to get in. He needs to get that soul bloom. He pops it. Will he find it? No, he doesn't. JJH's star steals it away from him, and now Wolf CDY has no choice but to go full tilt here onto JJH's star and look for the elimination. He's going to go back in, ladies and gentlemen. He can't let Star get a reset here. He's able to find the pistol shot, so that Pot not going to do a lot. Wolf looking for it. He does have one V charge left, but Star turns it onto him, and JJH's star will find another elimination and go to 4.
Wow, what a moment here, especially for JJH. Able to play that so well. Now look, I'm definitely having a little bit more of a better advantage here. 11.7 on the board, 4 eliminations. What a dynamic switch up coming in from JJ Star here. And obviously, oh wait, oh, someone hit that wheel. Right now, someone hit that wheel. That would be actually insane. But it's okay though. Coming back towards it here, it looks like it's still gonna be able to rotate towards. Oh, what? Oh, see, now that would have been really funny if he ended up getting caught into that. I would have just started laughing, because then that's tough.
That was absolutely close. You could see the panic in Star's face. He was like, oh, nope, not today. I will not be the player getting caught out by the water wheel here. Star, just trying to keep it moving. We're going to see that first late game's Bane's Breath coming in here on to zone 4. Star pressing themselves to the backside of the map here. They don't want to be the target as these other players continue to lock in. Mike's deciding he's going to try to get in front of him, potentially cut him off here. Star now trying to turn the attention onto Mike with some of these bow shots, not able to land any though, is just gonna keep his game alive. He's 63% of the way to ultimate here, so he needs to not end up vulnerable. Verse gonna come in and do a little bit of shopping. Star not going to be able to react quick enough as we cut back to our realm of Yang here. This was JJH's Star versus Wolves CDY. Star not off to the best start here as he's able to come in though. He does find a huge scale rush, goes for the uppercut. Wolves trying to use the F to take back control. We will see the ult invested by Star. There we go. We're to see this is again the V traded for the V here, but Star able to use that F2 to find a huge intro into this fight. CDY on that gold focus keeps the pressure up, but he misses the Reeve, doesn't get the heal, has 1 tick of HP. There's nothing he can really do, and JJH's Star cleans it up. These Sheols really just starting to learn how to win those fights even at a disadvantage through the neutral. Even though you see Akos land the V for V there, they end up trying to aggressively go in on that second V and are looking like they're typically missing it instead of holding it. I think it's a little bit of a misplay on their part. Instead of holding it, waiting for that Sheol to reactivate the ultimate and basically get a free turnaround on them. It's not 1 for 1, but 90% of the time you are able to just get that V if you time it right. See WBG Spider going to come in, look to take a couple of those things away from Wang Liang. Wang not happy to let him do it, but he doesn't want to pressure a fight at this stage of the game because we do have zone 4 collapsing onto zone 5, and if he overcommits here, he's going to find himself in that third-party situation. Spider going to do a little bit of shopping here, looking for those last little things he needs heading into the late game. He does have a fully stacked inventory here, swaps a couple of those soul jades out, and looks to move away.
Even towards that move here, let's see. Circle should be closing here, at least pretty soon here, as we see a stacked inventory here. I think he's got a pretty decent amount of stuff here for him, even with that amount of advantage that he has. OUG Mike able to play it well so far here. Let's see where that individuality goes here towards this. It looks like we still see a lot of players all the way around here. Definitely could slow down with that amount of momentum towards it as well here. Oh, Is Wang Liang gonna use it as bait? He might.
This is typical Wang Liang Mike behavior. Mike trying to stash an extra set of purple armor for himself, and Wang Liang coming in and going, I'm not gonna let you do this. I'm tired of you doing it, Mike.
You're not about to do it twice, Mike. Not today. We don't want you to do that, sir. I'm gonna need you to stop it. Meanwhile, Frosty on the rotation. Mike, drop it down. Time strike, maybe to see if maybe they can be able to catch it with the blue focus. Nope, not enough. Don't want that. He has to be able to play this slow. Maid's Breath going crazy right now within this one. Have to be careful. Wang Liang and Spider on the outskirts of the circle. Trying not to get hit by the ulti. Looks like WBG Spider is just waiting for it here. It looks like it could be an opportunity for Wang Liang there if he really does decide to. Might not be able to here as he has that dagger. Definitely has those purple dagger downs. Looks like the nunchucks are in the hands of Wang Liang so far. It looks like even with inside of the realm of Yang as well, we get a chance to see Star absolutely do their thing. The stun comes through. JJH Star ends up catching up with such a nice amount of damage here with that blue focus. Is going to be able to absolutely time it right. KLA season 25 forcing the ulti here so that way they can continue to be on the defense. Timing couldn't have been any better here. Looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can juggle him, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like Star actually ends up leaving that realm of Yang triumph.
Yeah, I mean, he played that absolutely well. He was able to tap dodge all of the follow-up V1s from the other Sheol there, holding on to their V2 for as long as possible. Actually catches them in a huge combo and uses that final V2 charge there to clean up the final hit. Just expertly played on their side. As we take a look, we are down to 6 players left remaining alive. Things slowing down a lot in this particular game here as we head towards the end. Everyone just looking to make the most out of this game as possible. Nobody off to a massive start like we had in the last game. JJH's Star here with 4 eliminations. WBG Spider and JDG's Verse behind them with 3. Everybody else on 1 or 0 who's currently left in the lobby here. So Star really locking it in here. JJH, like you said, trying to make that comeback here for this bi-weekly. You called it at the beginning of the day, Dobby. This player is hungry for it. He's here. He really needs to put some points up on the board if he wants to go to that bi-weekly championship for the season. So he's trying to make the most out of today as he possibly can. WBG Spider on the backside here with the dagger. He's got that purple armor that Mike had looked to stash away before Wang Liang chased him off of it. And now Wang Liang's going to come chase Spider off of it and start to pull it away. He wants to stash it somewhere as well. The quick armor swap here coming in. Wang Liang gonna pull it to the bush here. Yeah.
He's got to figure out where he can be able to do that so that way it definitely doesn't catch him. Definitely has to be a little bit more careful here because it really can like throw him in such a insane area here if it's not really paying attention. And then obviously if somebody comes up and absolutely steals it, now he's just sitting there and he's like, wow, this is unfortunate. Even with that timing though, could really be the disadvantage for him as well here. It looks like now we're going to go right back towards it here. Let's see. That opportunity arises. Looks like it might be. Even towards that here. It looks like a whole ground footing for all of this stuff is really starting to conjure up here. Looks like he definitely has to be careful. Looks like JJH, looks like he's trying to get towards the burst here. Looks like Wang Liang also trying to do the exact same thing here. Down below. Looks like he's going to so Star. Trying to see if maybe he can capture a hit with the focus. All the way onto... Looks like that was Frostivus from earlier here. It looks like everybody's just kind of just taking their time. They're not really trying to connect too much here. It looks like Frostivus ends up getting connected a little bit here. Looks like the bow also ends up connecting onto Frosty a little bit here. Or no, to Wang Liang. Because now he's going to wait for the rotation here. 30 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Be able to get this finished from game number 2. Let's see how he's going to be able to at least be able to work towards this and be able to ponder it. Able to go back towards that swap here. Trying to be able to balance maybe both here as he ends up shielding that one originally back towards it. And now it looks like he's just going to wait a little bit more patiently here. Takes his time, works towards it, is a little bit patient. Spider taking the opportunity to, oh, never mind. I take that back. He thought he had a split second here, at least to be able to maybe force a heal potentially, but it's not going to be enough here. As it looks like he's going to force the ulti, but it's not going to be able to be enough here. Spider ends up popping the ulti, but ends up getting his elimination towards this. Trying to hold strong a little bit more longer here is JJ Star, just trying to see if maybe they can rotate it. JDG's verse ends up going overboard here towards this one. No, I said overboard. All the way up top here towards this nice little bit of a strike here, at least with the grapple, is able to get at least a two-man strike towards this stun here. It looks like it will be able to at least stop it here. Nice hits towards that combination here to be able to find it. Mike ends up flying off the outskirts here, dangerously low. JJ Star ends up catching in the elimination here. Nice stun coming in from that. Mike is able to capture elimination. 1, 2, potentially 3, most likely 2. And it looks like, from the looks of the overall,
no, I do believe it's going to be JDG's first who comes in 4 eliminations there, coming in big and hot. JJH Star not going to be far behind him, and probably OUG's Mike right behind him as well. Absolutely crazy finisher to the end here. I really got to give it to JJH Star though, man. He came in, this man's hungry. You called it at the beginning of the day, Dobby. This man really wants to make something happen. It's his first bi-weekly coming in. He really wants to put those points up on the board. He wants to give himself the best possible chance to qualify for the big season final here for the spring split. He wants to go to grand finals, and you can see it just in the way that he's playing. The man is bringing it today.
Man, he's locked in, man. This is definitely something that in reality really has been shocked to see here most of the time here when it comes to a game. Even towards this, is able to absolutely strike it here. He does a fantastic job of it overall here, and it looks like it definitely was the advantage that he needed to, and obviously it really became a huge thing because he was able to get that finish, and he says, see you later, buddy. Back at it again, able to capture the splatter, gets the finish, and Verse, like I said, really surprised to see, and he really was able to dish it out the way that he needed to here. He puts in that time, he puts in that energy, and obviously it works out in his favor, and that's why it comes up being MVP. Verse, surprising for this bye week.
Look, Verse just finds a really good intro into that final moment. This is one of those lobbies where it felt like some of the players were really scared. Typically when you have low elimination lobbies like this, in the final moment, if you can pop off, if you can find that really good intro to that fight, you're the player who's going to come out on top. So none of these players really wanted to sort of start forcing eliminations because they all wanted to be the player who found that good intro to the fight. You know, JJH Star was really ahead of everybody else in terms of the curve, so he was looking to just stay alive for as long as possible as well. So it slowed things drastically down here at the end, but it was Verse who just finds such a huge opener into that fight and is able to come out on top. And we have a question for you: how many players chose Akosui here in game number 2? Is it A2, B3, C4, or D5? Make sure you get your answers locked in chat for a chance to walk away with one of those spring split random gifts for the 2024 NBPL season. But again, it really comes down to, in the end, you make a decision as a player, right? You understand that not a lot of players have a huge dominating lead like Wang Liang had in game number 1, and you either decide to try to lengthen your lead, or you look at the time that's left and go, if I try to do that, I just risk ending my game. I think I'm going to let the lobby play it slow and try to be the player who finds that best intro into the fight. I think there's a lot of skill in finding that really good opener into the final fight. There's a little bit of RNG too, based on your positioning. Verse was just very well positioned. He was able to land that huge ultimate and just make things happen. And there we go. We're going to see Verse with 4, followed by JJH Star, followed by Mike 7.6, 5.8, 5.8. Man, can I call him, Dobby?
Call him. You have been so far here. 7.6 so far. 5.6 coming in from Star. And Mike with a 5.8 rounding out that top 3 slot here. Really keeping that confidence overall here. A little bit surprising here. And definitely see that, especially for Star. Both tying it up here with those 4 eliminations. Obviously, it really was huge, though, towards that. Obviously, getting that dub, giving them an extra 2 points. Definitely was able to take him over the top here with that 7.6. That's why we were able to see that as he ends up taking it. But let's look back at those standings here and let's check back here. It looks like we're going to see some kind of non-existent games from the bottom 3 here. GG, Shaw, PST, and T225. Only T225 really coming through here. Or actually, no, Shaw with 3 at least. Meanwhile, Arano had 2. in between those final games here, but at least the bottom three has at least dropped 1-0 or another. Meanwhile, Star and CDY down towards that bottom as well, but not that far down. Crazy how it goes so far. It looks like we're going to be seeing a 23.4 for OUG's Mike Wei Liang with a 19.3 total points so far here, and Verse coming through in that third place after a very good, astounding game that he absolutely needed here. That 7.6 is going to put him in third place with a 17.7.
Yeah, this was a really awesome game, honestly. Things slowed down in the end, but it just opens up to a crazy fight in the very end of everything. And of course, our boy Verse comes out on top there with that 7.6. Huge game for him, moves him up into third place. Things are going to start getting crazy after our next game. I think next game is going to be very intense. We have 3 people who are in range if they have good games who can go over that 30-point threshold. So going into game 4, I highly expect us to be in that range for things to end very quickly. If one of these players is able to make something happen. Taking a look back here at some of these replays, man, yeah, Will CDY here, nothing he could do there. His ultimate ends, he's able to get the bloom, and then he just gets cut down. JJHStar coming here onto WBG Spider. This is crazy, right? I love this. Look at this. He's got the wherewithal, the grapple, just enough range to turn it onto Spider, and just enough damage before he gets caught out by the wall there. And this is where Star, we saw CDY really try to turn it on to Star there with a last-ditch effort and just couldn't find it. Frostbus there picking up an elimination there onto WBG Spider, and then Wang Liang coming in, and then Verse again just had that huge intro into the fight and was able to catch so many eliminations there, going up to 4. Love to see it coming in from Verse. Like, so well played for him. Happy to see him finally pick up a big MVP here for the day on the Sheol, no less. Looking to lock it in, especially considering we're kind of playing like a Sheol counter meta where everybody's trying to lock Sheol out. Their 6th MVP of the season. Dobby, 10,000 damage, 4 eliminations, and coming in with that Sheol MVP.
Absolutely so strong here. Also had a Blue Moon Alchemy, Windy Trinity, Melee Resist Soul Jade, Attack Soul Jade, and 2 Melee Resist Soul Jade 2s and 1 Attack Soul Jade. So definitely was a really heavy surprise. A little bit of some lows here, but almost 10,000 to the dot. I'm curious if anybody has actually had a game where they were 10,000 like to the T. Like 1 0 0 0 0. I think if we had to look back at those stats here, I'd be curious to see if anybody had something that was perfect. 10,000, 20,000, 15,000.
We did have a 20,000 on the dot one day. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head, but we have seen it. It's always very, very satisfying when it does happen, though, Dobby. I mean, Verse here just, again, played that final circle so well. He saw his opportunity. He jumped into the mix, too, right? He waited for all of the players to collapse onto him. He was able to pop his ult before that happened, so he's just able to like get block after block and transition that V2 onto players who are already low, back to back to back, which is how he picks up all those eliminations so quickly. And then it doesn't really matter if he doesn't take the first place. He would much rather locked in the first place, but he still gets the MVP, and that's all that matters. Speaking of all things that matter, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back for game number 3 after a very short break.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we're in the bi-weekly split finals for our solos. And so far, we've got 2 games done. We're about to head into our third. So far, Wang Liang was able to snag the first game, and we got JDG's burst. Very surprising twists and turns of events is able to snag the dub in game number 2. The question is, who is going to become victorious in our game number 3 to at least get the half done for our games here? Now, so far, there's definitely been some really great plays coming through from players like Wang Liang. Mike has been really on the aggressive side here, but a player that we haven't really seen have a pop-off moment has been somebody who was in the top 3 for a minute here, Spider.
Well, you know, WBG Spider, he's been playing very, very well. Unfortunately, this season, he's been suffering just a little bit from kind of what Wolves CDY, or sorry, Wolves, not CDY, Wolves' other player, Kai Bao, suffered from last season, where he was able to have really good aggressive early games and then kind of goes out in the middle of the pack. He's not able to transition that to the late game. I don't know what's changed, because Spider, very much one of those players that typically you always see in the late game. So something has shifted this season. Something in his play style has changed, and he needs to find that way back into the late game. Speaking of finding your way back into the late game, we're getting ready to find our way into game number 3. This is going to be our last map here on Morris Isle before we head over for 3 games on Hollow Roth, and things get a little slowed down, if you will. This is going to be our last Firefly map, and of course, when we head to Hollow Roth, very zipping heavy maps. We typically see that first selection locked in, just 4 zippings across the board. It was a hero that none of us really wanted to see come back into the meta, and then unfortunately, because of the way glyphs have changed with this huge new update to the entire glyph system, it just made her very, very strong yet again, plus a buff prior to that that had brought her back into the meta to begin with. Zip, just extremely strong right now, and as you know, she's just able to stall fights out for an eternity, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. Towards that, you definitely have to be careful here, as we see Arano with the 2.4 average kills, 10k damage, but is struggling to pick up some of those eliminations here. As we're looking at PST, one of the players who was absolutely climbing his way and trying so hard here, definitely struggling within this final here, but at least he's here. Sometimes you got to go. That's all that matters, depending on what's going on here. Now, obviously, coming back here definitely gets a little bit more hectic, but we'll figure that out later. We're going to head into another first section of the first round, and it's going to be verse Frosty, Shaw, and Arano. Back at it again, as we're so close to going back to the full rotation here for the hero picks. Expectations coming into this game number 3?
I mean, I'm expecting to see more of the same. I'm expecting to see more Tessa. I'm expecting to see more Akos, expecting to see more Sheol. I'd love to see Temmie come back in. Spider actually did exceptionally well with his Temmie pick. Unfortunately, we did see him kind of get clipped through the wall. He wasn't really expecting that extension through the wind wall to connect onto him. So just an unfortunate state of affairs. I'd love to see some more Justina coming back in. Justina was very hyped coming back into the meta before this big patch. Love to see the Ice Lady make that appearance. She's kind of fallen off a little bit now. Tessa going to be banned out here during the second round selection, so no Tessas available in that third round of selections going in to our third game of the day. Looks like it's just going to be more Akos and Sheol. Whoa, CDY though, our boy bringing the fire dog in. I know Duncan is going to be happy to see that. I'm always happy to see it. If you're unaware, CDY, previously known as Panda Man, known as the Tarka god himself, could be locking in that Tarka G, and this is an interesting map for him to do it on. He needs this to be much more aggressive. Yeah, he needs this game to be much more aggressive than the last game was. I think this is very smart. Last game, the pacing slowed down pretty dramatically. So I think he's banking on, because things slowed down last game, things are going to speed up. Now that this is the last Firefly game, if things speed up, what he's able to do on target is take isolated 1v1s. If he can take isolated 1v1s, he typically finds a ton of success on this hero. So if things get aggressive, he's able to find those isolated 1v1s. I can see Wolves CDY doing very good with the target pick here in game number 3. If things continue on that downward trend and slow down, I think it's going to be a very rough game for Wolves CDY.
Definitely going to be tough for him here, but it could be that advantage, just like how you said here. You said those advantages are going to be very, very palpable if he's really focusing on those 1v1 fights here and really maintaining that amount of aggression, depending on, especially early game. Early games are such a benefit when it comes to a player like this and a character that we've known and loved for so long here, especially for a player like this. This is where he thrives, and let's hope that he's able to use that and thrive against some of these players and against some of these aggressive playstyles that we're probably going to see. Not surprised to see how they're looking, though, so far here within this one. But obviously, like I said before, CDY is going to be the one that really stands out here in this mix. But me personally, I'm excited to see where he lands mostly, because now that those Fireflies are gone, definitely leaves a lot more of an open space for some of these players to really just hopefully try to spread out here and maybe not go all in the same area at the same time. You know, it'd be crazy just to let you know, just everyone spread out, you know, and just not be at the same place at the same time when they land immediately. That's all I'm saying. I just think it'd be interesting just to see. But I could be entirely right here, as it looks like the spread's going to be decently packed from all different areas here. It doesn't really look like anybody plans to really land too closely. It looks like we're going to see Wolves, and it looks like JJ might be landing at least a little bit closer to each other towards that Lake's Yellow Leaf off of that little cliff side section over there. It looks like everybody else, though, relatively is going to be landing away from one another here. Looks like KLA is going to take advantage of where that Spring Valley cave system is here, and hopefully he's going to find some decent loot in there as well. But it looks like everybody is going to be nice, decently spread out here. It doesn't look like there's going to be some immediate fights, depending on if they see somebody and if they absolutely just straight full focus and W key here. But could be the advantage or disadvantage depending on who you are fighting. Let's see what happens in this game number 3.
Yeah, let's lock it in, ladies and gentlemen. No surprise, we're going to see a lot of players landing directly on those Fireflies. Wolf CDY looking like he's going to drop near 2 other players almost immediately. He really needs to get that ultimate online as soon as possible and look to take those isolated 1v1s. Wolves over here already off to it. He's got that ult under his belt. He also has a long sword as well. Typically very good weapon, as well as the fan for Tarka. So going to be interesting to see when he pressures to take the fight. He's going to get some armor under his belt here and immediately looks to turn and pressure onto some of these other players. Decides to back away, maybe do a little bit more looting before he gets ahead of himself here. But Star, no armor is going to be too juicy of a target for him. No other players nearby as well. This is the isolated fight he wants to take. He's able to get away from the F with his own F. Follow into the uppercut, but JDG's verse going to show up. He cleans up the elimination. Doesn't even have to pop the ultimate now. He can take this fight with verse with the ultimate. There we go. The katana into the uppercut. I don't think there's anything verse can do. He's just going to eat the full infinite here, ladies and gentlemen. Wolf CDY going to be off to a rip with 2 eliminations.
Unbelievable. What a way to start for CDY to get 2 eliminations and an absolute juggle to set the standard and says, what's up? That's absolutely diabolical here, and I'm excited to see how he ends up all the way towards the end here. Oh, wait, it looks like my games was actually stealing that elimination away from him here with that final strike with the blue focus from that katana here. It looks like both are going to be able to capture up here. Nice little slam to be able to capture him. He almost catches him with the juggle. Nice hits coming there. Almost dodges it, but it looks like Shaw's going to be able to come through and steal the elimination away from Mike. And now it's right back towards it. Back on both of them looking at each other, ready to absolutely fight this out. Mike doesn't really have any shield, though. Decides to maybe back off this, though. It definitely has that momentum from the ulti. But Shaw wants that beef. He wants that battle. He wants that Mongoli. Mongolian beef is really good. I'm just saying. It's really good meat. Anyway. Definitely doesn't want to give him that opportunity here to really come through with that stretch. Oh, nice hits coming through from it. It looks like Mike actually ends up getting juggled here. This is not looking good. Shaw trying to get the finish. He wants to finish him off all the way here. Nice stun. Trying to see if maybe he can connect it. Finds a gray shield. He's lucky to find another gray shield here. Trying to see if maybe he can still rush out of this. It looks like he's able to here. Trying to see if maybe he can connect it. Nice strikes to be able to capture it. Question is it going to be enough to really flush this out? Oh, beautiful right click. Is Mike going to be able to absolutely shut this down? There's no way, right? Okay. Oh.
You know, you say lucky on Mike finding that gray shield swap, but it's OUG's Mike. He always has an extra shield in the back pocket. He knows where it is. Speaking of luck, we're going to cut back over to Wolves CDY going head to head here with Alliance's Frostivus. Wolves does have that ult in the back pocket here. This is a pretty difficult matchup, though. That V, though, yeah, it's going to do so much damage. Super unfortunate there for Wolves. He did pop the ultimate as well, I do believe, so he's going to have to come back with no ultimate there off of the resurrection. And Alliance of Frostivus is going to find his second elimination here, but crucially, plenty of time till those Realms of Yang come forward. So Wolf CDY with 2 eliminations prior him losing his resurrection, off to a good start. He's going to have plenty of time to get some gear back under his belt and potentially head into that Realm of Yang and look for a little bit more momentum, which is what you really need to do on Tarka. Any chance you get to take an isolated 1v1 on Tarka, you want to take it, which means you're looking to take every single Realm of Yang you can get your hands on as we take over to OUG's Mike here, deciding to break away. Doesn't really want to take the engagement there. Is going to come through, dropping a couple of pots there, looking to make a little bit of space in his bag. He wants that 4-6 combo there on the health to shield pot ratio. XCG's Wang Liang breaking away here up into Shipwreck, looking to see if there's any of that legendary loot typically up here. Doesn't look like he's going to see it up here, but they're probably going to be one top side. He also going to look for the Soul Jades. It's only that first zone that tick damage, not really a problem for these players. They've got plenty of pots in the back pocket as well, because when you drop this early, there's still tons of loot available on the map. Taking a look over at Verse, our winner from our last game here. Not off to too much of a blaze here. On white armor, unfortunately, only a blue pole sword, no eliminations to his name. Not really in a position to look to head in and take one of those Realms of Yang unless he can get some more loot under his belt, and fairly quickly. Now, cutting back over to the rematch between Wolf CDY and Alliance's Frostivus. CDY risking it all here to take the run back onto Frostivus. He does have that ult back online. He's trying to get a pot off here. Frostivus going to come in and find some damage there. CDY really trying to make it happen here, but the parry from Frostivus immediately puts him way ahead into this fight. CDY getting juggled yet again into the weapon swap. Oh my god, it's a worst case scenario. We get the salty run back from CDY, and he throws it all away as Frostivus finds his second elimination onto him, his third elimination of the game.
That's tough, man. It gets a little bit greedy there, and obviously that becomes the demise. Sometimes you definitely have to realize that it's not that worth it in those situations here, and obviously, sadly, Wolf CDY, our only Tarka of that, absolutely pays the price a little bit too early into this game. Maybe he might come back and absolutely decimate. He definitely had the confidence coming into it. It started with those 2 eliminations, but that's the real risk when it comes to it. And when that confidence really becomes, it becomes confidence switches to cocky. And sometimes that can really become the detriment to how your game actually goes, and sometimes how the rest of the night goes, depending on how the gameplay is. So let's hope that he's able to come back and keep that same positive mentality to continue on for the rest of the games here, because he still has at least minimum 3 more games, potentially 5, depending on how these next games go and the amount of points that some of these top players are going to accumulate.
Yeah, as we are, the Realm of Yang getting ready to come through, and this is so unfortunate. CDY didn't even make it to Realm of Yang, which was crucial for him. I still can't believe he runs it back into Frostivus. You lose that fight when you had better gear beforehand, and then you just run it back to take the fight at a disadvantage. Like, you have your ultimate, but I just would have taken it to Realm of Yang. At least if you lose inside Realm of Yang, you do still have that safety net. You get that Yang depletion. You have the potential to get back in the game. You get the guaranteed 1v1. I'm not sure what CDY was thinking there. I think there was a little bit of rage coming in from CDY there, making some decisions he probably shouldn't have. As we do get ready to head into that Realm of Yang, Spider, Mike, Wang Liang, all potentially trying to lock in this Realm of Yang. That F available on Mike, probably, no, not going to use these. He just manages to slide in. It's going to be OUG's Mike versus KLA's T25, XCG versus WBG, and Alliance versus DRG. Take it away, Dobby.
Absolutely airborne as we're going to go out there towards the stretch. Mike trying to see if maybe he can capture some nice hits still coming through. Oh, right in the front, right next to him here, says hello, how you doing? Tries to go for the dodge here. Nice strikes is gonna be able to capture it and carry it here. T225 trying to work towards it on the defense here, making sure that maybe he can try to get some hits there with it. Nice movement coming through there. The speed coming in from Mike is absolutely phenomenal. Maybe even a little bit dangerous. Also misses up, and he also has the opportunity here as he ends up actually catching him with the strike here. Beautiful defense. Oh my goodness, the amount of aggression coming through here. He's going so fast. AOW, OUG's Mike absolutely being detriment. That is what we call a mauling. That is what we call getting cornered in the tiger exhibit at the zoo and capturing a finish live on camera.
Absolutely insane, man. Mike just in top form like always. And I mean, Mike's been in top form all season. No real surprises there, but that was just a textbook play on how to avoid, you know, those Tesla ults and able to iframe them, especially while in Akko's ult. You've got a little bit of that extra movement. You've got those gold frames on that leap as well, but immediately getting turned onto by JJH's Star here, trying to go for a grapple infinite there, not able to make it happen, looking to lock it in. Mike gonna come through there with the trigger, push that Honk Sword to the side as JDG's verse shows up now, and both players turning on to Star. Mike able to get the reset as well, looking to go wide here. He wants to allow Verse to put in some of that work and do what Mike does best and come in and clean up that third-party elimination, but Spider shows up and somebody else as well. It is like a 5-man train here on the chase for Verse. Verse able to break a couple of ankles here. I don't think anybody knows where he's gone. There he is. He comes back topside. Mike sees where he's headed now, but doesn't want to pressure in. Spider down below. JJH's Star hidden as well, looking to just break away from all of this craziness as we get ready to head into Zone 3 in the next minute. We have 9 players left remaining alive. Spider here needs to find an elimination, needs to find himself a Soul Bloom to get back in the game, as well as Frostivus and KLA's T225. T225, a little on the back foot here, hasn't respawned yet, I do believe, looking for a good opportunity to come in. Wang Liang, Mike trading blows here. Mike with the uppercut. Wang Liang gonna initiate the ult there to armor through that, but he's taking so much damage. Double Tesla ult's coming through. Wang just locked down here and is gonna disappear to OUG's Mike. Spider tries to come in and get the bloom, but doesn't lock it down. It looks like Mike was able to get it. All of these players locking it down, but Mike now on the back foot, ult invested here, so low on HP, is able to land that V2, able to get a little bit of damage out of it, trying to come in there onto Fong, but oh my goodness, the Dragon's Rush slides in and cleans it up off of Mike. Mike, thankfully, with the Vermilion Birds, Mike will still be in this game, but it's not the situation he wanted to be in. WBG Spider, 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock. He's got to find a way to get a Soul Boom for himself as we cut over to Alliance's Frostivus and JDG's Verse. Verse looking to clean up some eliminations here, but Frostivus keeping the pressure on as the third party looks to come through from Wang Liang and another player as well. I do believe it's going to be DRG's Fong, and Frostivus, the one with the Yang depletion here. 2 minutes on the clock, gets a huge F to open up here onto DRG Fong, but Frostivus got to be very careful. He's going to eat the ultimate here, trying to clear it away with the ult activation. Doesn't give him enough space to, though, so he's going to be on the receiving end of some huge damage to the Dragon's Rush. There's nothing he can do to get out of it, but it's JDG's Verse who cleans it up. He finds a parry with the re-follow-up. Verse, though, has the ult activation to get away from the Neshes, and now the pressure is on Fong. Fong with one ult charge left. They look for an opportunity to get in. I do believe that was explosive armor that just procs on DRG's Fong, but even that's not going to save him as Verse cleans it up and goes to 3 eliminations.
Verse, with the amount of aggression that's happening so far, is a completely different amount of verses. He won one game and now all of a sudden he playing like he been playing like this. Excuse me, Verse, where you been at, huh? This is the type of energy I've been trying to see since last season. Excuse me? Wait, what, huh? Hold on now. He's coming in with some confidence like, yeah, I've been doing this. What's up? Spider ends up body checking T225 here, ends up catching elimination here. Earlier when you saw that amount of people and absolutely scattering, like way before you saw that elimination, it reminded me of Recess for some reason. So many people were just like in the middle of a fight and there was just a bunch of scattered. Maybe it's just because I'm from the hood. I don't know. Anyway, back towards it here is WBG Spider just trying to see if he can not get capitalized on this situation here. Oh my goodness. He was able to read that so well here. It's not looking good here as Spider ends up trying to not get caught up. Nice stun, trying to see if maybe he can continue that, but it's not going to be enough here as he ends up going through it. Oh wow, he might be able to catch Verse inside of this stun, but it's not going to be able to actually capitalize on here, knowing how low he actually is here. And Spider's going to try to see if he can retreat off this as fast and as far as humanly possible here. Spider able to get absolutely far and is able to do a getaway here.
He's just trying to keep somebody from picking up an elimination on him. Unfortunately, he's got 10 seconds left on that Yang depletion. He just needs to avoid range shots for the next 6 seconds so nobody can get it from him. He's just going to go straight into the zone. No surprises here. He knows there's nothing he can do. There it is. He's just going to go down to the depletion. Nobody gets the elimination. It's the best possible scenario for him, given he had 10 seconds left remaining there. Arano going to loot the body a little bit, though, and now needs to play careful on how he's going to get back into the zone because a couple other players were definitely chasing. Mike looking to head back into the realm of Yang. No surprise here. He's on that Akko's pick that he loves so much. Will make it in. Going to be heading head to head here with his old nemesis, DRG's Fong. We're going to see JDG's Verse and JJH's Star in the other realm of Yang. Mike here on the nunchucks, not quite to his ultimate, but he's 85%, more than enough to head into the realm of Yang here and look to take the fight. He's looking for those pistol shots to find an intro into this fight. Not going to find him. Going to go for the grapple, looking for any amount of damage to come through. The F comes through. He will find the parry, though, onto Fong. Fong immediately is going to shield. All of his shields completely wiped away. Mike playing this very well, using the tech chase there on the nunchucks as well to get some follow-up damage. Fong with a huge scale rush into it, though. The F going to be invested by Mike. Not going to find too much value there, though, as he continues to keep the pressure up. Fong just trying to play keep away at this point. Mike onto the staff, will scale rush up into the ultimate here from DRG's Fong. He just needs to create some pressure here. The stun going to come through, going to allow Fong get a little bit of a reset here. Mike still with the ultimate in the back pocket. Huge parry. Will go in for the weapon swap, says I don't even care about the damage at this point. He thinks he's got it clutched up. He's still holding onto the ult. 25 seconds left remaining here. He will find some more damage there off the step. Mike just trying to style on him, says I'm not even going to use the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes out on top inside the realm of Yang. It looks like JDG's Verse also going to win his realm of Yang. That means Verse goes to 5, Mike goes to 4.
You saw Mike with that face. He said, yeah, I'm that guy. I'm him. I'm really him. I thought you knew. Kind of insane here. It looks like Verse is absolutely playing his mind off here. I would love to see that elimination into the realm of Yang, which we most likely will see here. I'm very interested to see what was going on with that one here. And Fang luckily has a close space here to be able to go for the resurrection here, and he does have that second chance for that opportunity here. He has that timing, though, to be able to do a lot of different things here, and let's see if he will be able to absolutely monetize on that situation here. Zorano trying to see if they can work towards it as well here. Able to egg it on as best as possible here as Mike decides he's going to be able to push out of that. It looks like Mike is going to try to see if maybe he can push onwards towards Orano here. Looks like he's able to capture the grapple towards it. Nice slam, trying to see if maybe he can connect towards it. Oh, ends up getting sent all the way back here. Gets sent flying like, see you later. You are expressway number 1. Good luck, buddy. Not going to be able to catch me. It looks like Mike. I'm not going to lie to you. So just hear me out real quick. Why does it look like when he ulties Akos? Why does it look like when Akos is ult? It looks like you see Tiger Eye.
Because he's
like,
got the tiger
you see a
around
flash of Tiger Eyes. Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy at all. He gets that aura around him. He gets a tiger aura. He's bringing it heavier. Mike, though, still
But
on the run.
have you seen it? When he ulties?
I have seen it.
Okay.
Yes.
I was like, am I crazy? Am I seeing stuff? I was like, wait, I remember that. And I've been maining Akos a little bit too.
Akos trying to break away here. It looks like he is able to mostly get away. Star still pressuring, but he's got the full reset now. The problem is they know he's down ultimate, so the pressure probably still going to be applied by these players. Fong on the backside here, looking to stop, do a little bit of shopping. Fong, 2 minutes left remaining on Yang depletion, as well as JJH's Star. Both of them need to find a soul bloom here. Unfortunately, there's only 5 players left in the lobby here. Not going to be a lot of opportunities for them to force a situation where they can get a player low enough to try to get their hands on one of those soul blooms. They've got to wait for something to break out or really take the risk and look to force it, even if it's not optimal for him here. As we're going to see OG's Mike trying to come in here onto Star, looking to create some chaos. Star, though, just going to very quickly break away, wants nothing to do with it. The no ult zone popped just north of the location here. Means these players probably going to stay right where they are with the buildings, trying to break some ankles. Fong, though, getting uppercut here by JJH's Star. Fong in a bad situation, will turn back around, is able to land the ultimate. We are going to see Star get caught out here, though, not going to be able to break up and cleanse themselves from the ult. But now turning back on to Fong here. Fong really in a bad way, but Star has to keep this pressure up. He has to get this elimination. He will get the elimination. Does he get the soul bloom? Yes, he does. Star sends Fong out of the lobby, cleanses himself of the Yang, and that's both the Yangs gone now. Star up to 1 elimination. It's Mike and Verse sitting in first place right now with 4 eliminations apiece. JJH's Star on 1, EWG's Arano with 2.
Absolutely insane here. Let's see if they can still keep that same momentum going on here, as well as Mike. We're going to try to see if we can get a musket shot here. Not able to connect anything, though, towards this one. Unfortunate. Looks like JDG is trying to see if maybe they work towards that as well here. Doesn't want to get caught up here, so he's just taking his time here. Doesn't really want to force a whole lot here. as he's just playing it to the best of his abilities here. Let's see if he's going to be able to rotate this around here. As JDG's verse just trying to see if he can find that angle. Maybe that opportunity towards it. Ooh, it looks like he's almost able to, though, as he ends up actually getting caught. It looks like they ran into each other. That looked like an accident for a split second here. I don't think that was necessarily intentional in towards that space here. Let's see if they really can be able to conjure up towards that, though. Could be a little bit more hectic, though. We'd love to see that momentum start to come in for some of these areas here. Looks like Verse just trying to see if maybe he can get some impact, though, from maybe one of those cannons towards this, trying to see if they can find anything. It looks like Star ends up getting caught by Verse inside of this, though. A lot of aggression coming in from some of these A-Coast players here. This would have been so special to watch for CDY here if he was still alive into this game. Sadly, he got out of really, really, really early into this game here, and definitely something you don't want to see. Let's see.
Star in a bad situation here. No armor, trying to find a reset. All these players looking to capitalize on it. A little bit of luck here, though, as Arano goes really low. Mike turning the target here onto Arano. We kind of have two 1v1s breaking out. Saskatchewan Sky Pillar coming in onto Mike, though. Absolutely huge. Just put this man in the blender. He's going to be forced to pop the ultimate. We've got 3 players extremely low in the lobby. The pressure coming in on Mike. We did see the grapple come in, but they canceled it out here. Star, Verse, all of them might find the reset they're looking for. No, Star now the target yet again as Mike comes in, lands that ult charge onto Star. Star going back up the stairs here looking for the reset. Verse going to break away. He wants to find the full reset for himself as well. Mike, though, in a little bit of trouble there. He was forced to use that ultimate there. So what's he going to do? Really smart decision making here. He immediately moves over to where this no ult zone is, and he wants to hold it here until he can get that ult charge back. Verse in here. Star with that ult going right now is going to be down very soon. So he looks to move towards the no ult zone as well. Wants to get that ultimate back up online as soon as possible and deny these other players the opportunity to maximize their ult onto them here inside the no ult zone. So we're going to see both the Star and our boy Mike just looking to play around this no ult zone here on the edge of the zone. Arano inside just mixing it up. We're going to see cannon shots coming out. Star making the most of that cannon like he always does here in the late game. Going to press out of the no ult zone and immediately back into it. Verse going to land that F there. Star, though, more than happy to just break away and continue to play right here. He's using those buttery rocks to get those scale rushes off, keep the game alive. OUG's Mike in trouble yet again. Topside potting up, though. The rest of the lobby not paying attention to him here. It looks like he's going to get the full reset. JJH's Star looking to break out a little bit here with the cannon, but continuing to play around the edge of this no ult zone. He knows how dangerous of a situation this is for himself. Mike here looking to come in, potentially get the reset there on that musket and start taking some of those musket shots in. Arano going to lose most of his armor. Star going to lose most of his as well. The target constantly shifting here. Arano looking to come in now, turn the pressure on to Star. Star gonna back away. The zone pressing in. This no ult zone gonna be swallowed up by the zone. Star and OUG's Mike gonna lose their banner of safety here. Just a little smidge of it left remaining, but the no ult zone gonna go down very quickly here as everybody continues to trade blows. JJH's verse on the nunchucks, just pressuring Star against the wall as much as possible. Gonna break away, gonna find himself a little bit of fruit for the buff there as well. Star, Mike, able to get those full resets, both of them very close to having their ult back as the Zone 5 final Bane's Breath comes through. These players going to separate as we see Verse taking a risk here right on the edge of the Bane, and the risk going to come down. I don't know what Verse is thinking, just chilling here on top of this. I know he wants some extra goodies for himself, but that Bane hurt a lot coming in here. He is able to find the fresh purple armor swap. Doesn't look like he gets anything else out of that stack, so realistically he just loses a couple of armor pots there because he armors back up and then takes the fresh armor swap anyway. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure what he was thinking inside of that. Mike, though, looking to come up, see if there's anything there for him as well. Going to take the risk, but he doesn't have to stand here very long. He's able to avoid that first Bane drop. Is going to find a couple of things that he really wants for his back pocket here. The Bane is going to come to an end. Mike more than happy about that turn of events. Going to leave a legendary spear there. I'm assuming he just doesn't want anybody else to have it. He's going to look for the zone to swallow that up as he, I do believe, picked up a purple musket. So he's got an extra musket in the back pocket that he doesn't have to reload here. Verse coming in though here, not sure if he was able to find that legendary spear or not. He does have hold of a legendary pole sword right now. JJH's star on the backside. Valiant challenge picked up by EWG. As we get ready to head in, this is going to be zone 6 that's collapsed onto right now. 4 players left remaining alive. I do believe everybody has access to their ultimate.
Meanwhile, Lorano just trying to see not if he ends up getting caught. Oh my goodness. Absolutely dodging every single shot coming in from Verse here, just trying not to get hit though. Looks like the Star and Arano ends up actually clashing on the edge of the cliff here. Arano just trying to run in a weird position here. Loses out on some of his shield here. Mike ends up actually getting bullied into the corner as well here. Forces Mike to actually be able to separate as well from this. Arano caught and trapped on the inside here. Definitely does not want to get caught any longer. Pops the ult. He decides to go into the defense mode here. Goes into protection. I call it witness protection. Meanwhile, trying to see if they can keep that same momentum off the way. And it looks like he's still going to be able to keep himself alive a little while longer here, as everybody all the way around is just fighting this out. And Arano was like, please just don't look in here. Please just don't look in here. Please just don't look in here. And he's going to try to see if maybe he can run towards this as well here. Fighting this out with Verse. Verse wants some of that beef, though. It looks like they definitely fighting like there's a problem. And it looks like Verse going to take his time here towards this, trying to jump around here. It looks like we're going to go for the heal up here. Could have that opportunity, though, for the nice takedown here is JDG's Verse. Able to get that nice snag towards it. Nice finish towards that. Is able to finish it off and get exactly what they need to towards this one.
Verse playing this so smart. He's forced into his ult, takes the armor swap, knows there's going to be a legendary armor over the edge, threatens them off the body, utilizes the ult to create a gap to heal that up. As soon as he gets pressured, he has the ult, so he can just throw the charge, get even more heal out of it, is able to basically take a full reset here, as well as get resources off the body that he needs. And he just continues to let these other two players pressure each other while he continues to build that rage back up. JDG's Verse, very, very hungry here. This is a huge change in playstyle for him. He had a very good week for himself. He came in at 2nd place here, and he wants to capitalize on that as much as possible. He wants to walk away the champion here in this last bi-weekly final of the season. Verse trying to turn it onto Arano. Arano doing a ton of damage, though. Verse going extremely low now. They know he's vulnerable. He knows he doesn't have that ultimate just quite yet. Arano really trying to keep the pressure up. Arano without ultimate either. We're going to see Verse come in for the hot swap onto the white armor here, but Arano going to come in and clean most of that up very quickly. The F2 invested immediately off Arano. The uppercut from the dagger from Mike into the assassin's lunge into the re-juggle here. Oh my goodness. Arano getting blitzed. He thought he had control of this situation. He thought he had flipped things on Verse, but Verse might just be able to clean up the elimination onto Arano now. He's so low, and Verse just trying to keep the attention away from him. Arano going to find the armor swap, but Mike hungry for it. Arano in the ultimate, just looking to turn things on to Verse as much as possible. Verse going to lose a ton of armor here, and now Mike might look to change that target acquisition. We are going to see Verse get sent flying. He is going to be able to break away from it. He's looking to go for the reset there. He's got that purple armor with a little bit of a tick. He's going to find it. No, he doesn't find the pot. Arano comes in. Verse in a really sour situation here, needs to make the most of it. If I'm Verse, I'm trying to turn onto Arano here. The ult going to be activated immediately here. Verse playing it so smart. He needs to try to snag this kill away. The assassin's lunge comes in. Who's going to pick it up? It's going to be OUG's Mike, but Mike gets sent huge into the zone. That ult going to get a little bit of healing there for Verse. Mike taking so much zone tick damage. Both of them just trying to play around the ult. Mike gets sent again by the F. Oh my goodness. Verse is playing this so smart. Mike doesn't land it. Verse finds it again. Verse goes to 6 in a first place finish. My man just controlled the entirety of this final circle, comes out on top. That was textbook NARAKA.
All right, Verse, what's going on, huh? What you doing? So what was that? That was a dynamite. That was a slam dunk. That was a finish. Even I'm sitting here going, now hold on now. Wait, whoa. He was not doing that at certain parts here, and I'm trying to figure out how he was able to keep that going.
Look, he came in 2nd ranked into the bi-weekly this week. Clearly he's hungry for it, man.
That's great. What was that? What was that?
Really good NARAKA, Dobby.
Yeah, I could tell. Verse, somebody check his hands. Somebody check his hands.
that was all decision making. He played that final circle out just beautifully, right? Constantly able to change the target acquisition, able to get his hands on that legendary armor, able to threaten space away from the body so that he could get the resources he needed to get back in, able to play around the aggression coming in from our boy Arano there as well. Keep the attention on Arano. As soon as Arano goes to get low, he comes back in, capitalizes on the elimination so he can get the Soul Bloom to heal back up, so he has as much in the back pocket as possible to fight with our boy Mike there. He knows he's already behind one ult charge because he threw an ult charge out, but that first ult charge lands onto Mike and crucially throws him into zone. He very quickly assesses the situation and goes, Mike's going to take a ton of zone tick damage here. I don't have to try to win the neutral here and play this fairly. I just have to knock him into zone 1, maybe 2 more times, and I come out on top just because I have more HP than him. Sure enough, that's exactly what he does. He's able to avoid Mike's ultimate in return. He's able to use that F at the crucial time to knock Mike way back into the zone that second time that he crucially needed, and then just follows it up and plays around the circle so well. I mean, this was just really, really good decision making on the part of Verse. Love to see it. You all right over there, Dobby? What you looking for?
I got my eyes on him. I don't. That was you. Look, I'll give it to him. It was a good game. It was a very, very good game. First, what?
Oh man. Well, you know, if you want to learn a lot about NARAKA, you very much should have your eyes on Verse right now, because that was textbook. Man could write a manuscript on how to close out a final circle, because that was just beautiful. He made all of the right decisions. He clutched out every moment he needed to clutch out there, you know, and there's a little bit of luck thrown in there too. I will say it, when he throws that ult out that catches onto Mike and throws him into the zone, that ult was meant to catch onto Arano to clean up that elimination, so that he could get a little bit of healing back to go mano a mano with Mike. Mike kills Arano, gets sent into the zone for it. Verse cleans up on it. Here we go. Verse with 6 kills and a first place finish is going to rock out a game score of 11.4. Mike, though, with 5 in a second place, still staying at the very tippity top here with a game score of 9. WBG Spider, 3 eliminations, holding on for a little bit longer this game with a game score of 4.6. EWG Zarano going out there in that 3rd place position for a game score of 1.5. Alliance's Frostivus, another slow game, but still in the top 5 here with a game score of 3.8. As we take a look at the overall standings, here are your bottom 6. Star still trying, man. Look, he fought for it hard in last game. He fought for it hard this game. He just didn't find as many eliminations as he did in the previous game. Unfortunate for Wolves CDY. I mean, he came out of the gate clean. Those 2 eliminations, Frostivus showed up for a 3rd party. He was not in a good position. He ends up losing that fight, and then he runs it back at a disadvantage with worse armor and into Frostivus, who has better armor and weapons at the point. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. I think it was a little salty, but here you go. OUG Mike, crucially off of that, moves into the 30 points, which means moving forward, if he finds a single MVP, he is going to walk away your bi-weekly champion. JDG's Verse, though, less than a point away from the threshold. If Verse had gotten that elimination onto JJ or onto Arano and turned it on to Mike, Verse would also be in the 30-point category. But Verse now, unfortunately, has to play a game where he knows he just needs a single point to get into the 30 points. So even if he gets MVP in the next game, unfortunately, he does not walk away the bi-week champion.
Pretty insane here towards this, and let's see that first absolute deception of just absolute monstrosity coming in from CDY here, as he's able to capture with that finish here, and he's able to throw him up like a nice big platter, trying to see if he can hit him like a hamburger. He says, I'm gonna turn you into a cheeseburger. That slap you with a piece of cheese. Says, come here. And then obviously Frostivus able to duke it out with him and says, what's up? Let's keep that same energy. Cheeseburger. Absolute slam fest coming through with this one. This is what I was talking about when it came to the reset stuff. Here we go. OUG's Mike Find this out. Beautiful, beautiful separation towards that with that parry. Is able to do it again here. Picks it up. Says, I'm going to take this. This is mine. Yoink. Goes for another parry. Gets the slam and the finish and says, what's up? Very impressive, though, for Verse. And even towards this end here, Verse able to slam it down here. The Akos and that nice little bit of offense really coming in. So helpful for him here. Second back-to-back.
Oh, is that the no hesitation playing in my ears?
Yeah, definitely some no hesitation coming in from a man like this with 23,000 damage, 6 eliminations. This Pole Sword leading the damage pack here. And a Razor Swift, Great Sword Strap, Ripple Step, Phantom Step, Trigger and Lock Breaker, Juggernaut, and a Nunchuck Step. Yeah. Verse definitely came into this game with no hesitation, no hesitation, no hesitation.
I love to see it, man. Verse absolutely clutching it out here, man. Another MVP under his belt, the 7th MVP of the season, man. Verse is hungry, dude. I'm loving it. I love to see this side of him. He had a really good, strong week. He came in 2nd place, and he's no intentions of letting it go to waste. Oh my God, CDY's face there, man. That must have been when he landed the infinite, and that's when he runs it back into Frostivus and realizes he made huge mistakes. I feel so bad for CDY because this match started out like perfect for him. He immediately picks up that first elimination, and he does it without his ultimate while he has ult charge online. The follow-up third party comes in, he cleans that up, lands into the infinite, takes just as full sends it, lands the infinite, gets 2 eliminations just like that, and then he lets it all run away, man. Frostivus comes in for the third party. I get it, you're on the back foot. He gets his ultimate at the end. He tries to make something happen. It just doesn't go his way. He was a little too far behind by the time he gets that ult out. Cool. You got a resurrection. Go loot up. Get into the game. Go to the realm of Yang where you can take a free 1v1 without the risk for third party. If something bad happens, just let it go. But speaking of letting go, we're going to let things go over to a quick interview before we go back for game number 4.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Wang Liang from the team XCG to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 先请王亮跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是叉子鸡王亮。
Okay, welcome. So for today's game, you have a really good performance for the first 2 games, and maybe there is a little pity for the game 3. So how do you think about like today's first half games? 那其实对于今天的比赛，前2把发挥非常不错，第3把可能小小的有些可惜。对于上半场的比赛，自己是怎么评价呢？
就打好每一把就好了。今天目标也不一定是夺冠，只是想保送而已，就保到前6就行。
Okay, so I just want to do well in every game. So my target today is to be like top 6, maybe not the champion. Okay, so consider to the situation now, like after 3 games, Mike already got his match point, and Verse already like reached the match point, maybe just 1 step left. So you as the 3rd place, what's your feeling now? 那其实对于现在的整个的就是情况来看，然后 Mike 已经是开了赛点了 ，Verse 也是小差1点。作为目前是第3的你，是有什么样的感受呢？
我离赛点还差有10分吧，我感觉还得2把才能开赛点，所以我就保着我的排名打了，就跟刚说的一样，保着前6打就好了。
Okay, actually I'm not really in a hurry because I still need to still have 10 points left to the match point, so I just like maybe do more stable in the following games. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure. So this time our question is, which hero did XCG Wang Liang use in the game 3? 那我们这次的问题是王亮第3把用了什么英雄呢？ By the way, I want to ask you, do you think like the curse of being the first place of the regular game still exists in the solo? 那其实我也想问一下王亮，你觉得作为积分榜就是常规赛积分榜第1的诅咒这件事情，目前在于单排的比赛当中还存在吗？
至少从往期看一直都是这样嘛，但是我觉得这个拿来说也没有啥意义吧，就肯定是周决谁发挥好就谁拿。那常规赛第1，我觉得这次大麦就能打破。
Okay, so depends on the previous situation. I think the curse still exists, but it all depends on the performance of the bi-weekly final of solo. So we have to like speak with your ability in the final. So I think maybe Mike will break the curse this time. Okay, please count on time. 已经完了，跟我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot everyone. Well, so if I'd like to predict the champion, like who you think will be, 那其实如果让你预测一下冠军的话，给我一个答案。
这个周了吗？就 Mike 呀。
Mike? Okay, why not Verse? 为什么不会是 Verse 呢？
因为他冠了，我就保送不了了。
Okay, so because if Verse got the champion, got the bi-weekly final champion of solo, I have to be the qualified competition. So I don't want to play the qualified competition. So I hope Mike will be the champion. Okay, well, so the last question will be like for this seasons, it's a little bit for pity for XCG's trolls. So you as the solo player of XCG will feel like more precious. 那其实对于这个赛季来说 ，XCG 的3排是有一些可惜的。那作为单排选手，会不会压力更大了呢？
这倒也没有吧，就3排他们就还在调整，嘛，就复活赛继续调整就好了。就其实跟我单排没有那种太大的关系吧，因为就是我们关系很好，但是3排的成绩也不会影响到我单排什么。
Okay, so I think it's just okay, although we're really good friends. But I think the grade of trolls won't influence me a lot because I'm like in solo, and all the Frost brothers they will be like doing more adjustment for the qualified competition, also for the final competition. Okay, so just good luck for you to the following games. 那也是希望在后几把的比赛，王良可以有比较好的运气和比较好的成绩，好吧 ？Okay, thank you. That's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nbpl Pro League, the bi-weekly solo finals. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's been a real big surprise for these first 3 games. We've got the first game getting one absolutely slam dunk by Wang Liang. And then obviously these next 2 games have been, versus going back to back. Going back to back. Huh? What did he do? He went back to back. So we're still 3 games deep. We still have 3 more games. And that's if we don't hit the threshold, or we end up going to 2 more games on top of that. So it's gonna be interesting to see how these next games are, because now that Morris is done, we're headed to that big boy. We're headed to the big gargantuan.
You know, technically Mike can end it in this next game. If Mike walks away with an MVP, it's all over right here, baby.
The big the big smack on the dab and the Also, make sure to check out the Twitch Spring Drops collection here. As you're going to continue to watch, you continue to win daily drops. Yes. And then on top of that, while we're going through this, we're here for the bi-weekly finals. Guess what? You have a chance of winning some bi-weekly drops, some exclusives, some champion bumbles, the Sunfernal, the Chain Sight, the Conquistador. Absolutely do not know what you can earn from inside that championship bumble. So make sure that your Twitch is linked to your NARAKA for your chance to win while you're answering these questions as well. Make sure to be paying attention to the game, so that way we're going to be giving you some quizzes. Hopefully you guys get it right. You guys better be paying attention, because right now we're about to head back to the holla. How are you?
The what now, Dobby?
How are you?
Oh my
goodness.
Oh my goodness. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading over to Hollow for our next 3 games. Could be 1 game. OUG's Mike could come in and clutch it out with an MVP here. Send it all away here on game number 4. But it's Hollow. Things are about to slow down drastically. It's about to be zipping fairy meta back to back to back. You know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know what it's time for. It is time for us to buckle up, get our blankies on, you know, cozy on up for the long haul.
Blankie?
Because these, yeah, look, man, these zips about to drag these fights absolutely out. You got to get a little hot cocoa, got to cuddle up, and be in for that long haul. Dobby's ready, chat. Look at this. He knew what was coming. He knew the zips were gonna be here.
I said bring a blankie. I'm ready.
Dobby locked and loaded, chat, as we get ready to head in for game number 4. I'd like to see something shake it up, but I just don't see it happening. Zip's just so good right now. That
hey,
F1
listen,
so much healing.
We got the pick from CDY. At the end of the day, there really can be a difference. Now, and then usually that comes within game 6. Usually. It's usually within game 6 is when we can kind of go, okay, well, let's see if we can find something random. But you might be right. You're most likely going to be right, though, in terms of the zippings. I'm very surprised that we haven't really seen any zippings in the first ones, but obviously they are waiting towards these last few games in order to really see it happen. But game 4 could be a little bit different. You never know. Maybe game 5 and game 6 could be the zippings, you know?
Look, I'd love to see it. And you know what? I'm still cheering for Frostivus across the board. That said, I've wanted to see one of these end before game 6. We haven't seen that yet. So I'd love to see Mike just to come out and show us a strategy we haven't seen yet either, and just clutch it out. Just MVP it here in game 4 and be like, boom, lock it and load it. I mean, I know Wang Liang would too. Wang Liang out here called out our boy Verse and was like, hey, look, Verse is doing really good. Everything's really cool, but I kind of hope he doesn't win. I want our boy Mike to win, because then I qualify. And I would like to qualify, so I don't have to play in these rep change games to make it in. So, Verse, I love you, but I'm gonna need you to sit back and let Mike clutch us out so that I can go to finals, please, por favor.
He said that's great. Anyway, that's great. What does that got to do with me? Anyway, that's crazy. Me personally would not accept that as a total piece for the conundrum here. And where we really are going to be at this very end here could be absolutely detrimental. Depending on how these next games go, it could really be a massive deciding factor. But that's kind of the fun of it, though. That is the fun of it. So let's see.
Well, that's why the new format's so exciting. It's like Mike right now could clutch this out and it could be done. We could be heading off to breakfast, Dobby. You know what I'm saying? We could be getting comfy with our blankets after this. Mike is the only one above that 30-point threshold. And crucially, if you've missed the other finals for this season, one, I don't know where you've been, what rock you've been hiding under. But two, once a player reaches that 30-point threshold, all they have to do to walk away the bi-weekly champion is walk away the MVP of the game. There's not any extra points they've got to get, anything like that. If they picked up 2 eliminations and it was just a low kill game and they take first place and get MVP, that's it. They're the winner. That is game over. There's no game 5, no game 6. It is the end of the day. They walk away the bi-weekly champion.
Realistically, like he can get some eliminations.
He's got to get MVP. He can't just live. So even if he gets a first place finish, but like no eliminations, he still doesn't win. He's got to get that MVP.
Are you sure?
No, he's got to get these eliminations. He's got to get that MVP. But again, we saw in game 2, right? Game 2 was a very low elimination game. It went to 4 eliminations. It's OUG's Mike. OUG's Mike wakes up in the morning with 4 eliminations under his belt. You know what I'm saying?
You're not wrong.
The man sneezes in your general direction and picks up an elimination. So I don't see it being difficult for Mike, except for we got to talk about the fly in the ointment, if you will. And it's less a fly and more a dragon, because it's DRG's Fong, who loves when Mike is in this situation, because he just lands on him, man. He just says, Mike, I'm going to spend all day, every day, griefing the heck out of you. So, Mike's got it to do.
What did you just say? The fly in the what?
The fly in the ointment? You ain't never heard that?
No, I ain't heard of the fly in the ointment. Hello?
Oh my goodness, Dobby.
No, don't. Oh my goodness me, Dobby. Like as if I should have known this like years ago. What? Huh?
It's been a saying for forever. Anyway, let's focus on the game, because we are into our round 4 hero selection, and this is going to be the last time that it keeps track, where it swaps just based on the hero selection at the end of the day. When we head into game 5, if we head into game 5, your hero selections are going to be based on who's currently in top. Your top players will all be in the bottom heading into game at number 5.
It's going to be a good standing, though, for some of these players here. Meanwhile, everybody else has so many chances to really keep this game alive. In reality, the whole name of the game is to eliminate Mike. Keep this game going for other people. But if Mike decides, hey, I'm just going to lock in, today's the all right. It's time for everybody. Let's all go home. Time to go home. You never know. You really never know. We could be, like I said before, like you said, we could be absolutely in a space where we're, having kumbayas and all that type of stuff, and could be just singing kumbayas and hoping that, we'll just have some bedtime stories. But at the same time, we still have a whole lot to do here. So let's see what's happening, though.
Oh my goodness, there we go. Hero selects, no surprise here. A ton of zippings, a ton of Faria, and then a ton of Justinas coming through. Mike, don't you do it. If you tease me that Tian High and you don't play it, I see you. I see you.
With the Tian, I said, no, I'm just playing.
Oh my goodness.
We love to see a little bit of troll. We troll a little bit here in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We do a little bit of trolling.
Dobby, you on the king of trolling tonight. I tell you what, buddy.
Listen, some days I'm locked in, other days I'm locked in, mixed with some trolling. It's got to be 50-50. I got to have some very, very professional, very right on the point, and then other times I'm like, let's have some fun today. What's going on? It's the finals. We're having a good time here. It's the solos. The energy is here. The action is going. Verse is gone. Double platinum. Today, can he go triple? I can't believe you just sent me a definition for flight. I want to see that one later here as we're get ready to lock this in here. Expectations. What do you think about this final game? Obviously, we know Mike definitely has a very strong contention when it comes to being in a point of pressure. I've said it before. Mike thrives under pressure. Question is, can he do it here in this moment here if he wants to be able to close this out?
I mean, look, this is a really difficult position to be in. We've seen all the players drastically trying to adjust to this new meta where they have to pick up that MVP to win. And we've also seen the other players who were on the bottom of the leaderboard griefing them out a lot. So the question is if you're OUG's Mike, you know DRG is going to land on your typical landing spots. Do you maybe just land somewhere you usually don't? Take a little bit of a risk it for the biscuit just so that you don't have to deal with the grief to try to pop off in a game? Or do you land and look to just gun Fang out of your game and then go for the MVP? That's the question, right? As time's going to tell, we're going to take a look. Where is my boy Mike landing by himself? Bong nowhere near him. I think Mike's doing exactly what I said he might do here. He's landing away from everybody else. He's going to a spot he usually doesn't go.
Thing. He was going to most likely play safe. Wasn't going to really.
You just told me no when I said that, Dobby.
No,
I literally just said that, and you were like, "No, he's not going to do that."
All right, but I said that but I said that earlier. But then you made me sound crazy. So then I was like, "Okay, so I have to be the devil's advocate here for the fun of it, because then it's not fun if we're both." Sometimes I like to switch it up on you. I like to keep you on your toes. Anyway, we're just about to get ready to lock this in here for our next game. We're still going to be able to get this going here. Game number 4 for the bi-weekly finals. Game number 4 for our solo starts right now. As we're going to start off with OUG's Mike here. Mike definitely trying to see if he can keep this momentum going. He's going to work towards this one here. But like I said before, all he needs to do is get the MVP for this game, and the game's over. And he's going to be able to walk away yet again with another dub for the bi-weekly finals here. Let's see if one of these other players here really does have the opportunity, though, to absolutely just slay it out all the way towards the end, though. Expectations, though. What are you thinking in terms of this? Oh, never mind. Hold on. OUG's fight, just trying to fight this out. Shaw wants to get a little bit of that smoke here. You better be careful, though. You do have that great shield, though, Mike. Hold on now, buddy.
This is a great initial fight for him here. Once ults come online, he's got a huge advantage here because he does have that extended freeze on Faria once she's in the mech here. Mike playing it very safe. Huge scale rush there. Shaw, shield's immediately gone. Mike waiting for the purple focus to go away. He just cleans in. This is classic, like textbook Mike right here as they clean up and just continue to weave in and out of this fight, find a ton of damage. We're going to see Verse coming in here, finding a little bit of scale rush there onto Mike. Mike just going to back away. He's going to look for that clean third-party opportunity. He's going to get that shield back on full and wait for these players to continue the pressure onto GG Shaw. Shaw going to get away here, though, so Mike just going to keep playing it safe. He's going to wait for one of these initial fights to break out, find his way in, find that elimination, as we do see some huge damage coming on to Shaw. Return the favor, though, on OUG's Mike. That shield's going to go down very quickly. Star trying to pressure over onto them, and Mike just going to break away. Playing this really smart because there are some other players extremely low over there. Star, though, now got Mike separated out here in a 1v1 as the other players break out into 1v1. Mike coming over where he knows there's a shield swap. Classic Mike, though, takes control of the situation, just needs to find a good scale rush in. But Star playing very, very well right here. That Hong Sword catching on, doing a ton of damage, followed by the scale rush. Mike, though, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. He's able to get that jump in time, but it's not going to be enough. JJ just Star cleans it up. Mike going to have to go find some more loot and get himself back into this game.
Mike, what are you doing, man? Can't be risking it for the biscuit this early in the game here. Meanwhile, CDY and Arano trying to get that fight going here. Nice hits coming through, and it looks like he's going to be able to pop the heal. Ends up trying to see if maybe he can get the escape as well. A nice scale rush on both sides here, trying to see if he can close in this gap little by little here. Trying to time it. Ooh, nice block here towards that. Nice read coming through here. Arano's just trying to see if he can close in this gap here with CDY. CDY wants to be able to turn this around here, but he also is low on some shield here. Does have that purple, so he does maybe have the advantage here as we see the force ult coming in from Fang. KLA C225 just has to be able to back off this. Don't want to get caught up by the rocket or by any of the other stuff too. It looks like Fang decides he's going to retreat off this. Bagging off and not really wanting to get any of that fighting happening. Meanwhile, PST has other plans. Definitely other plans.
Bong right here, able to land those cannon shots one after the other. Looking for the third one onto PST. Kind of just goes for it, doesn't find it's going to go top side here. Now, PST keeping the pressure up. Bong demeched already as PST keeps the pressure going here. PST with ult available as well. Bong, no F, no ult, a little on the back foot into this fight. KLA's T225 back there. I do hear ballista shots flying up as well. I can't see who's on the ballista trying to land those shots onto TT25, but it's going to buy Fong an out here as TT25 takes a ton of damage. They move down below where that ballista can't get to him here. TT25, that burn tick coming through, really slowing down that healing just a little bit. PST going to find that F bubble out though. Now the third party coming in from GG Shaw, but Shaw going to walk right into it, take a ton of damage, trying to turn it onto TT25. I do believe Shaw is the one who has the bounty there onto TT25. He really wants to get those early dark tide coins. He's able to find that first shot, but he's got to reposition if he wants to find the follow-up. DRG's Fong coming back into it, looking for it as well. Ballista down below. Shaw's got to break away or face the wrath of the ballista. Fong just waiting for it. Shaw looking for the mech as well. Going to throw some cannon shots down towards PST, trying to get anything he can out of this mech. He has got most of that reset, if not the full reset, I do believe here. So Shaw just going to go airborne here, is able to avoid the ballista. No, he doesn't have quite the full reset, but ballista coming into play. Shaw just staying airborne here, so those shots are harder to hit him there. TT25 going to take a big hit off of that, as we see now PST down below being chased up by the rest of these players. Thorny Roller going to come into play as everybody comes down here on the bottom side of podium. PST trying to come inside here where they can get a little bit of passive healing off of the tree inside, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be forced into the armor swap. DRG's Fong going to be forced to invest the F here as the target selection continues to change back and forth. PST able to get that bubble off. Looks for the full reset as we cut across to XCG's Wang Liang, WBG's Spider. Spider landing a huge bow shot onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang, though, just gonna grief it out, keep going here and get himself the reset. Spider, not sure where he went, but I'm sure he's gonna check that bush in no time. There it is, the scale rush. Wang Liang forced to cancel out there and dash away, but Spider finds the intro there with the left click into the charge. Quick 0.9 RB there off the dual halberds, looking to find it again. Wang Liang with the nunnies, trying to take control of this fight, goes for the uppercut, but Spider tap dodges around, is able to close up the gap, get some more damage there. Wang Liang on a back foot from heck here as we see Spider keeping up the uppercut there off the dual hallies. Wang Liang starting to panic here. We're gonna see the pillar invested. Spider just gonna stand on it as the third party comes through from JDG's Verse. Spider just wanting to look for the heals, forced to play around the pillar. Verse gonna come around and find it on him. No, Spider not able to get to the pillar. He puts himself in a corner, and Verse very quickly capitalizes on it and picks up the elimination, and that's it for WBG Spider. He doesn't have a resurrection. He's heading back to the lobby.
Unfortunate though, it looks like we find the parry coming in from T225. Run on to Fong. Fong forced to pop the ulti here. Immediately goes through with the rocket, trying to see if maybe he can get a little bit of that momentum to get a hit towards it as well here, but not enough here. And it looks like T225 still going to be make sure to remember he's like, hey, I'm still here. You're not going anywhere. As it looks like he's just going to take this time to go for the heals. Not forcing to really do a whole lot of stuff here. Oh, beautiful landing on this massive statue here, but not enough to really get a whole lot going here, as obviously he's going to try to see if he can get some damage here on that, but DRG's Fang has enough shield really not to worry about too much as we go into the realm of Yang here. Here we go. The rematch yet again between OUG's Mike and Frostivus coming through for Team Alliances now. It looks like both of them with long swords too. Justine is both of them out, ready to try to see if they can conjure up any type of momentum coming through here. He has to be careful though, as Mike absolutely tries to see if maybe he can juggle Frosty. Ends up actually losing that. Both of them popping their ultis towards this. Definitely has to be careful, as that Arctic Wraith could be absolutely massive depending on how the strike comes. Frostivus trying to stop Mike as best he can here. Almost catches him with that, but he ends up coming through with the counter. Almost loses him inside of the streak, but it's not going to be enough, as Mike ends up losing in the realm of Yang here. Not looking good for the man of the hour here. As we look at Verse finding this out with JJ Star.
Yeah, JDG's Verse here in the other realm of Yang, going head to head here with JJH Star. It looks like XCG's Wang Liang also wins his realm of Yang. There's a world where both Verse and Wang Liang end this game in the 30-point threshold here. Unfortunately, Frostivus beats out OUG's Mike, so Mike really not off to a good start. 2 fights, 2 losses, and now he's got that Yang depletion. If he wants to get an MVP, he really needs to open his game up here, but it's very difficult for him to take an aggressive stance here on this Justina into the early game, so he's got to be careful about how he engages in these fights. He has 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on that Yang depletion. If he does not find a Soul Bloom in that time, that is going to be it for OUG Mike in this game. Let's take a look again. Verse just needs one eliminate, or no, he's +3 already. Verse has already broken our lovely 30-point threshold. Wang Liang needs to come in, and he's got to find another 9 points, or sorry, 8.1 points to cross that 30-point threshold. But that's not really difficult for him to do, considering his performance in game number 1. We could have 3 players very easily above that 30-point threshold heading into game number 4. Mike over here playing it slow. He's got 3 minutes left on the Yang depletion. He needs to find that Soul Bloom. He's waiting for a good third-party opportunity to break out, so he can either slide in and pick up the Soul Bloom or pick up the elimination and the Soul Bloom and start to snowball towards the late game here. Mike going up. He sees the fight breaking out, wants to come in and start to get some grief on with the pistol. Doesn't want to make himself the main target here. We're see a lot of blows getting traded as all of these players look to fight below podium here. Thorny Roller going to come into play as well. Mike going to find the charged LMB uppercut there off of the dagger onto Verse. Verse going very low. He's going to find it again. He's looking for another one. Verse going to dash away here. Mike not going to let it go down that way though. With the grapple, with the ult, looking to go in as fast as he can. There he is. He sees his opportunity. He goes in for the freeze, doesn't find it, gets refrozen instead by JDG's Verse into the Dragon's Rush next to Mike, but he's going to freeze it up, keeps it clutched on tight here. Mike trying to just hold everything together as fast as he can, but everybody turns on to Mike. It's a worst case scenario, nightmare scenario for OUG's Mike. Froze down, Thorny Roller comes through, but Wang Liang cleans up the elimination, and Mike is sent back to the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 4.
Actually, in game 5.
Sorry, yes, game 5. I apologize.
Game 5. Unfortunate, though. Absolutely insane. Oh, no, but the Thorny Roller able to put in damage on the CDY here. No, you got to be careful. Wang Liang actually ends up getting hit as well here towards this. Trying to see if he can slow him down here. JJH just trying to see if they can put it together here. Not trying to force it. Unfortunate for Mike, though, in that situation here, as there's absolutely a amount of momentum here. It looks like we're almost close to getting elimination as well towards that here, but not enough. Oh! Beautiful strike on the Star here. Actually, Star ends up getting that elimination as well. Takes the time to do the charge strike, though, off the wall, and ends up actually really having that massive advantage here towards this one.
Star down below here, still holding on for dear life. Verse very happy with his situation in life now. He's just going to try to create as much of a gap as he can in case it does go to game number 8. 4 eliminations. Verse really just in great form today. DRG's Fong in a very tight spot, if you will, Dobby, as he is locked inside this
he's not getting out.
Ultimate. Yeah, he is just completely locked in there, taking a range shot after range shot. We'll find a huge parry onto Wolf CDY, though. Looks to turn that attention off of him, but we do see J-Team's PST saying, not today. You're the one I want, Fong. Bring it back here. Fong just trying to keep it moving, but everybody in the lobby starting to turn on to him. His PST does not allow him to catch his breath whatsoever. PST keeping the hunt up, wants to stay close on to Fong. He doesn't want to let it happen. He will land that grapple as well. He is able to get the rescale rush out there, that literal instantaneous scale rush just to clip Fong, keep him caught out here. This man, oh my goodness, there's nothing he can do. He is just caught out as all of these players are hungry for this elimination, trying to keep the pressure up. It's going to be J-Team's PST who kept that pressure up and was able to capitalize on the third party there from range with the musket. He sets it up and he knocks him down.
What a swell moment. Just to be able to capture that here. Meanwhile, caught in a completely different situation here, not obviously in their favor. Struggling to capture any amount of momentum that they can here as the Realm of Yang starts to show up a little bit here, but some of these players are not necessarily focused on it. Down below at the bottom, PST with 10 points with 3 eliminations and T225 with 2 eliminations as well here. Definitely timing it out for sure here. So question, now that Mike is out, does he have another shot at closing out the game for these next 2 games, or are we automatically going into game 7 and 8?
I mean, anybody can. As long as Mike picks up an MVP, that's it. That's where it ends. Anybody who's over that 30-point threshold, if they take an MVP, so like right now we have JDG's Verse, right? he didn't hit the 30-point threshold till this game, but going into next game, if he gets an MVP, it all ends. He takes the bi-weekly championship right then and there. So the same thing set up for Mike. If Wang Liang has a good game this game as well, he needs to put up about 8 points. If he does that, he should be able to crawl into that 30-point threshold. We could be going into game number 5 with 3 players above it, and if any of them clutch out an MVP, that is it. It ends right then and there. They are the bi-weekly champion, and everybody else's placement will be based on the points they've accumulated up to that point.
Got it. Okay. Definitely something for chat to continuously understand here, as we're still getting a little bit more info on that format as well towards it here, as Wang Liang and fighting it out with CDY here. Let's see exactly what was going on in that one that we wasn't able to witness during these last couple of battles here. Nice kickback towards that here, trying to see if maybe they can take that time here towards that. Pulls out the Arctic Right, is able to catch him with the freeze, and the Nunchuck's able to put in so much work. Oh, almost ends up catching him with that full finish here. Goes through with the freeze, almost was able to, but not enough. Timing comes out a lot bit better. Certain things, absolutely. Looks like he's just trying to give him a hug, at least what it looks like. Meanwhile, CDY ends up getting caught finally. After all that time, gets juggled and gets finished and completed.
Oh my goodness, we cut over to JDG's Verse and EWG's Arano. Arano has suffered at the hands of Verse all day today. Verse looking to keep that trend going as well. The bounty on Verse's head, actually, I do believe it might be Arano who has that bounty, as he has moved away, and we see that the bounty is ticked way down as we cut over. Arano back. No, it's not Arano who has the bounty. I misspoke. Arano taking a ton of hits here from Verse, trying to keep the action going. Verse now on the receiving end of the pain from JJH's Star. We do see Arano head into that mech, and Verse just going to keep it moving here. He doesn't want to deal with the mech. He's going to let that time out, especially because there's a lot of other players starting to show up to the fight here. Arano going to take the time to get that full reset. Look to find a little bit of value out of the ult while he can. Potentially break away from this. JJH Star down below. Arano really not going to find a lot here. The terrain not being great for Feria overall in this mech, unless somebody really wants to pressure onto them. T225 just coming in with cannon shot after cannon shot. Arano going to D-mech here as GG Shah, T225, J-Team's PST all look to pressure into him. JJH Star top side as well. We can see CDY and Verse in the background. Arano will live to fight another day. It looks like nobody wants to bite onto the fish there, but we're going to go over to GG Shah, taking a lot of damage here from J-Team's PST, and the follow-up, GG Shah with the fan, trying to lock himself some damage onto some of these other players, maybe take the attention away from himself. The cannon shots continue to ring through. Verse waiting in the wings like Verse does here. We're going to see the ult invested. Will Verse go for the freeze out on the mech? Shaw gonna get away before Verse gets the opportunity. A grapple coming in from CDY, keeping Verse from being able to come in on the follow-up. JJH's Star top side. Shaw continuing to just break away here on the mech. Look for the full reset. Scale rushes and pistol shots coming in left and right. Shaw just getting peppered down here to go in on the cannon. Tries to find that shot there on to Verse, doesn't quite make it happen. Shaw still just trying to make the most out of this mech, goes extremely vertical, but is going to be in the corner, is able to slip away here. He's going to be forced to go through the zone if he wants to get away at all. Going to go all the way back down to the bottom and use the grapples, then to come back topside, trying to play a couple of mind games with these players here. He's able to find a spot where he can get a quick pot off. JDG's Verse keeping up the pressure. All of these players here inside Plumed Castle just trying to find an elimination. There goes Arano. This time it's J-Team's PST. PST doing a really good job of setting these up and then knocking him down and getting elimination after elimination. He's gone to 4, tying it up with JDG's Verse. J-Team's PST, where's this been all day?
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying this entire time when it comes to JDG's Verse. Where has this person been? Huh?
No, we're talking about PST. I said PST,
no,
not Verse.
No, but I'm saying while you've been saying that about PST, that's what I've been saying when it comes to Verse. Verse has been where have you been finally, and now he's starting to pop off in like a very substantial way. Not like, you know, every now and then he has a pop-up game. I mean, like, as in like 2 back-to-backs, feeling good. The amount of confidence is high. Yo.
I mean, he came in second seat today. He had a really good week. He's been popping off all bi-weekly.
Meanwhile, see if we can keep that same momentum onto the next ones, though. Meanwhile, even with the timing, obviously, being a big factor into this. Looks like we got Wang just trying to see if maybe he can get out of that dodge way as well. Nice hits coming through with the strike coming in from KTLAC225. Wang Liang caught in a tough space, forced to use the ulti. Maybe use that Arctic Rift to be able to dip out. Takes that time, obviously being so fast and so out of that corner. Gonna be very, very helpful for him here, but he ends up getting off the back of PST. PST trying to see if he can close out this person here. It looks like everybody's just deciding to run. Cue the bad boys music.
Wang Liang here getting that 2-0 off, but the PST coming in and says, you don't just get to heal for free, my man. Oh my goodness, the huge uppercut full charge left click coming in off those dual halberds though, putting in absolute work on PST. PST gonna go down below and look for that opportunity to find his reset, as we do see that stage 4 Bane's Breath dropping down here in the middle of Plumed. Verse onto Wolf CDY, just putting in the works here, able to find follow-up hit after follow-up hit. CDY gonna be forced to use the ultimate just to get away from the hit stun coming in there off of that Hong Sword, but the Hong Sword coming in, the freeze here onto CDY. Unfortunately, he gets interrupted, gets clanked out of his big hit there by J-Team's PST. Verse not happy to give this up, wants to find yet another elimination here, is able to come in and catch the freeze, but only for a second. Will CDY can't get the refreeze there, will find the juggle though, will finally find part of that charge R&B off of the Hong Sword, but doesn't pick up the elimination. It's GG Shah who is able to come in and steal it out from underneath Verse. Verse stays at 4. Shah finds his second elimination of the game.
Meanwhile, Verse trying to see if maybe he can get some bow shots in for the next connection. As Wang Liang is just kind of sitting there, which I find kind of funny. Just a little bit. Nice little movement speed, nice little bit of dodging here. Frostos ends up getting caught by T225, trying to see if maybe he can rotate and maneuver out of here. Frostos needs to keep that same amount of pressure and that amount of energy here, as he is able to joggle him on the outskirts here, almost towards the outskirts. Catches him with the Arctic Wraith, decides where do you think you're going, forcing him to make it harder for him to be able to pop his heals with that F key here. And it looks like he still will be able to here, as he ends up getting turned around dangerously low. Has to be careful. Both of them end up... Oh, he was so close to losing.
Ooh.
Whoa. Now that is what we call a close call.
Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort, in my opinion, here as we catch back over XCG's Wang Liang and J-Team's at PST. PST here coming in with the Hong Sword, getting some huge hits onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang feeling forced to invest both those Arctic Wraiths. He's got one left on the edge of our Zone 5 Bane's Breath, getting ready to come down. Very, very interesting final circle here, as it is all coming down to Plumed Castle here. Wang Liang again trying to get above that 30-point threshold, right? He really needs to find some extra eliminations here. He's going to come over, do a little bit of shopping, make sure he stays topped up on those resources as we head into Zone 6 in the next 46 seconds. Wang Liang holding on for dear life, those purple nunchucks as well as the legendary dual halberds in the back pocket here. He's yet again gonna reach for that 2-na. He wants to get that free healing, get those buffs online as well before he's forced into the next fight. 6 players left remaining alive, 5 minutes on the clock. We've got JDG's Verse sitting at 4, XCG's Wang Liang at 2, JJH Star at 2 eliminations, GG Shah at 2, J-Team's PST at 4 eliminations, finally finding a little bit of momentum here today, as well as KLA's T225 at 3. Unfortunately, realistically, the only player in range to get over that 30-point threshold outside of Verse, who already has, is going to be XCG's Wang Liang, who's looking to find his way into this game.
Even with that here, both of them all the way up top here. Looks like it's still going to be amount of momentum even with this though. Verse trying to see maybe he can throw one off here. KLAC225 floating all the way down here. Has to be a little bit careful. Wang Liang just going on the outskirts here, just trying to wait it out, just seeing where the next impacts might go. Ends up hitting T225. T225 ends up catching up on the defense as well. Meanwhile, the ulti comes out for at least one of them, the Arctic Wraith. He ends up getting frozen in the middle of that. Even T225 was like, damn, okay. That was pretty good that he actually ended up catching it. JDG's Verse still on that rotation here, trying to absolutely juke him inside of this, but it's not going to be enough. As he ends up playing the role pretty well and just trying to see if he can separate himself just a little bit while longer. And it looks like he's able to. Let's see if he's able to find it here.
Yeah, Verse on the inside here. still taking a lot of damage there from Star. Star really keeping the pressure up. These two have just been head-to-head all day today. Verse has constantly been coming out on top. Star trying to flip that script around on to Verse. Verse keeping the pressure onto them here. Star just continues to pummel them with the grapples. Verse hasn't been able to slow down and find that reset that they want. And this is not where you want to be if you're JDG's Verse. He is finally able to get inside. Wang Liang putting the pressure onto PST. Going to open things up for him. Wang Liang forced to go ahead and pop that ultimate here. He's put into the corner. Oh my god! The Martial Soul Jade comes in. KLA's T225 cleans it up. Shaw mad about that. T225 just waits for the Martial to end a single tick and he just goes, boop, that's mine, and then gets out of dodge. T225 going to 4 eliminations, signing it up with J-Team's PST and JDG's Verse. That Martial Soul Jade not able to be broken out of by a gold focus. There's nothing that could really be done. You're just completely locked down inside of it as we see it do so much damage there. GG Shaw here holding on to those dual halberds. He is really not happy about that turn of events. He was hoping that that was going to pick up the elimination, and then he just gets it stolen out from underneath of him by T225 in the very end there. PST on the top side there. PST with that Valiant challenge, not like it really matters here in the very end. Everybody kind of knows where you are given how small the circle. Circle 6 is collapsing onto Circle 7. This is going to be the final circle. 5 players left remaining, 2 minutes on the clock. GG Shaw keeping the pressure up here onto Star. Star trying to go down below and get away. We are going to see Shaw find the full reset and keep it up. He does not want to let that get away. He is going to see Verse on the other side look to grapple across, and Star, post having a full reset, going to get a little bit of respite as Shaw stops giving chase. PTS on the bottom. JDG's Verse just chilling topside here. He's got 4 eliminations. He wants to play this slow, wants to make it to that final circle and see if he can make something happen. We saw the Martial start up there, but he ends it. Shaw doesn't want to overcommit here onto T225. The pillar going to be coming in, and Shaw going to go ahead and ult up here in a bad situation, given as we are zone 7. It's going to collapse in 30 seconds on the final zone, and Shaw is going to be without his mech here. He's trying to make the most of it, looking for that elimination on the PST, but PST moves out of his sight. T225 moving up here. JJH's Star keeping T225 completely locked down. T225 looking to break away. Star going to come up. PST going to get involved, and Verse still just holding the position in a really strong spot here. I agree with this decision making from First. Unfortunately for GG Shaw, that mech is about to go down. There it is. GG Shaw now ultless here going into the final moments. PST going to come in and find Verse here, but PST going to take some huge hits off that charged army off the Hong Sword. Now Shaw going to turn in onto PST. PST feeling forced to immediately invest the F here. Does have the ult in the back pocket, not going to throw it just yet. Verse on the top side here, just continuing to hold that strong position. 38 seconds left remaining on the clock. Zone 7 completely collapsing down now. Verse looking for that perfect moment to come in. Star just put in the corner, says nobody puts JJH. Star in the corner, going to throw the pillar down and look to find some value out of it immediately. Sends T225 into the zone, looking for the second hit here. Will find the second one, is not able to find the third. Going to go top side here as everybody holds on for dear life. Verse just using those grapples to stay airborne here, doesn't want to go down below just yet, needs to go ahead and pop that ultimate and find a way in. There it is. He's going to find the freeze onto JJH. Star looks to clean up the elimination, but it's going to be T225 who finds it. Will find another one. T225 pops off. T225 picks them all up. Oh my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just got hasty. It just got a little bit hasty. Actually, never mind. I thought I was thinking of something else. T225 comes through. Game number 4.
Dude, it just all came up T225 in the end there, man. It was like T225, T225, T225. Man was already tied for first and just clutches it out. I think that's 7, maybe 8 eliminations and a first or second place finish. It was a little hard to tell there in the end, but T225 really cleaning things up here, man.
Oh, absolutely. Even with that, but even with that, in terms of what did he do, definitely took the time to realize the importance of like what he already had and was able to really capitalize on it when that moment really did come for him to actually just slay.
I mean, I love to see it. You know, Mox is going to be happy in chat. MVP for KLA's T225. He needs this, though. He's all the way at the bottom. Man is very far away from that 30-point threshold. He is going to have to come in and look to have another huge game. If he wants to have any chance of walking away our bi-weekly champion, he's going to have to make something huge happen for the next 2 games. He needs like 3 MVPs back to back, honestly. He needs this one and 2 more.
This is actually insane, and it's coming down to the wire here. So no matter what, though, Mike could really, in any given situation here, Mike really could just absolutely slaughter and get this finish, though, if he really wanted to.
He's not the only player above the 30-point threshold now, though. JJH's verse, or sorry, JDG's verse is right there. He's over the threshold. So going into the next game, if either of them walk away the MVP, that is going to be it. That is going to be where things end there in game number 5. Time will tell, though. I mean, JDG was off to it again. It looked like he was going to lock together another MVP for himself here in game number 4. Unfortunately, it just all comes up T225 in the very end. And man, what a game it was. I mean, T225 just cleans it out. He says, I'm coming in, I'm cleaning house, I'm making something happen. And
I'm gonna walk away with something.
Look, it's honestly kind of T225's play style at this point, right? He typically pops off on these slower games when he does pop off. But we got a question for you guys, so you can pop off, get yourself spring split random gift boxes. Which player killed Spider in game 4? Is it A, Mike, B, T225, C star, or D, Verse? Lock your answers in now for a chance to win one of those lovely spring split random gift boxes.
Absolutely insane to actually see all the way towards the very end here. The unrelentingness, should I say. Unrelentingness for them to really be able to come through and slam this down. Absolutely conjure up towards the bottom here. Gotta give it up, though. Verse really did put his money where his mouth is, though. He really did come through with a lot of that energy. Very surprised to see Mike going out like early the way that it was. I think even with this timing, he still was able to find that moment that he needed to, and then also go, okay, there's still so many different things around me that I really could do in terms of fighting. But sadly, he does end up getting caught in a tough situation. I think that's what also like really hurt him in the end there. And that is something that's kind of unfortunate. That did hurt him in the end.
Well, Mike, to be fair, he does spawn slightly away from other players, but this is a spot I see Mike spawn in all the time on Holoroth. It's one of his favorite places, right? 2 other players immediately beeline when they realize that there's another player dropping there to head in and try to see if it is Mike. Sure enough, they see a Justina there. They know Mike is on the bottom tier selection. He likely had to lock in Justina, so they just dog him down. They want him out of the lobby, so he really does get griefed out pretty early. As we take a look, Gale's T225, 7 eliminations in a second place finish for a game score of 11.8. JDG's Verse holding on to second place this game, though, with 4 eliminations in a first place finish for a game score of 8.6. JDG definitely above the 30-point threshold. He needed less than a point. He gets 8.6. He's going to be going in, and he's going to be gunning for that MVP in the next game.
As we look at the standings here overall here, let's see where we're going to be within this. So far, these games have been so incredible over time. I mean, the more that we really get a chance to like see how these players adapt over time here, the better and the bigger opportunity that some of these players have here in Verse is definitely taking advantage of it as much as possible here. As we're really able to see it. And I mean, look at it from that type of standpoint here, ladies and gentlemen, it takes one of those 2 people to end this night tonight. Either it's Verse or it's Mike. Can Verse really come through and the last possible minute and swipe away a dub?
I mean, I wouldn't call it last minute. Again, he came in second place today. He's been at the top of the leaderboard all day.
Is there really an opportunity for him to really come through here and get a shutdown?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's ahead of OUG's Mike by 5 points. He's been on fire all day. I mean, he hasn't had a bad game all day. He just needs to find another MVP in this next game, and that'll be it. JDG's Verse clutches out as we cut back to some of the replays here. JJH Star, this is what I talked about. Mike really just gets locked onto here, right? There were other players that were lower in this initial skirmish between everybody, and he just did not want to let it go. Star really wanted to eliminate Mike. He thought it was Mike given the drop location and the Justina pick, and she clutches out. Here we go, J-Team's BST as well. BST did a really good job setting up a ton of eliminations this game, and then capitalizing on all of them. T225 almost losing there to Frosted, as Frosted unfortunately goes down to the zone. T225 clutching out that kill there, waiting for that Marshall form to end so he can just clutch it up in the very final second there. GG Shaw wasn't happy about it in the end. That cannon putting in work for T225. He just steps away and says, y'all can fight each other. I'm just going to throw this cannon damage out, splash it on everybody I can, and hopefully pick up these eliminations as they tick down. That's exactly what he does. It's one of the reasons we see Cannon really coming back heavily into solos. That and Sheol being part of the meta as well, and it being so good into Sheol. So T225 doing it up good here. His 8th MVP of this season, 7 eliminations, 36,000 damage. He's got Skyforce. There it is, Rupture, Gale, and Burn, really maximizing how much damage he puts out with the cannon. Look at that, almost 20,000 damage with the cannon, Dobby.
He's so close. That's just how insane it is in terms of just how close he really was towards that final. Absolutely incredible here. You love to see it when some of these momentums really do become a favorite in certain areas though, but wow, oh wow, oh wow. What a slam dunk and a finish to do exactly what he needed to here. Love to see how he is able to really make that a habit here, as we really do get a chance to see all of that come together here. We here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT really do love to see the advantages that really do come in certain situations here. But seeing as though they were able to really make it their momentum here, was really able to find that place and see where that next space is for them. And obviously for a lot of that, in terms of like what we were seeing and how things were, it worked out for them in such a great way. Now let's see, they, like I said, they still have one more. We still have 2 more games. In reality, it takes one of those 2 top players in order to catch that dub here. And after that, it's just about confidence.
Well, I mean, if they catch the dub, they don't need the confidence. They win. That's it.
No,
That's
they need the confidence to win. Sorry.
No, realistically, it could end here. It could go to 8 games. Time will tell. We thought it was going to end early multiple times before. The thing is there's still only 2 players to grief out of this lobby. 2 is doable, right? It's when you start getting to 4, 5 players who are on match point, it kind of becomes impossible to really clutch it out, or to grief it out, right? It's much easier for one of those players to be opened up, not be griefed, and clutch their way in to an MVP. Going into this next game though, we're going to see if old habits continue. You know, again, I kind of called Mike out a little bit in this last game. He did land away from other players, but he landed in the spot that he usually lands. So we see players converge onto him. Because of that, he does get griefed out. And I completely understand that you don't want to go land someplace where you don't have your loot paths memorized, you don't have your hunting grounds memorized, you don't really have a solid game plan. And that's why players consistently land in the places that they do land. Is this stuff is practiced day in and day out. They log into lobbies and just go, okay, cool, I'm just going to run that same path every single time until it's ingrained in muscle memory. And that really is good for them, because it's strong for them to have those paths, those hunting grounds, those loot paths that they go on. But it does come back to bite them a little bit when we get into these sort of match point scenarios where players know your loot pass, they know where you're dropping, they know where you're going to be. They're going to be looking to grief you there, because they know if you have a good game, that is going to be it. That is their opportunity to win the bi-weekly gone. So you sometimes, I feel like once you get to the stage, it's a little worth it to take the risk, but time will tell if Verse or Mike can take the risk as we head into game number 5 here on Holoroth. I expect to see a lot of the same. I expect to see pings across the board. I expect to see Farias, and I expect to see a lot of those Justina picks come in. It is game number 5. So Hero Select is going to be now based the order on where they are currently ranked. So your top 4 players are going to be in phase 3 of Hero Select. Your 5 down and below in the middle are going to be in your phase 2, and your last 4 players are going to get that phase 1 select, so they can play that zipping. They can be in a good position going forward here. So let's see how these hero selects look, but I don't think there's going to be any surprises, Dobby.
No, so far I think there might be some surprises, but you never know. Crazier things and stranger things can happen. That's all I'm gonna say. Stranger things can happen. So far, we've seen some very strange things happen so far here. So let's hope that those strange things become even more strange. As we're gonna be able to lock this in and kind of see what the advantage is here. We love it for some of these play styles, though, in terms of how they're able to really just dish it out and keep that same momentum for certain other things as well towards this. I think now, though, more than anything, when we talk about how these players have been in that aggressiveness, I mean, look at Wang Liang. His aggressiveness has been so good, but also he's been caught in some tough situations. Definitely some situations that you normally do not want to get yourself into. And he has been, I'm not going to say he's struggling, but he's definitely had some moments where if he really kept it all the way towards the very end, captured himself a dub, he would be close to looking like he could be getting that one MVP away from shutting this game down and saying, all right, let's all go home. Let's all go home. But right now, it's up to 2. But he still has a lot of people around him, though, to close and clear it out first before we can get to that threshold.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, those hero phase selections going to be based entirely on the placements here. That's why T225 moves into the second round selection here, because he had a really good game in this last game. He does still need like another MVP and then another MVP on top of that. I don't even know if he can climb over the 30-point threshold unless he just has an explosive game this game. So T225, a lot of work to do, because not only does he have to find those explosive games, he's got to keep our boys OUG's Mike and JDG's Verse from having an MVP as well. So a lot of pressure on KLA's T225 going into game number 5 here. He's going to be locking in that Feria. We do finally see Zip get banned out here as we had in 5 zippings in this lobby. This is going to be an interesting one. A lot of Ferias too. It looks like Feria doesn't get banned out. There's literally no Justina. It is all Feria, all zipping. We haven't seen a 50-50 lobby in forever, I think. This is the first time we've seen just a 2-hero only lobby since almost two whole years ago, Dobby.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let's hope it's going to be a good one today, as we're going to be able to lock this in here for our game number 5. So far, that momentum and that dynamic has been so good for some of these play styles. The way that they've been aggressive and pushing. Let's hope that they can keep it going and keep it steady. Because we're gonna see who is gonna be able to rain it down. Are we still gonna keep going all the way to the 8th game, or is Mike or Verse gonna be able to shut it down and say, "Hey, let's all go home"? GG's, guys. Appreciate y'all being here.
Time will tell as we take a look. Again, it's all Feria, all zipping, all the time, Dobby. That's what this lobby is gonna be. Oh, no surprises here on the Ferias. It's all F1v3. Nobody wanting to risk taking that F2 and not having that gold focus breakaway there on the Feria. And no surprises from the Zip either. It's all F1v1. It is more of the same as we had into game number 5 here. Split lobby right down the middle with so many Ferias, so many zippings coming in. This is going to be very interesting or very slow game, Dobby.
I'm excited. Not only for the fact that this could be like a really tough, close game here, but also I just feel like I think if things really do go the way that it hopefully I would like for it to be, we could really see like a very eccentric finish towards this here, and we could be crowning somebody a champion right this game.
Well, time will tell as we take a look at the drops, Dobby. Tell me about them.
Okay, so definitely a decent amount of people fighting at Salvation Podium. We're going to get a nice big smack load of people heading towards that very center fold. Hopefully is going to see a lot of different action here and actually going through all of that different types of momentum here. Salvation has really been a prime time spot sometimes, and it's definitely going to be a brave choice for some of these playstyles here. But nobody in Nbpl, nobody in Yuishan, City of Tang, and Matab isn't really seeing a whole lot of people either. So interesting to see. Actually, I take that back. There's 2 people headed towards Matab. And it looks like the WBG is going to be headed somewhere else as well. Looks like he's headed towards Emberhawk, towards that little cannon area near Fortress of Kaviani. Everywhere else is going to be a Quail's Crest, Hall of Ceremonies, a Quail's Gateway, and of course, Salvation Podium, which is going to be most likely the forefront of where some of these battles are going to be. And I think we're in the back section of where is that space at? Where's that space at? With the tracks. Is that Altar? No, that's not Altar.
Here we go. Yeah, OUG's Mike here. We're over by our lovely Thorny Roller as we cut back to JDG's Verse and GG Shaw going head-to-head here. Shaw off to a rip with this white fan onto Verse. He's just completely in control of this fight here. Verse trying to get up and get away. Will find a couple hits off the nunchucks there. It canceled out a scale rush to go down. Really smart plays there by Verse. Verse going to go in for a scale rush, but going to get clanked onto Shaw. Shaw going to take some huge damage from these scale rushes. Back to back to back here off of this pole sword. Shaw trying to turn back in. Will find the RB, but Verse has the F to be able to break away from it, so he's not going to take too much damage off of it. Just a little chip before the F is immediately invested on the side of Verse. Verse just trying to keep the game alive here. He does have a resurrection, but he does not want to go down early. Coming up top, Shaw really just trying to make it happen with this fan. Verse looking for the R&B. Will cancel out when he sees the parry come through. The parry whip going to cost Shaw quite heavily here. We do see the R&B invested, but Frostivus showing up for the third party. Huge damage coming out. The F immediately invested. Frostivus finds the elimination, but Verse finds the Soul Bloom. Enough healing to get himself back in here. Needs to break away from this fight. CDY wants to keep the pressure up. He does have the pillar. He needs to get out of here, though, so he can stay alive. Verse going over the top if he needs to. He can pop the ultimate. We are going to see Ballista come in. JJH star the Ballista. It's always good for one, baby. He picks up one. He picks up two. CDY goes down to the Ballista as well. EWG Zorano was a cutover getting picked off by KLA's T225. T225 finding this first elimination. Star on to Verse. Heading back to the Soul Altar.
Absolutely insane, though. You love to see it, though. Even when that moment that comes, though, he definitely saw that as an opportunity here and realized it and was able to go, I'm going to take this as an advantage here, and I'm going to pop it for as best as my abilities can be here in these solid moments here, so that way they can crack off in such a great place. Now, obviously, coming towards this, there's still a whole lot of skates till C225 decides to back off this and takes his time. Definitely does not want to get caught in a tough situation here when it comes to some of these players here, because they're all wrapped around, ready for him if they decide not to here. Now, obviously, it looks like he's going to go all the way up top. So he's going to slam down, trying to see if maybe he can find somebody here for a good kill here. Could be a potential kill here, as it looks like he's going to be able to take this down just a little bit here. Has to be careful, though, with this next split, though, because you never really know. Definitely a careful fight here as WBG Spider fighting this out. Beautiful, beautiful parry coming through here. Is he going to be able to heal this up? OUG's Mike is just taking his time here, not really forcing anything towards the fight here, just letting them be able to duke this out here. Just waiting patiently to see if anybody's going to start to run away, and packs it in. As now he sees the opportunity, though. Feels like one of those dangerous to know, and now he's going to catch him caught in the corner here. He starts to juggle him. He says, hey, buddy, how are you? Pleasure to meet you. My name is, and obviously still going to try to see if maybe he can roll towards this, maybe with an opportunity to not being able to fully engross himself towards that, though, and sadly misses out on the opportunity, though.
T225 and Spider going head to head inside the barrel here. T225 trying to break away. Mike up top here with the fan, looking to capitalize, maybe find that third party. See, Spider is a little low, wants to keep that pressure going. Is now up top, looking to come in on the third party, waiting for T225 to make that opening. Mike trying to play this smart, doing what Mike does best, looking for good third party opportunities, looking to let other people put the work in. Comes in, catches a little bit of damage on Spider, sees him holding the blue, just dodges away there, doesn't want to eat a huge amount of damage and keep it going. Now we're going to see Wang Liang break away and is looking for a good opportunity for that third party, as well as Spider continues to be the target here by Mike and others. Wang Liang going to come in. That legendary fan, I can only assume he picked up from a podium. Oh my God, blitzes through Spider. Spider now on the back foot in a very bad situation. 3 players looking for him. That legendary fan just cuts him to ribbons, Dubby.
Absolutely, a Spider trying to keep the same momentum and the pressure and just trying to get away as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Wang Liang really wants some of that smoke here, and so does Mike. Mike trying to see if maybe he can get this free elimination here on this Spider, dangerously low here, and Spider just trying to maneuver through, but Wang Liang caught within the midst of all of the insanity that's within this game. He's able to actually get the finish, shuts it down, and says, you know what? You're not going to catch this. You're not going to make it. I'm going to be the one that puts the pressure on you. I'm going to make you sweat, and I'm going to cause the problem. And obviously, he's able to conjure that for that elimination and gets that freebie off that as well. KLA225 pops open the bell just to see where OUG's Mike is here. Mike just trying to fight this out and duke this. He's going to have to dip out of here. It's not looking good for him here, as he is going to be able to pop open his ulti and decides he's going to rocket ship out of here.
Yeah, Mike doesn't want any part of that, but Wang Liang keeping the pressure up. T225 down below. We do see Wang Liang look to change targets here. He doesn't want to fight Mike while he's mech'd up, and he doesn't have a mech of his own. Mike now, though, going to turn on to Wang Liang, try to find some shots here. Not really going to be able to find any, so Mike needs to think about, yeah, doing exactly what he's doing here. Rocket away, deal with none of that. Thorny Roller going to come through, buy him a little bit of space. I don't think Wang Liang's going to be in range to be able to get the grapple lock onto him. Mike wanting to just break away, get that ult back online before he goes in and takes a risk, especially with Realms of Yang getting ready to come through. Mike is going to be in a precarious situation. Does he take the Realm of Yang even though he doesn't have the ult online to go in and do anything about it and risk it all, or does he look to play a little bit more passively? The problem with playing passively is it's going to mean it's very hard for him to pick up some eliminations to take the late game to look for that MVP. As again, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in towards that first set of Realm of Yang. It looks like Mike is going to be chilling near one, thinking about whether he's going to go in or not, trying to do a little bit of looting before he heads that way. Frostivis up towards another one. JDG's verse by another one, and it looks like Wolf, CDY, PST, Fang, GG Sean, WBG Spider heading towards another, as well as T225 and Wang Liang just hanging out. Time will tell. Will Mike take it? I mean, if you're Mike at this point, absolutely, you take it. You're looking to find that MVP. You take the risk. You try to find the eliminations that you can get. Verse not going to find his way in as it immediately closes in his face. OUG's Mike will be heading in. It's going to be Mike versus KLA's T225.
Definitely a decent amount of timing here, as we're going to see both of them going airborne. T225 and Mike fighting this out here. Let's see if they have the opportunity, though, to make it happen. Mike needs this elimination inside of this Realm of Yang to really get closer here. Nice strikes as he ends up getting caught by the totem. Absolutely gets juggled here. It's not looking good for him as T225 ends up causing so much of that, causes the pressure, puts more towards it here. Trying to disappear little by little here, waiting for the opportunity here. He might have time to be able to pop the shield, but no, he actually cancels. He has the chance. And no, it's not enough. Mike was so close, but he literally hesitated. He hesitated on the heel, and that cost him the win.
Mike took a huge risk going inside that Realm of Yang anyway. He knew he didn't have ult in the back pocket, and it was going to be rough for him here, as we see DRG's Fong also going to walk away, and J-Team's PST going to be taking those Vermilion Birds Might here as we move forward. KLA's T225 also going to be locking in their Realm of Yang. Fong here gonna pick up a legendary dagger to go with the legendary fan he already has in hand. It is like Fong's wet dream right now. This man with a legendary dagger coming in. It's his dream scenario. He's playing playing zipping as well. More than happy to have his favorite weapon on legendary status here. Huge charge left click uppercut there coming in on to J-Team's PST, and PST just can't deal with the onslaught. Will find an intro into the fight, though. Goes for the uppercut, misses the grapple bump, so he's gonna back away, goes for it, will find it that time off of the legendary dual blades, will find the follow-up yet again off of the back of that pillar. Now Fong's the one who's on the back foot, will find some huge damage, goes in for the uppercut, but is gonna end up clanking here, but that heel continuing to pressure through. A huge jump parry from J-Team's PST, and Fong instantaneously fumbles, loses his dagger, and loses his Vermilion Birds Might. Oh my goodness. DRG's Fong has got to be devastated.
Absolutely here. Definitely a tough moment here for him. Even with that loss, still has to be able to time this. And obviously, still got a little bit more towards it, though. What are your expectations? Like, what are you thinking about this game so far here? There's a lot of pressure on some of these players here so far here. Anything that really has been standing out so far?
I mean, when you get into this situation, it's just very hard. You've either got to just kind of risk it like OUG's Mike did going into that Realm of Yang and look to have that pop-off game, knowing that you're going to be griefed out no matter what you do, or you try to play it safe and look for opportunities to pick up third-party eliminations. I don't really think there's an optimal way, given the format, to do anything about it. You just have got to play the best NARAKA that you can play. Mike out here trying to do exactly that right now. Just completely mixed up. There's the opportunity for a kill. He goes in, but Shaw gets the elimination onto T225. Mike trying to turn it on to Wolf CDY. Doesn't find the way into that fight that he was hoping for, so just backs away and opts to play it safe here. As we cut back over to JDG's Verse. Verse here had a very rough start here. He gets griefed out as well. Another player that we talked about here, he's over that 30-point threshold and finds himself getting griefed out early on. So now he's just a top side looking for the reset. And again, trying to play it safe here, looking for those third-party opportunities to pick up really good eliminations. Nobody currently over 2 eliminations, so it's still very easily anybody's game here. GG Shah on the inside trading blows with XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang just going to keep it moving, though. Doesn't want to get caught out here. Will get caught out by an uppercut there from EWG Zorano, but the movement here on XCG's Wang Liang is just insane. He's gone. 1 second he's there, and the next he's gone.
Even with that, though, there's still going to be a little bit of something there towards this as Verse trying to see if he could dip out as best he can here. Even with that, though, there's still going to be a little bit more timing here to just be able to work towards this. Have to be very, very careful and dependent on what's going on here. Got to be able to watch out just a little bit more here, little by little. As J-Star is going to be able to go towards that with the rotation here. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to work and at least be able to put this together more and more here. I think even with that timing here, it can still be kind of the advantage and disadvantage depending on what's going on here. So let's see how that's going to be the biggest advantage for them.
Yeah, JJH's Star here in a terrible situation. He's got 20 seconds left. He's inside the middle of Plume Castle where every player is. But look at this. He's not giving up. He knows. He's got like 17 seconds left. And he's like, I need an elimination. I'm just fighting for it. I don't care. Man, look at him duck under the fan as well. He's just playing cracked out of his mind right now, but can't find it. This is why everybody comes to Plumed, man. He knows. There it is. He's going to just go out in the circle. Doesn't want to give anybody the opportunity to take his loot, take anything from him either. He goes down to the zone. Nobody picks up the elimination. Unfortunately, that is it for JJH Star, as he will be the first player in this game heading back to the lobby. It looks like JDG's Verse and Wool CDY both looking to head into this Realm of Yang that's going to come through. It's going to be a second set of Realms of Yang. OUG's Mike, Alliance's Frostivus, heading towards another one. Mike going to go up on Ballista maybe and potentially try to grief the portal out. Decides better of it at T225. J-Team's PST also heading over for one of those Realms again, while the rest of our players hang out in Plumed Castle and continue to trade blows with one another. Mike coming over yonder looking for that portal. Mike going to take every opportunity he can to take a 1v1 fight here. He needs to put some points on the board. He needs to win this Realm of Yang. He's got his ult under his belt this time. Will it be different? He's going head to head here with JDG's Verse. Tied for armor advantage. Verse, though, with the purple weapons in the back pocket here, might have a little bit of advantage. It is the Faria mirror match as we go head to head. Mike down below, looking to play it safe here, looking to find a clean entrance in this fight. Verse going to go for the charge. R&B, oh my goodness, it just clips Mike's feet as he tries to go overhead there. Mike tried to Giga Chad that, but now he's on the back, but he's eaten so many of those charged R&Bs, he can't even get to his pillar now. It's going to be mech for mech, but Verse gets to start up first, takes control of the mech battle here. I don't know what Mike can do. He's going to try to find it, but they cannon each other at the same time. Mike really just not in a good position here. Verse finds the cannon shot. Mike doesn't get the read, needs to go for cannon mode quickly here, but it looks like he's not going to make it. He's going to be forced to demech early. Unfortunate for OUG's Mike. This is not what Mike wanted to see inside here. He gets parried out as well. The follow-up, the F instantly invested. The fan coming through. Verse with F still online, though. I don't know how Mike cleans this up. Verse will come in with a clean tap dodge follow-up around there with those dual Hallies, and Mike continues to struggle to find a foot into the door, but JDG's Verse finds his first elimination of the game.
He's getting so close in these moments here where that energy really does become such an important factor, only to just slowly teeter off the cliff, and Verse ends up actually going out on the outskirts here, and it's been tough for him, man. It's really interesting to see that. Meanwhile, Verse, on the other hand, completely different person, though. Completely different understanding, a completely different vibe here. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes here, but man, it's going to be interesting as Mike Now he has time. 3.5 minutes left on the clock here. He's going to have to capture an elimination. He's going to have to put some pressure on somebody for that opportunity, though, for that elimination, for that feed. Definitely a chance for him, too, but he's got a lot gunning for him. Let's see if he can find it here. As OUG's Mike's just trying to see if he can go through the scale rush. Ends up getting hit by some bow shots here, trying to see if they can connect it. OUG's Mike just trying to see if he can rotate with that as well. Just not getting caught up by all of those 4 players here. Not looking good for him.
We'll see why here on the back foot with the ult, trying to keep things going. He does have 3 minutes left on the Yang depletion. He's got to find himself a bloom. Likewise with OUG's Mike. Wolves just not able to really find an intro to a fight here with the 3 minutes left remaining. There's 11 minutes and 30 seconds left in the lobby. 11 players still alive, believe it or not. We're zone 3 and only 1 player has been eliminated from this lobby. A huge parry by OUG's Mike. He's able to clean in, get himself that legendary fan. This is huge for Mike. He needed this upgrade drastically to make the most of his fairy ult here. He is going to take a little bit of damage for it, but he's so happy about that. If he can find a reset and turn back into this fight, he can very easily find himself the bloom he needs. DRG's Fong, though, going extremely low over here. Verse just chilling, waiting and playing the slow game here, looking for the potential third party Mike coming in. He's got no choice but to play aggressive, especially with how low Arano is here. He needs to get in. He needs to get a bloom. Grapple's coming in left and right, though. The fan coming in, going to connect onto CDY with the charged RMB. Mike keeping it going, though. Turns over the top side, sees Arano. He's able to catch him off guard there, but not able to hit him with the fan as Arano invests the F just to keep the dream alive here. Mike keeps the pressure up, needs to find that third party. Arano's going to go down to Shaw here. Not sure who gets the bloom, though. It doesn't look like Mike or CDY are able to clutch it out. Mike in the back foot on the corner here as Spider catches the charged LMB there. Uppercut keeps him from getting to the pillar. Oh my goodness. Mike is going to get eliminated from the lobby here. Arano, Star, and Mike now all out of the lobby. And I do believe that Wolves CDY was not able to get that bloom there. Still on Yang depletion. Netman's going to have to find some demon time real quick. He wants to keep the game alive. WBG Spider going to get eliminated by J-Team's PST. Verse going to come in and get the bloom, but not going to be able to pick up the elimination. Verse still wants this MVP, but he's got to start finding some of these eliminations. CDY also denied the bloom, just chilling inside here. Oz turned on to Shaw, though. Shaw on the inside. Wolves, you got to go for that, buddy. You got 1 minute and 10 seconds left. You need to get the bloom. You need to get the elimination. Something. He doesn't go for it. Frostovis is going to pick up the elimination on DGG Shaw, and CDY is denied yet another bloom with 58 seconds left on the clock. He's trying to turn on to DRG's Fong, who is completely separated away here, and CDY needs to just go straight demon time on Fong if he wants to clock this up. He will find an intro into the fight there. Huge damage coming out on Fong. Fong no shield. Fong being forced to go and pop the ultimate as well. CDY giving it his all here. He's just come in. Can he find the pillar re-up? He's going to see him go topside. Will get grappled out, caught out by the R&B there, and now he's become the target. Will CDY tries to flip it out, gets thrown into the no zone, no place to go. T225 looking to clutch it up here, goes in. Will CDY finds the ultimate, but he's got 20 seconds. He doesn't know where the fight's gone. He's got to find it. Another elimination goes down. He's denied yet another bloom. We went from 11 players to 6. Wolf CDY misses out on 5 blooms. 6 seconds left remaining on the clock. There's nothing our boy Wolf CDY can do. It's gonna go down to 5. Wang Liang with a massive parry. That is gonna be it. Wang Liang picks up the elimination.
Unbelievable timing here, but this really could be the timing of the essence here for a definite amount of players, but also especially for a player like Verse here, who has been fighting this out so far here. Mike is officially out, which means Verse really does have this opportunity to close out this game and shut it down the best way possible here. Now, he still has a lot of things that he can really do here. If he really decided to just say, you know what, let's make this work and kind of go from there realistically here. So let's see if he really does have that opportunity here. And let's see if he really does knock this out of the park here, which I honestly believe that he can. He's been doing such a fantastic job with this game so far in terms of maintaining. He doesn't have to force or anything really. He does have that 1 elimination, but now with the 2 points as well, if he does end up taking the number 1 placement, he does have that shot of really shutting this down here. So let's see if he has the opportunity to. And now,
yeah, I mean, I was just saying, I think Verse needs every elimination in a first place finish because PST sitting at 4 and Wang Liang is at 4. If anybody else picks up an elimination, I don't think he can take this away. You know, that's a lie. If T225 picks up 1 elimination and then Verse gets all the other eliminations in the lobby and first place, he will clutch it out over Wang Liang and PST. So there's a world where it can happen. Even if he doesn't get every elimination, but it's a very specific world as we see the pillar coming out here immediately from XCG's Wang Liang trying to turn on to T225 while he looks for a reset here. But the pressure coming in from those range weapons is going to force him to go skyward here. And we're going to see JDG's Verse keep up the pressure. Verse really wants to clutch this out. He's missed out on so many eliminations this game, and he does not want to be in that situation again because he is trying to find that MVP, take this bi-weekly for himself. Wang Liang investing the F immediately so that he can stay airborne there, so he's the best opportunity to keep it going. But Verse just keeps the pressure up, man. Wang Liang not able to get away. Verse is really playing out of his mind today. Huge damage coming from the Honk Sword. Wang Liang just trying to keep the movement up with the fan here. Will go for the Pole Sword Scale Rush, not able to connect on anybody, but keeps it alive here as T225 for some reason turns on to Verse, knowing that Wang Liang doesn't have the ultimate and is extremely low. Verse is going to look to keep the pressure up here, finds the reset he wants to turn on to Wang Liang. Needs to be careful about that no ult zone because Wang Liang doesn't have an ult. He could easily pop that and find himself in a favorable situation. The cannon shots coming through. Verse just able to avoid almost all of this damage as he keeps the pressure up on all these players. T225 looking to turn on to him. Verse going to play around the protection of this no ult zone. Not only can he pop it, but he can use it to block some of those range shots as he goes for a reset. He's going to top off the health even though there's only just a tick. He does not want to find himself in a situation where that one little tick means the difference between him staying alive and not. Man, Verse just really transversing these fights so well, able to avoid so much damage, Dobby.
Absolutely here. See, I think even in the next space here, KLAC225 definitely has a decent opportunity as well here. He has those 2 eliminations, same with Frosty. I think now it's just about keeping it calm. He does have the blue fan. And he does have another, he had gold actually. He has a gold fan and he has another gold weapon as well here. And it looks like Verse might be potentially going out after him for this though. They're both waiting on it to see if anything is decent out of that totem. Looks like he might have been able to get maybe a better long range weapon potentially. Maybe a potential shield, but that's really about it here. Looks like they're both really close to might be popping that no ult zone here. Could be an interesting observation here if he does end up doing that, but let's see if that really does work. Is it both look like they're both going to back out this? Definitely does not want to go through that though, and definitely doesn't want to get caught in the poor situation. EST going a little bit more on the free side here, just trying not to get caught up in a bad situation here. If they are able to rotate this, and Wang Liang is all the way up top as well here, just taking his time here. This is where it really starts to slow down here. But this could be huge for Verse here. Just has to take his time, though, with this final fight here. If he can knock out at least Wang, if Wang gets out early and so does PST, it definitely gives Verse a massive opportunity here. But let's go back to PST inside of the realm of Yang here in terms of how he was able to clutch this up. PST absolutely putting in so much damage here. Dangerously low here for Star. Star was just trying to just keep the momentum going here as PST was able to bully his way all the way through that fight here. Didn't really have to force anything if he didn't absolutely have to here. As KLAC225 is caught in a tough situation. Same with Frosty. Frosty ended up getting a free hit. Ended up getting hit by a free one from Verse. And looks like the ulti is finally going to come out as well here towards this. Is able to give a little bit of time for him to pop his reload. Frosty is flying towards it all the way. And he ends up slamming, trying to see if he can get at least a quick hit. But not able to do too much here. See if he does keep it all the way towards that next roundabout.
Yeah, Frost was just burning the ult here to maximize the heals as much as humanly possible. He is going to ult down here. He is going to take some damage immediately as JDG's Verse starts to throw onto him. And this is what you need to do if you're Verse, right? Frostivus with no ult is extremely vulnerable. You put some damage onto him, turn attention onto him, and you might be able to clean up that elimination. Again, Verse needs 3 eliminations in a first place finish to find that MVP here because of the 4 eliminations that Wang Liang and PST has. He doesn't have to kill everybody in the lobby, but he needs to kill most of them. So he's going to be very careful. He also can't let PST or Wang Liang pick up any eliminations, or that is going to be it. The Assassin's Lunge coming through is going to land onto Verse. Frostivus trying to back away here, trying to turn the attention onto Verse, and he has done a really good job of it. But oh my goodness, Frostivus goes out as T225. Verse needs every elimination left in the lobby now if he has any hope of winning this. We'll get some huge damage out onto T225. Is trying to keep him away from the pillar. He's doing a really good job. Finds 3 hits, but T225 will find his pillar, will get to mech up here. The other players looking to turn their attention now onto T225 and Verse. Verse has got to play this very carefully. Again, he needs every single elimination in this lobby. He needs that first place finish. Wang Liang just getting bullied here, but is now going to find his own mech as well. The damage being pumped out. Burst trying to go airborne, does not want to turn into the target here as those cannon shots ring through. Luckily for him, T225 too much attention turned on to Wang Liang, so Verse is going to get a full reset, and this could be really good for him as long as he continues to play it safe here. PST coming out of hiding here. It's 4 Fairies in the final circles, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Verse needs every single elimination here. T225 going to go airborne. Wang Liang going to find those shots on him, though. Verse needs to find these eliminations.
He needs to find that kill on T225 here.
There it is. Yeah, he is going to find it, ladies and gentlemen. He needs to win this lobby out. A huge parry onto PST, trying to keep it going. Going to walk into that fan, take a little bit of damage, though. But Verse closer to his ultimate than either of these other Fairy is now because of being forced to utilize it early. He's going to go airborne here. Look for that opportunity to bait out as much rage as he can so that he can try to clutch this out in the end. If Verse makes this happen, this will be it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, he needs both eliminations. He doesn't have the ult. He's 1% away from pillar. He's going to invest the pillar immediately. Goes in. He needs to find these eliminations, but no, PST, I forgot, has his ult as well. Absolutely worst case scenario for Verse. He gets sent out into the zone. It looks like we're going to go to game number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, Verse trying to make it happen here for himself, but he can't find it. PST just clutches it out. He finds the elimination on Verse. Wang Liang coming in is able to get the Soul Bloom. Will find that elimination as well. Wang Liang will be walking away your MVP here for game number 5, and that puts him over the 30-point threshold.
I'm not gonna lie, he was getting so close though. Like, he was really working towards it. Like, he really was closing in on it more and more just for him to just, that shutdown here was a little bit tough here, just trying to get him out of it, and just, it was just like, can you let me in the circle? He's like, no. Unfortunate towards that one though. He really was really close to getting that dub. So close within that. The momentum he was feeling was there. The amount of timing, that momentum was really capable towards that here. And obviously, I mean, it was a good look for him, but sadly just was not able to close it out. Unfortunate, but Wang Liang keeps the game alive for everyone else.
Yeah, well, keeps the game alive for himself, crucially, right? This puts him over the 30-point threshold going into game number 6. And because of that, he now has that opportunity to open it up and take the bi-weekly final.
Actually insane here. That timing couldn't have been any better in some of these situations here when you can really see it all come together, but
yeah, really unfortunate that PST was just able to hold on to his ult for so long. We do see Verse really trying to lock it out there in the end, but PST was just in the better position to get into that cannon form first. Because of that, he's just able to keep Verse at bay. Verse never gets the opportunity to cannon either of the other 2 players and knock them into the zone, which is what you're typically looking to do as a Faria. Because of that, he just gets shut out there in the end by PST. Both PST and Wang Liang find 1 elimination each, but because Wang Liang finishes out in first place, he will walk away with the MVP. It's enough points again for him to go over that 30-point threshold. Really huge game for Wang Liang. Opens up that space for him to potentially come in and take it all here in game number 6. And crucially, that's going to be 3 players who are above that 30-point threshold. And this is where things start to get hairy. This is what we've talked about in the past. Once you have 3 players above that threshold, it becomes very hard to grief them all out of the lobby. They all start to kind of fade in to the other faces, especially when you have a game like this, where it was like 5 zips and 7 fairies. It's like, cool, which fairy are they playing?
Right. Definitely gives them that opportunity though, for sure. And it definitely helps in certain instances, but I don't know how it's helping in certain places, but mind you, last time I was in this situation where it was 5 different people and we made it all the way to the end here. So with 3 people, we still have 2 more games left. It could be anybody's game, but real question here for y'all, because this is also a game that y'all need to be playing. Hopefully y'all been paying attention here. How many players chose Fairy and Shen in game number 5? Is it 4, 5, 6, or 7? Put your answer in chat for your chance to win another random split drop. Hopefully you've been paying attention. But man, it's been a good game so far though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good day of games, honestly, across the board. Happy to see Verse having a week to shine here, really performing above what we typically expect coming out of Verse. And don't get me wrong, Verse is not a terrible player, right? He's typically very middle of the pack. I think he almost always qualifies coming in for the bi-weeklies. He just doesn't really find that space to pop off, but he came in second place, and something changed in his attitude today. He's like, look, I'm in second. I have that opportunity to hit that 30-point threshold really quickly. I'm just going to come out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what he's done all day today. Again, he was right here. All he had to do was find 2 more eliminations. He had to find the win there, and that would have been it. Verse would have walked away with the bi-weekly. He was right there. He was on the precipice of locking it all down. And speaking of which, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard. We're going to see who all is above that 30-point threshold once we take a look at the game scoreboard. But there it is, Wang Liang with that first place finish, 5 eliminations, a game score of 10. PST with the second place finish, 5 eliminations, game score of 9. KLA's T225, 3 eliminations for a game score of 5.4, and Verse with 2 eliminations, a third place finish, a game score of 4.1. Unfortunately, OUG's Mike gets eliminated with 0 kills under his belt yet again, but this is very typical. You know, we talked about, Leah was talking about it during our interview as well, that kind of first place curse where you come in first seat for these bi-weeklies and you just get griefed as soon as you go over that 30-point threshold, and you continue to keep eyes on you. I even talked about it at the very beginning, but we're going to take a look at the overall standings now. JJH's star finally, you know, he's moved. He was towards that very bottom. He was in 11th, currently in 8th place. Not quite close enough to that 30-point threshold yet. WBG Spider not having a great day for himself, sitting right around 20. JDG's Verse in first place with a 41.8. Wang Liang with a 34.3. And OUG's Mike with a 32.4. Holding on here for our top 3 players. Our boys over 30 points. If any one of these 3 players takes that win in game number 6, that is going to be it for us here today at the Nbpl.
See what happens here. It doesn't look like it's going to be. I don't think anybody else really can hit that 30-point threshold within these next, this next game at least. Like KLA C225 would really have to pop off.
I mean, he needs a 7-point game. He just had a 5.4, and he didn't really do a lot this game. I think it's very possible for a T225 to do it. I mean, he just had like an 11-point game in one game. I think 7's doable, Dobby.
You think 7 is doable?
I think 7's very doable. Oh, star here on the ballista here. It's always good for 1, but in this particular instance, it's good for 2. Wang Liang coming in, clutching up that elimination on to Spider there, keeping our boy Mike from being able to make anything happen. Spider turning the favor back around here and eliminating Mike before he has a chance to really jump to the pillar. But then he gets put into a corner himself and it clutched up, man. And this was sad to watch, man. All of these eliminations right here were like back to back to back. CDY is in the mix for all of them, trying to get that soul bloom, and he just can't make it happen. He misses out on the opportunity to pick up 5 different soul blooms and is forced to just walk out in the end. This is where Verse, he clutches up that 1 elimination, and then unfortunately again PST just plays gatekeeper here, keeps Verse from being able to come in. Wang Liang gets the soul bloom though and is able to clutch it up there in those final moments on to our boy PST. Takes the MVP, gets that 30-point threshold, looking to make it happen here in our 6th game. But there you are, your MVP for game number 5, your boy Wang Liang.
Wang Liang with that 24,000, almost 25k damage in total here. Absolute slam dunk on top of that here. Looks like we have 5 eliminations, Advanced Steel, Blue Moon 2, Dual Ring, Blistering Edge, a health and attack Soul Shade number 2. His 8th MVP as well here. Timing couldn't have been any better towards that though. You love to see it. I was able to get the shutdown and get that finish though. Very, very good thing so far overall for him. Wang Liang's been absolutely putting in a heck of a show so far here So it's good to see him in this moment here, really able to create that amount of momentum. We still have some more games to go here, but all of them can really stop. And it takes one of them. It takes Wang. It takes Verse. It takes Mike in order to shut this down. So who is going to be the winner? We should put a poll in chat. Not a poll. We should bet some points. Can we get some points in chat in terms of who you think is going to take it? Who's going to be the one that snags the dub? Is it going to be Mike? Who's going to put in points towards Mike? Who's going to put in points towards Verse? I'm not going to lie. I might put my bread on Verse because I think it'd be interesting to see Verse really take it. It's kind of crazy because I never really would have thought that Verse would actually be the one that take it. But
I'm gonna be honest, Verse hasn't had a bad game all day today at all. Like even the games where he's not MVP, he's always in contention. Like this didn't end up being a huge game for him, but if that ended circle had been any different, Verse could have just walked away the bi-weekly champion right then and there, right? Like this man absolutely having an incredible day. The final circle that we got to saw in Shipwreck, where he just controls that entire space, was insane. That was like textbook, just perfect decision making coming in from Verse back to back to back in those final moments of that particular game. Like I want to go back and just do an analysis on that nonstop. But here you are, your top 3 players right now, and JDG's Verse in a pretty big lead right now. He has quite a bit, I do believe 7-point lead over both these other 2 players. So if it goes to game 8, Verse setting himself up for success here, man. Unless Wang Liang or Mike can find an MVP this game, it could very easily just be Verse going to 8 games and taking it via points. But I mean, if anything, I think Verse is in the best situation to find the MVP. Mike's the one who came in. He was the first point over the 30-point threshold. He's suffering from being first seed coming in, so the griefing really targeted more heavily on Mike. And Verse has not made it to a final circle. He's not made it there without kills under his belt. Again, he was very close to taking an MVP this round. Hugely open for Verse to be able to take it. But before we come back and find out if it's going to be Verse, Mike, or Wang Liang, we are going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss any of the action when we come back.
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年像那个我的是吧？07年直接是58年，像这个哪一年？这个11年，再靠8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
That promo is so heat.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to your Spring Split 2024 fourth bi-weekly solo finals and your last bi-weekly solo finals before we head into our season grand finals. I'm your host, your Castle Runkeeper. Joining me today is my boy, official Dobby Air, as we head over to take a look at the standings. It's been a heated day, so we take a look at the bottom six here. Unfortunate for these fellas, nowhere near that 30-point threshold just yet. I mean, technically, there's a place if they take a huge MVP this game, like Star, Spider, both those players, you know, if they have an 11-point game like we've seen earlier in the day, could pop off, could make it over the 30-point threshold. But right now, we're going to talk about Verse. Our boy JDG coming in. He came in second seat today, and he has been gaming. He has not had a bad game all day. And he was just very, very close to clutching it out, taking the MVP and taking the whole thing in game number 5. But we are blessed, Dobby, as we get to head in and have a 6th game of NARAKA Blade Point to decide it all.
Absolutely here. And with the lead all the way at the top here from JDG's Verse, he really does have a high possibility of stealing it. But obviously, the back-to-back king Mike could absolutely come through and say, yoink, that's mine. I appreciate you for another week. And Wang Liang actually might be able to secure his first bi-weekly for the season himself here. So there's definitely some first times here for two of these players. And as for Mike, it's just a typical Tuesday for him. So he's definitely got some stuff he's going to be able to rock with as well. Wang Liang definitely on that pressure space as well here. There still is a lot to go forth with this one here. But in reality here, we still have 2 more games if all 3 of them do not win. So there still is a lot to this fight here, but it's going to be good to see who is really, really, really going to nail it all the way towards the very end here. My money is going to be on JDG's Verse.
I mean, I think so too. I think Verse just absolutely clutches it out, man. The thing is even if nobody gets the MVP and we go to game 8, Verse is a huge lead right now, right? So if we go to game 8, it would mean that nobody has clutched up a huge MVP to close the score gap. And if they do that, the game just ends, right? The bi-weekly is over. So if we go to game 8, I don't think there's any way anybody just stops Verse unless they find an MVP in game number 8, right? So Verse has kind of got it on 2 fronts right now. OUG's Mike is currently the big target of the grief. Verse constantly having good games. Like, he got griefed out at the beginning of this game and still managed to flip the script and turn it around. Wang Liang also in a good space to potentially take it, because if the attention is mostly on Mike, a little bit on Verse, Wang Liang can just kind of slide in here and make something happen. But here we go. Again, our stage select here, or sorry, our round selection going to be based entirely on their ranking position. That's why TT25 now no longer in the second phase of hero selection. He is in that the last phase of hero selection, because he's currently in 4th.
Still got a whole lot to make happen here, as we're going to be able to put this together and see if where's that opportunity going to come from, though. It's going to be fun. A fun good game, though, overall here, as we're going to see the first hits, though, for the first round selection to come through here. It's going to be a decent split here, obviously. Definitely very, very fond of the fairies, Justinas. Definitely expected to see. Oh, wait. Bang with a chain.
Yeah, I mean, expect to see a lot of this, right? The Sheol's interesting. Well, CDY coming in with the Sheol. Akko's coming in as well. We're finally getting to see some change up here on Holoroth. Akko's, Sheol. The Justine is making a way back. Do it. T225, do it. Lock the Zai in. Go to podium. Take the gold weapon over the 30-point threshold. I need to see it. Yes!
I'm loving it though. I loved the take K to pick from T225 here, and sadly did change it for the Zai Chi. I was feeling it. I was feeling the ghost though. I was really interested to see if he was going to actually do that, but sadly it just, unfortunate. See where the opportunity comes from though for these games here as we're about to get ready to lock this in for game number 6. Could be our final game, could not be. We still have 6 more games left, so let's see where that goes and how we can make this happen. A lot of opportunity though. A lot of opportunity though for this to really become a really big moment for some of these players though. So let's see who's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that is the question. Who is indeed going to take advantage of it? Fong locking back to back here, his second pick onto that zipping T225, man. I love this pick. We saw during Worlds SEA pulling out a strategy where you take Zai specifically into Holoroth, you go to podium, you contest podium, you pick up that gold weapon. T225 did it during the first game of Holoroth. He's opting to take the Zai, probably going to be opting to go to podium and do it again. Because if you can get that gold weapon early on and open up Zai's ultimate, you just do so much damage. You shred through people. Zip can't really do anything either, because when you set them on fire, you also get that fire tick, that heal reduction as well. It just shreds people. The thing is, though, is you have to win podium, right? Podium, heavily contested last game. T225 is going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to land there. T225 nowhere near podium. Okay, all the way over on the other side of the map here. This is interesting. Zai, still a fairly good pick even without the podium. It must be, you can't really spawn too close to podium, given where the gold drop locations are. That's the only thing that makes sense here.
Be interesting to see where this actually ends up though. Overall though, definitely is going to be still completely similar to where we was, but instead of it being in the front place of Salvation podium towards that plumbed castle, it's going to be in the backside. So Altar of Tranquility, the Quarry, Igneous Mounds is definitely going to be the favorited towards this location here. And it looks like the right side near Jade Pass is actually going to be a very popular location for at least 4. Meanwhile, Alliance by himself. Nbpl Village, first person that's actually going to be all the way in the backstretch over there as well here, but everybody else relatively towards that center or towards that far right side. Nobody up top of Yushan Roads and nobody Matab at all. So let's see who's going to take the advantage. Let's see who's going to use it all the way to the very end here, and let's see who's going to signify it all the way. Meanwhile, Wang Lang caught inside of a juggle though, not looking good. As Fang trying to use his mainly for defense mostly than anything here, goes for the heal. Immediately heads for the heels here. Wang Lang trying to see if he can run around here. Knows that they're inside here. Ooh, nice hit towards that strike here. And it looks like Fang is going to be able to do that with the scale to be able to get out. Oh, wait. Actually scales right towards Wang Liang here with a little bit of pressure on him. Both of them is going to be able to catch the F. Immediately starts to heal back up. Wang Liang able to do the same thing with the reset. Both doing well on each side here. Really able to play this pretty decently with their timing. Oh, wow. Look at that. Even the way they were able to work towards it, though, it does a fantastic job of it. Fang dangerously low, trying to see if maybe he can time the strike, but it's not going to be enough here. Both scales and waiting for it, but the parry is not going to be able to find it. But he does end up catching the juggle on the outskirts and is able to get the finish and says, see you later, buddy.
Move over to T225 here, going head-to-head with EWG's Arano, as well as OUG's Mike coming in looking for that clean third-party opportunity. Mike will find it, gets the elimination onto Arano. Mike still with the ult as well, looking to turn in here onto T225. T225 being our Zai pick. There we go. The ult going to come through onto Mike. Blue not going to do a ton of damage, but Mike not getting as much healing as he would like out of that ultimate. Does find the armor swap, though, into the charged RMB there, coming in, doing a ton of damage. C225 maximizing this ult as much as possible. Wants to keep Mike on the back foot here. Will catch him out with a full charge right click yet again. C225 cleans it up and picks up that elimination on Mike. But crucially for Mike, he still has that resurrection, and he picks up an early elimination that he's going to need if he wants to find that MVP. As we pop over to check in on JDG's versus, just doing a little bit of looting here on to that zipping as it was finally open for him here as he waits for things to change up. XCG's Wang Liang over here, maybe potentially looking to solve podium puzzle and get himself a legendary piece of gear under his belt. He is just doing a little bit of looting right now. Time will tell if we cut back and he's got a legendary weapon in his hand as we move over to J-Team's PST and Wolves CDY. Wolves able to expertly dodge out of that, going to use the hyper armor there on that blue focus to just cut through PST, releasing the charged RMB. We're going to see the ult coming out from PST. He's going to go for the freeze, not going to be able to find it, and then all of those dashes instantaneously popped here as he says, nope, I'm going to get out of here. But WBG Spider sees where he's went, is on the hunt here. He's hungry for some elimination, wants to find his game to get back into it. PST, Wolves both here. Still a dash left actually over for PST there. Very surprising as we're going to see some of those traps getting locked down, trying to stop the players from chasing here. CDY on the hunt for this elimination onto PST. Spider keeping the pressure up as well. CDY will catch Spider with a little bit of that scale rush as he waits for a huge scale rush to come back in here. Looks for the cleanup onto PST. The F going to get invested. We see PST go extremely low. He does find an armor swap just in time to save him from the F, but WBG Spider cleans up the elimination. Now it's Wolves versus Spider, and Spider's got the ult in the back pocket. I don't know what Wolves can do. The uppercut into the re-juggle here. Downhill. This could be the infinite if he keeps it downhill. Will the totem pole stop it? There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The TOD coming in from WBG Spider.
Absolutely insane display coming in from Spider here. Able to get a second elimination of this as Wang Liang is going for his heals here. Probably escaping out of the circle here, or out of the circle towards this one here as Star and Verse. Verse just trying to see if they can go ring around the Rockies. Verse just trying to time it just a little bit here, just looking for him there, but he went a little bit up higher here and actually missed out on the opportunity of where Star is. It looks like he might have found him here as they might be going right back into that fight here as we see Mike on the rotation towards this though. Ooh, it looks like we're going right back towards that fight as well here as Verse. See if he can time this off here. Oh, nice strikes towards this one. This might not be looking good for Verse. Oh, the parry. Oh, no. He ends up getting caught. Verse gets eliminated out of this game. He risked it. He got caught in the double. And just like that, Verse is out.
JJH is Star in a bed. Oh my goodness. No. He does it to himself, ladies and gentlemen. He dashes into the chandelier and kills himself.
You can do that?
Oh, I need
you can do that?
Yes, it drops on his head, but Shaw still gets the elimination. I don't think he did that on purpose. He panic dashed. Oh, I'm gonna need a replay of that.
You can do that?
Yes, it's just like if you jump and hit a sign in Celestra, you stun yourself where the sign hits you. If you hit the chandelier with your head, it hits you like it drops on you and does all of the damage. Oh, I'm going to need an instant replay.
Wow, I'm actually shocked. I'm actually really shocked. Like, I didn't know that was an actual thing. Like, I know that I didn't think that would actually, like, eliminate you either. Like, that was a rare 1%. You do realize that, right?
Oh,
that
yeah,
was a 1%
why
moment.
I lost my mind.
That was a 1% moment that probably will never happen again. Uh-oh, looks like we're going to get another rematch here. It's going to be OUG Mike versus WBG Spider here. Definitely going to be a good fight here. They've both been playing this super, super well here, even with the amount of timing that they've had. But it's going to be good to see if they can take that same momentum and do exactly what they need to. They've been working towards it as best as they can here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum as Spider. Trying to see if we can get some hits off him here. Nice dodges. Trying to see if they can connect towards it. Mike ends up getting juggled a multitude of times here. Pops up with that F just to be able to pop the heals at least get something going. Nice dagger. Trying to see if he can get some hits off of it as well. Nice strikes. No blue charges so far here. Tries to go for the strike down from the Akos, but sadly not going to be able to do enough here. And he ends up catching up on the backstretch with that. Ooh, nice strikes to be able to catch him again in another juggle. The question is he going to be able to continue onwards with it? The nice Tiger trying to see if he can throw him on the outskirts here. The Tiger Claws able to come out, becoming absolutely dangerous. Mike able to come through with that. The blue charge trying to see if he can connect to it though. The movement absolutely absurd. 25 seconds left on the clock for Mike as Mike trying to see if maybe he can take a little bit of time just for him to possibly be able to heal this up here. Even with that, ooh, turns around, absolutely decimates the heals coming in from Spider here. Gets the nice bits, and it looks like now the slam comes in. 9 seconds left on the clock. Both of them might have to be able to fight this on the outskirts here, trying to see if they can get something here. Can Mike successfully be able to get the kill from this? Yes, he is. And Mike back at it again with a dub. Eliminates Spider here. Spider, what is going on, my guy?
Bro, I don't know. I'm still reeling over the chandelier self kill. Never in my days of all the things, thorny rollers, you name it. I just never thought I would see that. WBG Spider trying to come in, trying to get himself a bounty here so he has a target. But Mike just shows up and says, I'm going to run it back. Mike on 3 eliminations right now. With Verse out of this lobby, this is huge for OUG's Mike. He might take it here as we see Spider coming in. Gonna get a parry, though, onto Mike. Mike, though, with the Vermilion, not super worried about this turn of events. Doesn't want to utilize the ult in case he does go down to this and is forced to pop the Vermilion. So he's just going to break away. Look for the reset. He hits a trap, though. That means he's grapple canceled like the next 30 seconds. It's going to be very difficult. He's just got to take this fight here with Spider now. Spider keeping the pressure up. Going to come in here. Will Mike be able to take the back-to-back onto Spider? Will Spider get his revenge? Mike so far in control of this situation. Constantly just able to avoid. Duck under those horizontals. Will take the huge damage there coming in from the charge to LMB off that purple Hong sword though. Spider gonna pop the ultimate. He's hungry. He wants it. He's got 3 minutes left. Mike gonna break away though. Look for the reset. Mike still with Vermilion under the belt. Still's got the full ult available to himself as well. And now he knows that the ultimate on WBG Spider is ticking down. He also has a bounty on his head from Spider, so he can use that bounty to reverse it bounty Spider. And that's exactly what he intends to do here. He knows that he's vulnerable and desperate. The trap will go down. Mike can't go through that side as the F knocks him away. We see EWG's Arano looking to come in as well. Mike really hungry to clutch it up here. Oh my god! Arano grieves Spider! He gets parried! Mike uses it to get the Nexus into Dragons! Oh my god, Arano! You did our boy WBG Spider dirty!
Absolutely slayed towards that one here. Absolutely. We've seen this before. I feel like this is the deja vu from the finals from last season. I feel like that was such a finals moment of just absolutely snaking him and getting that finish here. That was kind of wow. Like,
no, you don't understand. Massive. If Arano doesn't get parried there, Spider is fine. But because Arano releases the blue, because Mike gets the parry, he gets a free Dragon's Rush into gold focus Nedge's Might on Spider, and there's nothing he can do about it. Arano literally just griefs Spider out of this lobby.
The griefing is real.
Oh my god.
Imagine if that was Mike in that situation. That would have been nuts. Actually insane though. Even towards this though, Mike is not looking good as well here with a beautiful parry though to get the shutdown here. Looks like he's timing it. Oh wait, I'm confused.
He's got Vermilion Birds.
Oh, he has Vermilion.
He wants the free reset. Yeah.
He's got Vermilion. I was like, why are you just standing there? And then I was like, wait, okay. He has the it took me a second for me to like realize that it was just a Vermilion. And he's like, okay, I'm good. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up. Let's go.
Oh my goodness, I'm reeling. This things on my NARAKA bingo card I never thought I would see, and 2 of them in one game.
Yeah, definitely,
day.
definitely getting eliminated to the chandelier was definitely one I didn't expect. Yeah.
The Arano griefing Spider like that too. Like he just lets the blue go, and I think he does it anticipating Mike parrying it on purpose. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Mike here as we get ready to set up for a second set of Realm of Yang. In the lead right now, he's got 4 eliminations. Everybody else is either 3 or less. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Mike could very easily be positioning himself to find the MVP he needs to clutch out another bi-weekly final. As we head into these Realms of Yang, PST, GG Shaw, KLA's T225 all looking to get in. Going to be T225 heading in versus EWG's Arano. And our other Realm of Yang is going to be GG Shaw versus J-Team's PST. Dobby, take it away, baby.
Looks like we're going to see some airborneness in here, and it looks like KTLA T225. It could be interesting, you know. Imagine if, now listen, now watch this. Imagine when, remember when Spider actually, imagine when Spider absolutely griefed T225 here from getting that top place sport. Imagine if Arano gets Spider's back and then decides to capture this elimination here. This could actually be pretty huge here. So let's see what happens here. Is both of them trying to get close here. Both of them kind of missing a little bit towards this. As the ulti comes out from T225 here. Both of them waiting on it. Ooh, the chains start to come out here. Ends up catching him inside of the absolute whirlwind here of this moment here. Ooh, tries to catch him on the backstretch here, trying not to get caught. And of course, he catches him yet again. Can he catch him with the juggle and the finish? Yes, he can, as T225 is able to shut down and says, see you later. Or no, Arano is able to get the shutdown and says, see you later, buddy. GG's.
Mike still out here with 4 eliminations. We have a bunch of other players on 3, though. T225, Frostivus, J-Team's PST, and GG Shaw. This is not a guarantee for RUG's Mike. And Wang Liang's on 2. He's not that far behind, and we still have 7 players left alive in this lobby. It can still be anybody's game as we head in here to our zone 4 in the next 1 minute and 50 seconds. GG Shaw gonna head up top on the ballista. No surprises to see Shaw trying to look for those ballista kills. He does love himself some ballista gaming. A man after me and Moxie's heart, after all. Ballista, it's always good for one. KLA's T225 over here with that Yang depletion needs to come out and find an elimination or a soul bloom for himself here in the next 3 minutes and 35 seconds if he wants to keep his game alive. And he definitely does, because he is very close to going over that threshold to be in the 30-point gang, where if it goes to our game 7, he could potentially walk away our bi-weekly champions. We cut back over to GG Shaw and J-Team's PST. PST putting in work, gets the freeze onto Shaw, comes back with a hung sword, just sends him out of here. He says, get out of here. PST tying it up with 4 eliminations to 4 against OUG's Mike here in the lobby. PST could also find himself going over that 30-point threshold if he continues to have a good game, which means he definitely wants to send Mike out of this lobby so he has a chance of going to game 7 and walking away with an MVP and taking that bi-weekly.
So far, that momentum could be really huge for a lot of these playstyles here. C225 is trying to find the shot. Looks like he's able to get it, at least for PST here, but it's not enough to actually get the finish here. Looks like we're going to see if they can rotate this around as PST. Trying to see if they can keep that momentum strong here. Oh, T225 ends up getting caught with the parry. The juggle, though, with that. Oh, and he actually misses out on that strike here. Pulls out the ulti, though, for the chance. Trying to see if maybe he can capture it here onto PST. PST forcing the ulti here. Oh, the bow is able to actually decimate the rest of the shield coming in as PST is able to capture the elimination on a T225 here.
This is a nightmare scenario for Mike. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Tommy. Take it away, buddy. No, I mean, it's really nightmare scenario for Mike. Mike needed that elimination to pull ahead of PST, but now PST is ahead of him. He really has got to clutch something out here. Given that there's only 5 players left alive, this is going to be super tight if Mike wants to take it. I mean, there is a realm where Wang Liang could as well. Wang Liang would need all 4 eliminations in the lobby, and that would give it to him. PST back at it again with another parry as we speak onto Wang Liang, and just keeps the pain coming. Wang Liang on the back foot here. Somebody needs to slow down PST if Mike wants to walk away with the bi-weekly here. Pretty sure PST at this point in the threshold, not quite. He needs one more point here to be into that 30-point threshold as we head into Game 7. PST, though, trying to make it happen. The re-grapple coming in from Wang gonna stop the momentum, though, so PST gonna look for the reset. Some peppering coming in, I do believe, from Alliance's Frostivus there onto PST with a pistol. Mike looking to come in now as well. PST with no ult. This could be a bad situation for him if he gets to target out here. We're gonna see him keep it moving, though. Mike trying to find that entry into the fight. Ooh, PST. This is bad for him. For the next 30 seconds, he can't use grapples. He gets caught out there on the backside by that trap. Luckily, nobody turning his direction, so PST just trying to hide it out here. This is not where you want to be and not being able to use grapples. We are zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4, which means we're going to see that first late game Bane's Breath getting ready to come through. 5 players left remaining in the lobby. OUG's Mike, XCG's Wang Liang, J-Team's PST, Alliance's Frostivus, and EWG's Arano.
Even with that, though, still trying to work towards this here as OUG's Mike just trying to take it slow here. It looks like OUG's, Mike is looking really good towards this here. Mike, Wang Liang still has an opportunity to steal it, but Mike is on a roll right now. And once he gets on a roll, it's really hard to stop that man. It really is hard to stop that man. Especially if he plays it by the textbook as well here. It really can go to a different location here as OUG's Mike ends up getting caught. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Hold on. He's losing a little bit of shield here. He's about to get double teamed there. Wait a minute. Hold on now. This could be a double cheeseburger. Extra fries. Hold on. Whoa. Time to slow it down. It takes some time. Gonna be able to pop the heels. Hits the F key. Hits the blue focus. Moves away. Gets away from everybody.
PST on the back foot here, though. That gold armor getting torn to shreds. The Bane buying him a little bit of safety here, though, Dobby.
Even with that, though, still gonna be able to find shreds towards it, though. Trying to see if they can find it. And even with that, towards certain things and aspects that we have. Looks like PST just trying to see if maybe they can find it as well here towards the back. It looks like a nice cannon shot's going to connect on the Wang Liang here, but it's not going to be able to do enough because he pops the ulti. Trying to see if maybe he can capture Wang Liang in a tough situation. It's not looking good for him here. Wang just trying to get out of Dodge's way, trying to take his time here. He's just trying to maneuver and just get out of harm's way. Arano is about to go for the chase here, and it looks like Mike is also trying to join up on that chase as well here. He ends up getting frozen. It's not looking good as Wang Liang still able to stay alive here within this feat. How is he still alive after all that time? And with that, though, still taking his time little by little. OUG's Mike ends up getting caught with the parry. It's not looking good for him there. Oh, a little bit of the sidestep is able to keep him alive, but no!
Alliance's Frostivus picks up the elimination and sends Mike out of the lobby. Looks like we're going to go to Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Wang Liang can possibly clutch it out now with there only being 3 eliminations in the lobby. No, he can. He needs all 3 eliminations and first place. But he is not in a good situation for it, though. He comes in onto PST. Good grief, PST out of the win that he needs here. PST just barely over that 30-point threshold now. Wang Liang, though, desperately looking for the elimination, desperately looking to stay alive here, is going to come in. The parry comes through there from PST onto Frostivus, but Wang hungry for it. The grapple going to come out, but he's going to get re-grappled by EWG's Arano. Arano with the target selection onto Wang Liang, into the staff, the gold focus. He picks up PST. No, Wang Liang gets picked up by PST. I'm sorry. Wang Liang's out, ladies and gentlemen. PST goes to 6. He's going to go for the ult, trying to get away here. Frostivus is super low. Arano just trying to come alive in the final moments of this game. Will pick up Frostivus as well. Will pick up PST with the freeze. Is able to get the soul blue, and PST trying to win, though. He's going to get frozen out, and Arano takes 4 eliminations in a first-place finish, but J-Team's PST will walk away your MVP with 6 eliminations, a second-place finish, and he will go over the 30-point threshold as we head in to game number 7.
Game 7. Unbelievable. Wow. Actually insane that we're down to a game 7. Game 7. We love a game 7 finish, though. We do love that, though. But at the same time, this is kind of surprising. I did say this before. There was 5 players that struggled, and we made it all the way to the very end for somebody to get one. The fact that all of them ended up getting eliminated within like kind of the same interval of timing also shows that you really just can't count someone out fully. Arano getting that close to actually getting a dub here as well, and now PST has a chance to clutch this up. What is going on? Today's games have been actually crazy.
I mean, Mike just finds himself in a really bad situation. PST chooses a weird time to come alive here. In the end, you know, he had a good game earlier, was able to climb up. This game does put him over the threshold as well. So PST, there's a world where he comes in and takes it all as well as we head into game number 7, Dobby.
I mean, PST has been working. PST has been grinding. He, like I said before, he was down at the very bottom. He was the one that I was telling you. Remember I told you I was like, he was crawling his way, and now look at him. Top 4 has the potential of winning. This is gonna be interesting for game number 7. I believe this is the one where I believe this is the one where I'm just saying this might be the one. I think somebody's gonna win this.
I think this next game is gonna be rough for Mike, right? This was like a dream position for Mike to be in this game. Verse goes out early. It's Hollow Roth. He's on the hero he wants to be on Hollow Roth. He is 4 eliminations. He's leading the pack, right? Like, I don't think Mike could have asked for a better game here. Unfortunately, he just ends up going out, right? Like, if he could have just managed to stay alive through that situation, I think Mike maybe could have just clutched it out like Mike usually does. Mike is a genius when it comes to taking control of those final zone situations. That's what he does best. Unfortunately, he just doesn't get there, right? So I think going into the next game, Mike is going to struggle. But hopefully you guys won't struggle with this question. How many players chose Justina Gu in game number 6? Is it A4, B5, C6, or D7? Get your answers locked in over in chat for a chance to walk away with that Spring Split random gift box.
I mean, I had to have gotten this one right. There definitely was. It was a pretty telltale sign of certain things, and yeah, definitely was a lot that was happening within that fight. Definitely a strong point for some of these moments here, and obviously able to really put it together here. Able to do a lot. Only more is really going to suffice after this too, but I'm a little speechless, honestly. I'm honestly a little speechless, but it's okay though. PST with 10.4, Arano with 4 eliminations, tied up with Frostivus and Mike. Obviously, those ranking points was able to take it all the way to the top here at 8.6, a 6.7, and a 5.8. Meanwhile, T225 rounding out the top 5 with a 4.6 into this game here. It's been really good for an amount of different things. It's been a lot of work, a lot of effort, and so far things are only getting better and better as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game 7. I like a good game 7, you know? Listen, me being a basketball player and a basketball fan, I love a good game 7. There's actually a team right now that's about to go into a game 7 coming up too, actually. So this is, yeah, I love a good game 7. So let's hope this is a really good clutch. I'm hoping that if it was me, I would love for all 4 to still be alive and all of them fight it out in a final circle. That would be amazing to watch. That would be
I'd love to see it. But I mean, next game is going to be nutty, right? Because we're going back to Hollow Roth, we're going back to Fireflies. Things about to get litty again. We're putting Zipping to bed for now. As long as we don't go back to game 8, we're putting Zippings to bed. The Shales, the Akos Huis are all coming back out to play. Maybe we'll get to see Spider's Temmie pick again. I'm excited. But your boy JDG Verse in first. We've got 4 players now in that 30-point threshold. Frostivus, a 29.4, misses it by 0.6 points, Dobby.
It's definitely a tight game here, but in reality, it's not about the points. It's about getting MVP. I'm sorry, that was actually terrible. Let me do it again.
Well, the problem is Frostovitz, because he's 0.6 points short. Even if he gets MVP, doesn't take the bi-weekly.
He doesn't take the bi-weekly. I know. He's 1 point.
Yeah, if he had survived just a little bit longer, even one placement different, I think he walks away in that 30-point threshold. So we take a look here. OUG's Mike off to a rip in the beginning here. It cleans up GG Shah. Very quickly comes in. Wang Liang onto DRG's Fong here with the staff putting in work. As we cut back, Mike coming in and cleans up this elimination on Arano. Takes it away from a boy T225. Here we go. Look at this. It just gets parried. Absolutely does spider dirty. Oh my god. We cut over. Wang Liang coming in. GG Shah getting double froze out there by J-Team's PST as well. Let's see Frosty coming in. Cleans up the elimination there. J-Team's PST again just on fire in the end here, but can't clean it up against Arano. Arano picks up 4 eliminations here, but man, Arano is just too little too late for him.
It's been a deep fight for a lot of these teams here. The passion has been showing for so many of these different players. And the passion never ends as it shows up in so many of these players' faces. Win, lose. But sadly, there is no draws. I mean, there's none here because mine's is gone after that last fight. As we look at the MVP for our 6th game, 26K, 6 eliminations, Assassin's Lunge, Juggernaut, Beneath Descent, Poison Splash, Short Handle Weapon, Sap Weapon, Resist Soul Jade 2, 21K damage with melee weapons, 26 damage overall. The Hang Sword coming through with 11K. Absolutely insane. 6 MVPs. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, this is huge for PST, man. He keeps Mike from clutching the game out. He goes over the 30-point threshold. He opens up an opportunity for him to take the bi-weekly final, and sometimes that's all you need, Dobby, is just an opportunity.
Opportunity
here
as
is,
well. That means everything else.
J-Team getting their time on the screen here. PST clutching it out for himself in the last game, and this is about to be it as we head into game number 7. 4 players qualified over the 30-point threshold. If any one of them can find an MVP here in game number 7, this is where things will end. And man, it was tight. It was so close. PST keeps Mike from clutching it out in this last game. And now we're back at it again, you know, and I still think this was the best opportunity for OUG's Mike. He's on a hero that he wants to be on. He's on a map that he wants to be on. Verse goes out early with a 0-point game, so there's no chance that Verse gets to clutch the MVP away from him. He's on a 4-kill streak. He's at the top of the leaderboard for that particular game, and then it just all crumbles apart for him, man. You right over there, Dobby?
You know, I'm thinking about like just how the last game went, and the more that I think about it, the more that I realize, like, I get that they were both fighting and it became a kill race here, but they really didn't really have to for some of those players. They really didn't have to. They could have just let those other players really duke it out and then just stall.
Well, it wasn't that. PST put so much damage onto Mike, just knocked him into a bad position, and Mike just had to play keep away at that point. Unfortunately, he couldn't play keep away long enough. It wasn't really Mike trying to force himself into bad situations or fight. It was PST who finds him, locks onto him, gets him low, and then PST washes his hands of it. He lets it go, lets the other players take care of it because, you know, target selection, as soon as you see a player that's low, you're just going to shark him down until he's out of the lobby, and that's what happens to OUG's Mike there. PST did exactly what he needed to do.
It literally has been such a thing with some of these players and how they've been able to really put this into a perspective where now we have 4 players that has the opportunity to match points, and we're going into game 7 for an opportunity for somebody to be able to close this out. They still can close this out, but they might not be able to. And that's the other thing. They might not be able to.
I mean, we could go to game 8. There's always that very distinct possibility. We've seen it happen before.
This is definitely one of those moments here where you kind of sit there and you go, okay, there's a lot of different things. See, now this is where things get fun. I'm hoping that picks start to get a little different.
You know, there's some people who have gone through both of their picks, their meta picks, so we'll probably see
no more
some
zippings
craziness coming out. Well, I mean, you wouldn't want to play zipping here on Morris Isle anyway, especially not on Firefly map. Not the place you want to bring the zipping to bear. I think these guys were probably
time to get aggressive, baby.
Lots of Sheol. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm expecting Sheol, I'm expecting Akosui, I'm expecting the Tessa pick, because like, look at all these players. Mike still has he can play anybody he wants to this game, right? Look, he's 1-1-1 across the board here. He hasn't done his double pick. I don't believe PST's done their double pick. You know, a lot of these players have been holding on for hope here, holding on for those picks. Taking a look, we're going to cut across at Wang Liang. Let's see if he's got his double pick available for him. Wang Liang has got his double pick available for him. So 3 of our top 30 threshold players right now can play whatever they want to play in this game, Dobby.
Definitely can really play anything, and that's kind of the fun part. That's the thing that I do actually like get excited for more than anything. Is that moment here? So let's see like if that really does like become something. I really hope that we get a chance to see something actually crazy. Come on, give me a pick. Give me a Valda. Just cause, please. I know we're not gonna see it. I know.
Look, time will tell. I mean, I don't expect to see a Valda. I can expect maybe to see another Zai pick, maybe a Tumulch pick, possibly some Justinas. No surprises to see a lot of Tessa, Akos. Wolf CDY has said the heck with it. We're bringing the Tarka back out. We're running it back. I love it. Fire Dog coming on board during the first phase of Hero Select as well. He just says, we're sending it. I mean, it is the last game of Morris Isle, the last real chance for him to play Tarka, so I completely understand it. You might as well come in and have some fun while you've got the opportunity. Frostivus thought about the Zai. Frostivus, please lock that Hottie in. Frostivus is a Hottie main. He proved to CN that Hottie was viable during Worlds. I would
he's going back and forth. He's contemplating.
Yeah,
no!
He's going to lock in the Zai. Zai's not a bad pick either, baby. Love to see the Zai coming in. We get a Tessa, we get a couple of Justinas. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see the Hottie Mike gonna be locking in the Tammy pick. I love it.
We like the Tumulch. We like that, actually. I actually like the Tumulch, actually. Not gonna lie to you. I see it. I see the vision. Let's see, though.
Faster.
Let's see if they're going to keep that interest going here, even towards that. Still got a lot to do here within this one, but now this is going to be an interesting one towards the very end of this game. The question is, who is going to take this to the opportunity to where they're actually going to be able to make that happen? That I do not know. But we won't know until we actually go ahead and make this happen. So let's go ahead and make it happen. Oh, that Hottie pick would have been really interesting, though. I'm not going to lie to you. I was really
I'd love to see it, honestly. Maybe if we go to game 8, we get to see the Hottie come out.
The desperation pick.
At least it's a diverse cast here. At least we're not 5 zippings and 7 Farias.
True. Very, very true, actually.
We get to see Wolves CDY run it back on the Tarka as well. We get to see Frostivus playing that Zai. Like I said at the beginning, we could potentially see another Zai come out. Mike on the Temi, the Tumulch. I love it. I'm a big fan of Tumulch, honestly. He's also just good into the meta. Like, surprised more people are not playing him. And it seems like every time we see somebody play Tumulch, they find a ton of value out of it. So, here we are. Tell me about these drops, though, Dobby.
Oh, the drops have been absolutely incredible so far here, but this looks like this is going to be a dynamite worth of a finals of a circle push here. So it looks like we're going to see GG Shaw heading towards the very center of Celestia. Looks like it's going to be at least where a Celestial Corridor is, or at least towards Windhowl Forest. Meanwhile, everybody else is starting basically from the top hill of Floating Ruins, aka near Shipwreck's Expanse, and totally heading all the way towards Servants Grounds. Basically, it's going to be an entire diagonal place. Think of it like the small dipper. You know what I'm saying? You got the handle, and then it goes down, and then there's the big top, and then it goes down, and it goes like a little square, and then come back up, and then boom, it looks like a nice little dipper. So a little dipper space that's heading all the way from Winfield, George, basically all the way towards the Servants Grounds here. So it's definitely going to be a good space to see where certain people are going to have that advantage here, and then where people are actually going to take that advantage here, hopefully for their first couple of fights. And obviously, the more that happens, the better off it's going to be for some of these players here. But things are going to happen more and more and more. So let's see if that opportunity arises in this game number 7. Right now, there's just things that's been happening so far. Ooh. The vibes have been fantastic. So let's see if they're going to make it very, very viable here. As Mike gets absolutely smacked in the mouth. Ow.
Very interesting situation here. Mike landed near Fireflies, but wasn't able to contest the Fireflies as he's pressuring into this fight. It looks like we'll CDY and Fang very close to having their ultimates online. CDY clearly Fireflies on deck for him here. He's only a couple percentage away. DOG's Fong going to come in and lands the Dragon's Rush into the Nej's Might. With CDY, though, not quite to the ult before he gets eliminated here, and it's Mike who slides in and steals that elimination off to a good start for himself here, and immediately just backs away. Takes the armor swap, wants to come back up into the fight immediately, knowing he's going to have part of a blue armor to go back into if things get scuffed for him here. He's going to find another armor swap, keeps the pressure up. Fong trying to go towards that blue armor, knows he's going to need it here. The F going to go down. Fong goes for the swap, but unfortunately not enough there. Will find the white armor that's full to swap into. Gets the parry on OUG's Mike. Mike trying to back away here. Mike, 84% of the way to ultimate, but unfortunately for him, Fong has got that Akazol online. A huge hit coming in off the pole sword. Just that vertical latching on to Fong. And Fong now, oh my god, he misses the opportunity for the F. Mike able to get the read, jumps above it here. He goes extremely low. Mike just needs to get the ultimate online. He needs to get in range. Here we go. Mike gonna F up here. Goes for the F. Gonna keep the follow going. Doesn't land it onto Fong. He's playing it safe. He's playing the long game out here. Wants to bait out as much of that ultimate as he possibly can before he invests his own. We are going to see. There it is. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the lockdown he's looking for in Fong. He will get another Wisp in the back pocket here. Goes for the throw, but unfortunately, the building actually griefs it. He wasn't quite high enough, so it clips the top of the building. And now Mike is in a big pickle. He's got 2 players chasing him down. No ult, no F available. Couple seconds before the F does come back online. Gonna find some huge damage onto Fong with that. Went for the weapon swap, but hesitated. Doesn't get the release. Will find the re-uppercut this time into the weapon swap, but the ult gonna come down. Mike wants to break away. He knows Fong's gonna be the target here. He's able to use the F to iframe out of the stun coming in there from Arano. Arano gonna break away now. OUG's Mike looking to keep the mix-up going on, but Arano gonna turn on to Fong. Mike looking for a reset before he heads back into the fight. Knows he's got a good third-party opportunity here. The bow shot's coming in as well. Mike cleans up his second elimination of the game. Looking to turn on Arano. Another ult coming in, but Mike's got the F here. He can literally just iframe out yet again. Oh my goodness, he mistimes it though. He pops it a little early. Mike takes a ton of damage from the pistol shots coming down. He doesn't have the ultimate. He does have the F back online though, as Arano keeps the pressure up here. Mike trying to just play keep away. Does not want to get locked down here, but needs to start thinking about if he wants to be eliminated before going to zone 2. If he wants to have that chance to resurrection, finds a huge parry here. Doesn't find any value on the follow-up though, as Frostivus keeps the pressure going. Mike just trying to stay alive. A massive scale rush though makes it impossible as Frostivus picks up the elimination, but Mike crucially 2 eliminations before he goes back to the soul altar for that early game resurrection. And now Frostivus locked down here, tries to get there to break away in time, is not going to find it. Will go down to EWG's Arano, and now it's Arano versus XCG's Wang Liang.
Even with that here, still is going to be interesting to see where that effort flows in for some of these other areas here. as Wang Liang's just trying to see if he can hold on here. Nice little stun, trying to see if maybe he can capture it with it. And it looks like he is going to get stunned inside of that place. Arano's going to try to see if he can use it to his advantage, and he does. In that placement, a little bit tough here as Wang Liang officially out of the fight for this chance here. As Mike, Verse, and PST still has a chance. One out of the 4 players is officially out of this game here, struggling to try to see maybe where the next one is towards this one. Still gonna rocket through it though, but they still have more of an element to the madness that's needed in this situation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mike on the outskirts here doing a little bit of shopping, knowing there's some loot piles he can come back and clutch up on. But crucially, we got to talk about it. Alliance's Frosted 4 eliminations under his belt before his first resurrection here. Absolutely huge for Frosty here on Zai. The problem is now that Frostivus has got to go find some loot back under his belt. He really needs some good gear because Zai is so gear dependent. Those first 4 eliminations, absolutely huge for him. He needs to look to play a little bit slower going into the rest of the game now until he gets some loot under his belt. He's probably going to take the risk and head for one of these Realms of Yang, though, even though he is behind on gear. If he can take this Realm of Yang, find himself a purple set of armor and a legendary weapon, it sets him up for success for the rest of the game. As we see Frostivus on the outskirts, though, trying to move in, wants a little bit of loot before he takes this Realm of Yang. We're to see GG Shah down at south looking to head towards one. JDG versus JJH's Star, OEG's Mike, and EWG's Arano all hovering around the Yang just outside of the north of Celestra. KLA's T225 sitting on top of one as well. Wolf CDY heading towards the same one that T225 is at. Bong doing a little bit of looting, not sure where he's going to go. And Frostivus thinking about heading in the direction of that Realm of Yang. Needs to be careful, though. I think he's going to decide better of it, given the fact that he's going to be a little behind on gear and doesn't want to take that risk just yet, as he's got 4 eliminations under his belt. JDG's Verse sitting on top of it, waiting for that opportunity to head into the Realm of Yang. Time's going to tell who gets in, who's going to be going head-to-head here in our game at number 7 for Southern Realms of Yang. Mike's going to show up as well here. A little bit of gear back under his belt, looking to go in. Unfortunately, he does not make it in. It is going to be Wolves versus KLA versus WBG and Alliance versus JJH versus JDG. And it does indeed look like our boy Frostivus. Oh, JDG airborne already with the pistol shots. Going to take some from his opponent as well. Looking for that fan RMB. Will instead find the parry onto JJH's fan RMB. Looking for it. Finds it again. Star throws it back to back. Verse with the read coming in clean there with the jumping RMB off the fan. Tap dodges the ultimate as well. Oh my God. Verse just with the reads on Star. The F reinvested as the first time Star finds an entrance into this fight. The scale rush comes through and Verse just makes him look like a schoolboy.
Actually insane to see. Even with this amount of momentum that's been happening so far here, still was able to really push it in a really great observation here towards that final finish here. And obviously PST is trying to keep this up with GG Shot. GG Shot just trying to get away here, as Arano also is trying to see if they can run around this as well. Dangerously low, but it looks like it's not going to be enough, as the pistol shot's going to be able to capture onto PST here. PST able to do so much here, as it looks like he's going to try to see if he can dip out as far as possible, so that way he doesn't get hit by the stun, but it's not going to be enough here. And Arano now is going to start to try to run towards it, though. Still able to work towards it a little bit, little by little. Working towards it. Nice hits, though, trying to see if they can capture with the strike here. Oh, nice dodge, trying to see if maybe he can read through it as well. Both of them with the defensive clangs here. It looks like it's going to be a third party here. And it looks like Vert's going to go, hey, guys, how y'all doing? What's going on? This y'all look like it looks like it's a good time. I like. What y'all cooking? Y'all got some food? PST is going to force that, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here, as PST does get out by the body of Verse here. Verse wants to win this, I feel it. Going to be able to capture this towards it. He tries to see if he can get it towards it. Obviously, Star is not going to be able to capture it, as he does end up getting stunned here. Here's the opportunity that Verse needs. If he's going to be able to get a clean elimination off of this pick here, he's going to close it off little by little. Both of them end up getting caught up by double stuns here. Double the stuns. He ends up actually grabbing that one and dipping out of here. JJ Star dangerously low, not looking good. Verse just trying to see if he can close this gap out, and he wants to try to see if he can get this elimination. This will be huge for him here. He just has to keep maneuvering through this one as much as possible here. He does see them go outside. The scaling on the outskirts, making it not so easy, as both of them are just trying to run around. Both of them actually going right through it over and over again, trying to see if maybe he can find that right momentum just to be able to pop it. Not going to be enough here as he's still trying to hold strong here. Ends up finding the stun. Both of them are able to stop the stun as well here. Burst struggling to try to capture this elimination. A Star is going to be able to successfully be able to get out of there.
Oh my goodness, Verse still trying to keep the chase up. Does not want to let this elimination go away. He's really trying to come in, look for those eliminations, get that MVP this game. He's hungry for this bi-weekly final, trying to go in there. Will find some huge damage onto Star. Yet again, takes control of it. No risk of a third party yet. Star, though, trying to come back in. Verse going to use the F to get away. Verse with the ultimate will throw it out. Star going to avoid it, though, with the uppercut. The third party does finally come in here from DRG's Fong, and it's Verse who's getting turned on to. Oh, my goodness. Thankfully, Verse has the Vermilion Bird's Might. Will get to keep the game alive here. And as that goes down, we see T225 pick up the elimination onto Alliance's Frostivus. But for Frostivus, crucially, he gets the points he needs to go over the 30-point threshold. If this goes to Game 8, he still has an opportunity. We cut over to Mike, who picks up his third elimination. It could be Verse or Mike right now.
Absolutely insane here just to be able to try to capture that follow here. Not able to do enough here, but Verse and Mike is still in this game here. Well, you got your bread on. Rune.
Who I got my bread on?
Who you got your bread on?
I don't want to say. I do not want to cast a curse right now because it's
Speak on it.
Nah, it's too tight. I've made this mistake before. I'm not doing it. Chat, you hear me now? I will not cast a curse. We're gonna go over to EWG's Arano, who picks up JJH's Star. Poor Star has been having such a rough run today. He really made a good run of it. He had that huge MVP for himself. I do believe it was an 11-point game, but it's just, he's not consistent enough right now, Dobby. He's got to work on that consistency where he can find points even when he's not having a good game. JDG's Verse here on the outskirts looking to turn on to OUG's Mike. This would be an interesting fight, especially with nobody else around. Verse and Mike taking the 1v1. Mike kind of setting his hand here, putting the ace up his sleeve, if you will, pulling out that 2-nah. We classically see Mike with the 2-nah. He's able to get it off, so he's got that damage reduction buff from it coming through. As we take a look, the second set of Realm of Yang getting ready to come through. Mike and Verse set up for one, Spider, CDY for the other. Doesn't look like anybody's heading to the other. No, Fong and Arano now going to turn direction and head towards that southern one. We are down to just 6 players left alive already, Dobby.
See if they're going to have that opportunity to do what they need to here. So much happening, though, within this right amount of time here. Definitely a lot of pressure on some of these players here, as obviously they're going to go through the Realm of Yang, and that's where the pressure is going to absolutely intensify even more. They've been doing a pretty decent job thus far here, and I think now it's where we're really get a chance to see some more stuff happen here. So let's hope that they have that opportunity for it.
Verse setting up. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Will they get inside the Realm of Yang? Survey says no, they will not. Verse gonna drop it here. It looks like it's gonna be OUG's Mike versus WBG Spider. This could be bad for Verse. This actually opens up Mike a huge opportunity to pull even further ahead. If he takes this elimination, he's 2 kills ahead of Verse, and he'll have that White Tigers buff coming out of the Realm of Yang. Going to be in a really good position to potentially find that MVP. Given there's only 6 players left alive, Spider trying to turn on to Mike here, finding hit after hit there with that legendary dagger, just slowly death by 1,000 cuts. But Mike tries to go in, will find a huge uppercut combo here with the staff. He is going to trade back on the armor there. We're going to see Spider find huge damage coming in there off the dagger, though. Mike on the back foot. He needs to go for the ultimate here. Spider keeping control of the situation, though. He's going to back away. He needs to find himself that hit off of this Wisp. He's not going to find it. Spider on the backside healing up. Mike taking the opportunity just to do the same there. The Wisp goes out. Spider not going to get caught out by 14 seconds left remaining before the F comes up for him. Spider still with the ult as well. Finds the opportunity. Knows that Mike's ult not going to stop him from finding those freezes. This could be a bad time for Mike. There it is. The Hong Sword legendary doing so much damage there. Goes for the freeze again. Doesn't quite find it, but Mike, if he gets clanked, is going to go down here. The uppercut comes through, and that's going to be it. WBG Spider picks up the elimination onto our boy OUG's Mike, and Mike now on a 4-minute timer with Yang depletion.
What a timing, though, just to be able to get that finish off here. as well. Spider really coming in with some confidence here. He's been struggling inside of the realm of Yang here, so this was quite refreshing for him, and I know he's got to be feeling good. Finally able to get himself a win here in the realm and getting that White Tiger prowess. He's been struggling a little bit throughout these games here so far here, and surprisingly, you know, we really thought we'd see like an explosive game coming in from him, but sadly, it's just nowhere to be found here for a player like WBG Spider here. As we see OUG's Mike still working through towards it. And the same with JDG's verse here, starting to close out little by little here. Top 6 in this situation here. Mike is now on the chopping block. Going to be interesting to see how he's going to be able to close this out there, but he's going to need it.
Yeah, Mike needs to pick up the elimination as well as the bloom. EWG's Arano is at 5 eliminations, so Mike not only needs the bloom, he really needs the kill too if he wants to find this MVP. If he can find that kill, pretty huge for him going forward here. It'd put him up at 4. He wouldn't be in quite such a pickle when it comes to how many kills that Arano has ahead of him. Mike waiting for that opportunity. He doesn't want to force this. This is very typical of Mike. He plays very, very smart when he's got Yang depletion now. It's not like before. Mike always had a bloom in the back pocket. You can't hold those blooms anymore. So he needs to find a very clean third party and execute it. At least slip in and get the bloom for himself to keep the game alive. As we are zone 3 going to be collapsing onto zone 4 here in the next 10 seconds. 11 minutes left on the clock. 6 players still remaining here in game number 7. Could very easily go to game 8 as both Frostvis and Wang Liang as well as J-Team's PST have been eliminated already. If we go to game 8, there will be 5 players who are in that range to take the MVP and take it all right then and there. If not, it will go to top score. And at the moment, JDG's verse has a huge lead over the other players. OUG's Mike closing up, though. He's got 38 points, 3 kills behind our boy Verse. Wolves, CDY coming in, looking to lock in on to Verse here. Verse just trying to break away. CDY with that Yang depletion needs to make something desperately happen here on that Tarka with 3 eliminations under his belt so far. He wants to make the most of this game as humanly possible. Will catch it out, but we cut back over to EWG's Arano. OUG's Mike, both of them taking a lot of hits here, but Mike going really low. Going to use that whiff on the door. Not going to be enough, though, as we see the scale rush come in through the window here. Mike's going to be forced to burn the ultimate here, look for the full reset, and then Spider and Arano in a great place to follow up on this. Mike holding on to the wisp. Goes ahead and lets it go. Yeah, he just throwing it out there so he can get the cooldown started back up on the wisp as soon as possible. Mike needs to break away and stay alive here, but the problem is Mike also needs a soul bloom so desperately bad. JDG's verse looking to keep his game alive. Our boy CDY trying to come in also needs that elimination. 1 minute and 9 seconds left remaining on the clock. Mike's got to do something if he wants to find a way into this game to potentially find that MVP, to walk away with that bi-weekly final. You know he wants to tie it up with Spider. He's 1-2 right now. These two huge rivals with each other. I'd love to see us go to our finals, grand finals, and it be duked out between Mike and Spider, who both have 2 bi-weekly finals. Fong trying to come in. Mike, just no real good position to be in. He looks for the ballista play potentially. He's got to turn on to CDY. CDY has to take this fight as well because he also on that Yang depletion, so things going to get very hectic very quickly here. CDY, no shield left remaining. Invest the F there just to stay alive, trying to turn the attention onto somebody else. Mike going to back away, looking for that third-party opportunity. There we go. We're going to see the People's Elbow come out. Not going to connect onto Mike, though. Mike going to catch with the staff. He just needs to get the bloom. CDY goes so low, it doesn't look. It's WBG Spider who goes in and gets it. Mike, crucially, though, gets the bloom, is able to cleanse the Yang depletion. He uses the F to iframe out of the ult, and Mike says, thank you, come again.
That timing couldn't have been any better. That timing couldn't have been any better in that moment here. Actually insane towards that one here. That timing couldn't have been any better. Could have really been really hasty for Mike, though, and he was able to survive it yet again here. I think it's been a little bit more tedious just knowing that he hasn't really been on that forefront of really being able to get some decent dubs here. And I think now that he's like really like finding this moment here, I think now it's starting to show up a little bit more for him to go, okay, I need to be careful. And that's fair. That is fair. And that's good,
I mean, Yeah, Mike's doing exactly what he needs to do, right? He's not trying to force fights. He's trying to force other people into fights so that he can find that opportune moment, and that's exactly what he does. He has the patience to play it out, even down to 15 seconds left. He's just patiently waiting it out, still looking for that perfect opportunity, which he does find. He doesn't find the elimination he desperately wanted, but he does get to keep the game alive, and with the game being alive, there's always an opportunity for him to clutch it out. Verse also has that opportunity as well. If he kills every other player in the lobby, heck, if he kills 3 players in the lobby and takes first place, Verse also could find that MVP. So it's still very doable, right? Mike needs 2 in the first place to clutch it out, which is also very, very doable for OUG's Mike. As we move forward here, we are only 5 players left alive in the lobby. 7 minutes on the clock as Zone 4 collapses down on to Zone 5. We will see that final Bane's Breath of the game getting ready to come through, as we also see that final Moore's Blessing get ready to come through as well. Fong over here trying to get access to the Spirit Well. Mike coming in as well. Fong going to take some hits here. Mike just going to wait it out. See how this Spirit Well plays out. Mike looking like he wants to sit there and take that Spirit Well for himself. It's been working out for him in the past year. He's also going to take the time to go ahead and top that Tuna back up, get the maximum duration of the buff, make sure he's at full health, as we do see that Spirit Well getting ready to pop here for him. He's going to find a couple of things that he wants. He also has that extra purple armor. He's just going to hide to the corner here, hoping nobody sees it, hoping he's got one in the back pocket. Very typical of OUG's Mike.
Yeah, OUG's Mike has really been focused this game here, and really just making sure that he doesn't put himself in a position that really could detriment the rest of the games, or at least the vibe that he's been doing so far here. I think he's honestly seen the opportunity that he has, and it's really trying to see if maybe he can create the advantages that he wants to without forcing anything differently. And I think because of that, though, he's been kind of playing a little bit more passive, which has been helping him, though.
Yeah, Mike plays passive with a purpose, right? I think that's some of the difference in his play style versus other players, right? A lot of other players will look to play passive, but Mike plays passive with a purpose. There's always a goal in mind, right? Like, he had that Yang depletion, but he was patiently and passively waiting the right opportunity. And I think that's really what separates Mike sometimes in his decision making, is he is willing to slow things down when it serves him well.
Be good to see how he's going to be able to hold strong to this one towards the end of this game here. 5 players left alive here in this fight. Spider, it's Fang, it's Arano, Verse, and Mike.
Fong taking a hit from the Bane.
This one definitely could be that real big setting here that's going to be super, super helpful. Let's see if they can take that same momentum and really give it that starter piece that we've been talking about here. I think it's been very, very helpful. Been good thus far here, but for a player like Mike, I think, and it's the same thing with Verse too. I think Verse has been playing a little bit more passive too, because they're realizing it's better to just stay towards the end here. Most of these players don't really have a whole lot of points here, and even with Arano and Spider here, they have 5 eliminations so far, yes, but if they get those 2 eliminations out, especially with Fang, that's it. It's a wrap. Mike has a chance. Verse has a little bit more of a struggle, but let's see if they keep this. Let's see if they work towards this though. This final fight's gonna be really, really good. Verse is gonna be able to push up top here and seeing maybe if he can capture an angle here, but it's not gonna be enough. As Mike trying to see if he can find something on Arano. It looks like he wants to try to push towards his fight here. He wants to bust back something. He realizes Arano has something good here. Doesn't want to force himself to get too deep into a fight here, knowing that there's at least 2 other sharks heading towards Arano here. Verse fights it out in front of Fang here. Fang just wanting to go back for the repeat, and it looks like they're both just going with these light pokes here, just trying to see if there's an advantage, or just seeing if anybody's going to desperately try to spread out here. Verse getting pressured a little bit by Mike here, forcing the ulti here, and it looks like Fang is going to get absolutely destroyed by the bow from somebody. It might have been from Mike, actually. Mike might have been able to ricochet a headshot perfectly in this situation here. Arano. Beautiful reset, though. That could have been really bad, though, if he wasn't paying attention in that moment. Ooh. Rano trying to see if he can back this off here. Nice stun to be able to capture it on the Mike here. The question is he going to be able to keep that same energy? No! As Mike eliminates Arano from this game, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things get a little hectic. Verse fighting this out. Can he eliminate Spider? Could this be a beautiful 1v1 situation between two of the top players? Could this be the end of the night for both of these players here? Is someone going to be crowned a champion? Spider could potentially stop them both and have them going into another game, into the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Sorry, I said 6th, 7th, 8th.
Spider needs one elimination and a first place finish here to clutch this out, honestly.
It's gonna have to be.
It's where he has to be if he
Verse has to get this elimination on the Spider. He has to. He has to.
Verse needs both of these eliminations in a first place finish to take it. Mike needs one elimination in a first place finish. This could very easily end right here. Spider has got an uphill battle to make it happen here for himself. He is playing Justina, though, so he could very much clutch it out when it comes down to it. Temmie is going to be very interesting for this final circle. We are collapsed down to 7. If Mike can hold on to this ultimate until 7 collapses, he's just able to lock them out of the very center of the map here. This could be detrimental for everybody else in the lobby. This is going to come down so tight. Verse is going to be the first one to enter into the fray here. Is going to catch that grapple there on the Spider. Will turn around and find some huge hits onto Mike, though. This could be bad for Mike. The ult going to come in. Mike going to feel forced to go ahead and burn the ultimate here. He's either going to walk into Spider or Verse. Verse needs this elimination. He cannot let Spider pick it up. If he's able to make it happen here, we're going to see yet another Wisp come through. Mike with another Wisp online as well, trying to get back into it. Mike almost has the full reset here, but this fight is not going to stop. Mike will not have it for the end here. Verse needs this elimination. He can't give it to Spider. Spider's going to get it, though, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that means no matter what, we go to game number 8 here. Even if Verse goes to 4 eliminations in the first place finish, it does not matter. Spider keeps the dreams alive, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable. Spider actually clutches that, shuts it down, and says, none of y'all is winning this one. If I'm going to suffer through all these games, you're all going to suffer through these games.
Woo! WBG Spider keeping the game alive as we head in. Unfortunately, I don't think that's enough points for Spiders to get up into the 30-point threshold. So I don't think Spider can take the bi-weekly final. But Frostivus needs to come over and give this man a hug, pat him on the back, something, because he opens up a world of possibility where Alliance's Frostivus can walk away with the MVP and walk away your bi-weekly champion.
Actually nuts, man. Wow, what a shutdown, though. Obviously, he played that really, really well, though. He did a fantastic job. The timing of it was really good. He was able to put a lot of effort into that. Shuts it down in such a beautiful way, but really surprising, though, because honestly, I thought they were both being very careful. To be honest with you, I thought both of them were... I thought that Verse was actually going to duke that out, and I thought Duke was... not Duke. I don't know why I'm thinking Duke right now. I thought Verse was actually going to be able to shut that down and be like, nah, you got to go. It's time for me to go with Mike. It's time for me to go Mike one-on-one. It's time to get hectic. It's time to get crazy.
Yeah, I think Verse needed to greed that kill onto Mike a little bit more than he did. Honestly, I think when he gets him low there, he's stuck inside the ultimate as well. He just doesn't pressure the space enough. He lets Spider separate the two of them, and as soon as Spider picks up that elimination, it's just over. There's nothing Verse can do. Even if he turns around and kills Spider, gets 4 kills in a first place elimination, it doesn't take the MVP away from Spider. It's just not enough. Even with the bonus points that you get from the multiplier, it leaves you just shy. I think it leaves you 0.4 points shy. We've seen it before. So just unfortunate. I think Verse just really needed to tunnel vision onto Mike there. And then if you get the kill on Mike, then you still got to scrap it out with Spider. But you make it a lot harder for Spider to take the win away from you there. Like, now he at least has to fight you for it. It's just not guaranteed and locked in. So it's going to be very, very interesting going forward. Frostivus crucially got enough points to move above that 30-point threshold. So when we head into our 8th and final game, he has the opportunity to take it away. But which hero did CDY use in game number 7? This is a freebie. I'm not even going to bother reading out the answers here. You know what this is. You know CDY. You know our boy Panda Man. You know what we talking about, Dobby.
You know exactly what's going on here when they were able to do that. He said, yeah, you know exactly what that is towards that one here. And it looks like it's still going to be able to work towards that one, though, as obviously still going to be very, very helpful for him here. Really good within that area of expertise in here. I think it's going to be good for it, though. I'm excited. I really thought that the game was going to be it, and Spider just came up and said, nope, no. Well, all right. Time for game number 8, our 8th and final game of the night. Each time we go through these finals so far, it really has been all the way to a game 8.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the scoreboard here and check out these standings here.
Oh, Spider with 11.4. This actually puts him over the threshold. We're going in with 6 players above threshold, Dobby.
No way Spider wins.
There's a world where it happens, buddy.
No way Spider wins this.
For the back-to-back.
So quiet. So quiet.
This is gonna be interesting, my friend. I'm excited. Frostivus again, crucially enough points. He didn't even need a single point. He needed like 0.6 points. He's able to lock it down with a 4.9. Means he's going to be above the 30-point threshold as well. We're going to take a look at those standings, just like we were talking about. Spider, I do believe, was at like 20.1, so 11 point whatever it was definitely gets him above the 30-point threshold. I do believe all top 6 now are in that 30-point threshold. As we get ready to head over, take a look at those top 6 very quickly. We will see who those players are. I do believe it's going to be Frostivus, WBG Spider, and then, of course, Wang Liang, JDG's versus, of course, OUG's Mike. And there it is. Oh, no, J-Team's PST. Okay, there we go. Frostivus is actually in 4th here. Yeah, all of these players looking for the MVP. I think Mike needs. I think Mike, even Mike needs MVP to win here, because the fact that JDG's verse is 3 points ahead of him, without the MVP, I don't think he beats Verse in points. Just with the way that Verse has been performing. I mean, there's a world where Verse goes out 0 points immediately off the rip, and then Mike could just win it based on points if somebody else gets MVP that is in the bottom 6. But I think you have to go for MVP here to win it out at the end of the day, Dobby.
Be interesting to see that, though, as we're looking at the highlights here and you're seeing OUG's Mike absolutely put it together here. Frostivus able to capture that elimination. Verse able to shut this down off of PST here. KLA's T225 actually able to do that. Even with that amount of timing, though, with that nice little bit of a juggle coming in from Arano here, Mike trying to take that time and just being very patient with a nice shutdown coming through as well here. Able to do exactly what he needs to here. Nice shutdown finish here. Spider is able to find it and able to capture 2 eliminations towards that final circle here. Really one of those dreams here. Spider just been so quiet, really. Haven't been able to have like any real pop-off moments here, but able to find that momentum here and gets the shutdown the way that he needs to here. And just like that, MVP goes to Spider. His 11th MVP, 17k damage, 6 eliminations. The soft step and gecko foot, assassin's lunge, alchemy, siphon technique, stamina strike too, and immortal defiance for the F2 and the V2. Coming through for some of these players here so far. Man, absolutely surprising ending, honestly. A very, very surprising ending.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. We're going to game number 8. That's not surprising, but the number of people we have over the 30-point threshold, the people who are over the 30-point threshold, like, I never would have expected J-Team's PST to climb all the way from 11th over to the 30-point threshold into game 6. Like, insane. Frostivus finally makes his way there. I mean, Frostivus I expected after that game, right? Frostivus had less than a point gap to make to get the 30-point. Spider needed a huge game to get here, so Spider opens himself up to a lot. That 6 kill, he needed that 6 kill to make it here. Honestly, it brings him to where he needed to be in terms of points. So Spider very, very happy that he has the opportunity to potentially take his 3rd bi-weekly final this season, which would be pretty definitive of him just being one of the best players in the league, right? When you take 3 of the 4 You can look at everybody else and go, hey, I don't want you to compare me to OUG's mic no more. None of this, I can't do it when OUG's mic's here. Let's take a look. Here are your top 6 as we get ready to head into game number 8. All these players, if any of them get an MVP, doesn't matter what the score is, they will be walking away your bi-weekly champion.
Wow. Absolutely dynamite when it comes to this finish here. It's been kind of insane though for some of these areas here, and even in some of these moments here. I did say that it really took like 5 different people in order to like actually get to the point where somebody will finally get the dub here. And it looks like we're just back to the point where we're just out of space. 6 people total inside of this area. Can you imagine if nobody gets MVP from this top 6?
I mean, it could definitely happen, man. I mean, you've got T225 and plenty of other players who are capable of doing it. But before we come back and figure out who our last bi-weekly solo champion is going to be, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere because you're not going to want to miss this final game.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NBPL. We are in our 4th bi-weekly solos finals. I'm your host, Ninjacaster, the Runekeeper. Dobby here as well, as we get ready to lock it in for our final game of the day and our final game of the season. We're going to take a look at the standings. You guys know what it is. Our top 6 are all on match point. Crazy time. Dobby, are you excited for this last game, buddy?
Like I said, imagine if none of them actually ends up getting match point for the MVP. We just go to the deciding factor of just who ends up in first place at that time. Then that would just mean it would just be verse. But any one of these people in this top 6 can literally steal it away from the top. So I think that's what's going to be really, really interesting, though, more than anything. It's like seeing that amount of pressure from some of these players so far, and it's been a good set of games so far. I think we've seen a lot of surprises, especially with WBG Spider coming into this. PST really has been honestly the biggest surprise for me thus far. Seeing PST going from the very bottom of the barrel and fighting his way into at least qualifying for this, just to be in match point now. Now, imagine this. Frostivus wins. He's been talking about how he's gone through so many steps. You've been telling him, oh my God, I need you to be a little bit more confident. I need you to push him with some more confidence. I need that alliance energy. And then he comes in and decides it's time to win. He clutches up. He shuts the game down. He gets the MVP and he wins the game. That'd be a monumental.
Look, I'll be honest. I'm wearing my Alliance jersey today. I've been saying Frostivus needs to take a bi-weekly.
Confidence is there.
He gets over the 30-point threshold in this last game. He's been right there every single bi-weekly. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna write Frostivus. I'm gonna be like, Frostivus, I don't know what happened, dog. Why did you not take this? I'll message him. I'll be straight up. I'll be like, Frostivus, I don't know what you're doing, but fix it. You're supposed to bring me that bi-weekly championship, baby.
An amount of time too, especially with this type of game too. You're definitely gonna sit there and go, excuse me. You said that you was gonna do that.
Look, he did too, right? You know, that's the thing, is like, he's been like, I want top 5. I just want to qualify. This week, he changed it up. He said he wants to win. I need to see it. Show me it, Frostivus. I want to see you want to win. I don't want to just hear you say it. I want to see it.
I want to see the win.
Bring
I want to see it. I want to feel it.
I want my victory. I expect my victory.
I expect. You sound like the coach. Now, hold on now. He said, I deserve the victory. If you're not first, you're last. Anyway.
Look, if you don't want to win it for yourself, Frostivus, win it for me. That's all I'm saying. Bring it home. You can't have me coming in here. You can't have me coming in here wearing the brand new Alliance jersey, repping it out for you, and not bring it home.
Don't do it for nobody else but me. It should be me and only me, Runekeeper. Do not settle for nothing better than me, because I am better.
I am number 1.
I am number 1. I am the dynamite to the explosion, okay? I am the...
I put the T in TNT.
I am the peaches to the cream, okay?
We do head back to Holleroth for this last game, though. So, sadly, we're probably going to see a lot of zippings, a lot of fairies.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Holleroth for the final game, baby.
Wait, but no, people have already maxed out their picks for fairy.
There's plenty of players. Even our boy Frosty has not double picked yet.
Wow.
Mike hasn't
seen
double
a few
picked
double
yet.
picks here, so I'm kind of surprised the fact that there is like been some double picks so far.
Yeah, both Mike and Frostivus still have their double pick available. JJH gonna star coming in with Zai. DRG's Fong bringing it in, baby. That is a Matari. Mark it down. We ain't seen that since the very first season of solos. JTPST gonna be bringing in the Tarka. EWG's Arano. We're gonna lock in the Takeda. This is what I'm give me this. I need this. Lock this lineup in. That is 8 different heroes locked in. This is the lobby for me, baby. This is NARAKA. This is what I want to see.
I told you. Usually it's within that last and final game is when we really get to see that full diversity really start to show its head more than anything here, as we're seeing Verse potentially lock in the Tumult. And Wang also locks in a Tumult as well. Frosty going for the Acres.
Baby, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about.
And sadly, no Timmy. I'm kind of sad. I wanted to see the Timmy.
We've got what? We got Timmy's.
No, not the Timmy. I'm sorry. The one Frostivus has been really good.
Oh, Hottie? Well, I mean, he's been practicing a ton on Akos as well. He saved his Akos for this game. He'd be kind of crazy not to lock in Akos. With how good it is into the meta, the fact that he saved it for this game, like, I would love to see the Hottie come out from Frostivus as well. But it just makes so much sense for him to lock in Akos coming into this final game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat. 8 different heroes getting locked in across the board here for game number 8. 6 players, half the lobby, locked in with a chance to walk away with the bi-weekly final if they take the MVP here for game number 8.
We're seeing a lot of these lock-ins starting to come through here. Very suffice for a majority of reasons here. But obviously, it's been a treat to notice so far here in terms of how these players have been, the expectations for it. I'm gonna just put my final verdict here into this game. I think we're gonna see a total shocker. I think PST might take this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw that in. That's
I mean, it's positive, dude. 6 people, any of them can take it away, man.
It's gonna be the one that no, but this is more for the callous. Okay, this is more for the opportunity to be able to say, I called that correct.
You know, you say that, I gotta give it to Frostivus. Honestly, Frostivus held out on his pick all day so he could come into game 8 with one of his best heroes, one of the best heroes in the current meta as well. I like it. Oh man, it is about to get action packed. Look at all these players dropping on Plume Castle, Dobby.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not going to hesitate at all here. Plum Castle is definitely going to be the main event preview. It looks like JJ is going to be settling for. It looks like that's going to be Moonfall Pass. Either that or that's Cinnabar. Most likely that's Moonfall though. Inside of that area here, looks like nobody's going to be landing inside of City of Tang, but OUG deciding to go way in the far right section here of Frigid Pools. Meanwhile, Grizzly Ride's going to be all the way held on by Wolves, and then everybody else is heading towards this nice little slant, starting from where the Quail's Crest is from the very back all the way to Pinnacle Town. In between, just a nice little angle, sharp down towards it. So let's see where that opportunity is going to be helpful for some of these players here. PSG actually ends up getting bullied here into this first elimination here. Oh boy. KLAC225 gonna fight that out inside of this one. Oh, tries to get the parry. The parry actually ends up getting him done inside of that moment here. Gonna get caught inside of the jungle. Not enough as Verse captures 2 eliminations off the rip and says, what's up, baby? Let's get this game going.
Well, that was one elimination. He picked up the elimination onto the other player who got it, which was T225. But man, off to a crazy start. I knew this game was going to be way different. Look at this. Mike aggressively pressuring in here onto CDY immediately as well. Mike on that Tessa pick, also holding a good one for game at number 8 here, looking to make something happen. CDY trying to find those bow shots, and Mike just like, cool, whatever. Dip, dodge, duck, weave. I don't care. Throw it in bow shots. Let me get that heel off right there in front of your face. CDY trying to make something happen, but Mike just hungry for it, man. He does walk into the charged R&B there, though, from CDY. He thought he had the dodge there. He doesn't quite make it. CDY, though, really just not able to find too much more than that. He is able to dodge the ultimate there, though, but Mike just in a good position. He just needs a clank or a bow shot. Puts it in his back, says, cool, let me take it. You head back to the Soul Altar. EWG's Arano on the back foot. Wang Liang and WBG Spider looking to clean this one up. Wang Liang going to take the opportunity to go ahead and top all the way up here. Arano just trying to keep their game alive from the looks of it. Spider going to take a couple of hits there. Wang Liang going to pressure into the front. And we're to see Wang Liang come through. Spider lands a huge hit here. Who's going to pick up the elimination? That Takeda goes so low. He's got the F activated. Wang Liang, Spider both looking for it. Spider on the hunt. closer than anybody else. Arano does get a little bit of a shield there, but not enough. And it's going to be WBG Spider who picks up the elimination. We see the Wisp invested by Wang Liang, but Spider says, nah, get out of here with that. Puts my man in the corner and says, sit down, Wang Liang. Wang Liang able to get away out the back window here. Spider not going to be able to chase for too much, but does have the ultimate here. Wang trying to disappear. He is airborne. He is able to find an armor to swap into. Spider trying to keep the pressure up. Looks for the ultimate, not going to find it. Wang Liang just keeping breaking those ankles here, trying to stop Spider from being able to latch onto him here, waiting for that ult to go down. And Spider, 2% ult charge, going to end it out there. Now with no ult under his belt, just the armor and HP advantage. Really just the HP advantage. Wang Liang was able to find that blue armor to get ahead as we cut over to OUG's Mike and DRG's Fong. Mike with 2 eliminations under his belt. Looks like Verse goes down finally, but still 2 eliminations under his belt before that re-res. DRG's Fong here. There we go with the backstab coming in onto Mike. We haven't seen the Matari a minute. Fong really just trying to take control of it. Will find the backstab yet again, but Mike with a massive parry looking to lock it in. The terrain gonna grieve him out from the uppercut. Another backstab yet again. Fong doing what Fong does best, the Deemer Dagon play. Ugh, I can't word. So many games here. Fong will go down though. Mike finds the 3rd elimination of the game. Jesus Christmas, take it away, Dobby.
So many moments here within this avenue here as Mike just trying to keep that same pressure. Same with Verse here as Wang Liang sadly is out at least of this first section here for the circle. Still has another opportunity here. Same with Spider, same with Frost, same with PST here. Absolutely a stacked game here as T225 and Arano are slowly closing in, but it looks like they won't be able to gather it up as well. But Verse keeping the game alive for himself here. Definitely not giving anybody a free opportunity here as Verse. Speaking of the man himself, it could be Verse, man. Honestly, if that was my first choice, but then I was like, you know what? PST would be a crazy switch up if PST ends up actually snaking it. That'd be kind of nuts. That's all I gotta say. So then I said, you know what? I'll go with him for now. Let's just see what happens as Mike is actually in the middle of fighting that out with Spider here. Beautiful defensive clangs on each side here. Both of them not giving up the free hits here as Mike is on the wrong side of this one here regarding his heals here as he's both going to try to see if he can dip out of here. Nice hits. Both of them preparing for it here as Mike waiting for it with the fan. Obviously taking the time to back off this, gets on the roof, is able to escape a little bit. Both of them is going to be able to go for the quick reset. Mike wanted all the smoke inside of this moment here, inside of the chest here. He's going to be able to get some loot here. Wait, ooh, okay. Oh, and then Spider said, I'm right back here, buddy. What's going on with it? Both of them might be able to go airborne here, potentially. Both of them actually hit the space button here, but they're both deciding not to here. As one does. He goes up. Oh, nice hit towards it, but he actually ends up landing up top. Causing for Mike to stay up top and Spider to be able to fall down to the bottom. I still can't believe one player died to a chandelier today. I still can't believe that.
Great moment. Gonna have to go back and clip that one for sure. OG Mike off to a huge lead here with 3 eliminations under his belt, playing Tessa, very favorable hero into this meta as well. Held on to the pick to the very end. As we get ready to head into our first set of Romo Yangs for our 8th and final game of the day. Fong, Star, WBG Spider, Wang Liang, all looking to head to that Yang inside Plumed Castle. Mike trying to make his way over to a less contested Yang, but will definitely be looking to take that Yang fight. Doing a little bit of looting on the way as well. Mike, one of those players never to waste time, making note of that white armor inside the hut as well. This is what WBG, or sorry, not WBG, OUG's Mike does, coming in and making sure he always has a fallback plan. But Mike going to go even further. Instead of going for the middle Yang, he's going to go super far across the map here to where Verse and Arano is. But he's going to find that that one is even more contested than our middle one as we come back to WBG Spider, Elias, and Frostivus, and XCG's Wang Liang all looking to head into the realm of Yang as well. Mike up top here, hoping to find his way in. This could put him at 4 eliminations and a huge start to this game, as I do believe everybody else sitting on 1, maybe 2 eliminations. Mike not going to get inside, so he's just going to look to turn on Verse potentially here. Goes for a long grapple to break away, and it's going to be EWG's Arano versus WBG's Spider going head-to-head here. Dobby, take it away.
Both of them going to be able to take this and go absolutely airborne, and Spider's going to be able to connect the first hits onto Arano here. Arano just trying to see maybe he can keep the defensive on it, but WBG is going on the offensive. Both of them are trying to get the strike. The slam down's not going to be able to get too much here. The defense coming in from Arano is going to be able to play this well. Goes for the juggle, is able to force my Spider to pop the ulti here, and now the Tiger comes out to absolutely massacre and do a little bit of some mauling here. Beautiful damage. Nice little step back for that Musket to be able to create some damage to Takeda, trying to see if he can make the Ghost put in some effort and some damage onto this one, but the Tiger is going to get a little bit too lethal here. You don't want to catch the Tiger in the cage in the zoo because you might end up being his next meal.
WBG Spider tying it up with OUG's Mike. 3 eliminations each. This game is going to be insane. T225, GG Shaw also clutching out their realms of Yang as we move forward here. Spider on the outskirts here on that Akos, looking to have a huge pop-off game. And unfortunately, Alliance's Frostivus unusually quiet on one of his better hero picks here on the Akos with 0 eliminations to his name as we cut over to J-Team's PST with the Yang depletion. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to find himself a Soul Bloom. WBG Spider coming in is going to see XCG's Wang Liang looking to make something happen here. Wang Liang just chilling on the side though as we cut over to J-Team's PST yet again, trying to make something happen here onto GG Shaw. Finds a huge opening into this fight and able to avoid the Wisp. PST, unfortunately, the terrain gonna stop him from getting the follow-up damage there, but is gonna do a ton of damage to Shaw. Is able to get the re-dash through so he doesn't get locked up, but Shaw finds himself back through. Will find the back-to-back Wisp onto PST. PST with the ult though. Shaw, no place to go. Target looking to clutch it up. This is old school. J-Team's PST finds the elimination, gets the Soul Bloom, and gets to stay in the game.
He absolutely needed that more than anything here. Absolute shutdown here. What an absolute shutdown here. And a fantastic finish, though, obviously. PST trying to get at least some of those extra ones, though. Still working towards it, though, for the rest of them here. Still a lot more happening here. Spider able to get that shutdown, though. Spider just trying to see if anybody's going to decide to be crazy and decide to slam up top, and that's going to be PST. Or no, that's not T, that's C225. Ends up actually landing up top here. Now we're going to go for the juggle. Ends up actually trying to be able to go through the nice maneuver to land back up top here. Or at least he's going to try to. It looks like T225 is just trying to find a free elimination here. Maybe he can hit somebody with the ballista straight on. That damage would be absolutely massacred for somebody, depending on where they're at on the circle here. Spider just caught in a tough space here in between. Definitely is going to have to maneuver a little bit around and outside. Doesn't want to risk getting out. It looks like he's going to find a quick little corner here just to be able to go for the reshield here. Oh! Somebody... Whoa! Somebody isn't fighting him, catches it and gets the finish off of him, though.
Crucially, he has that Vermilion Bird's Might, though, so his game not over just yet. JJH's Star, though, going to go down to XCG's Wang Liang here, trying to find his way into the game with his first elimination. All of these players desperately fighting for that potential MVP, and Spider's back in the mix already. He says, the heck with it. I know it's crazy, but I'm coming back in. JDG's verse here, trying to keep his game alive, getting comboed out here. The ballista comes in. That's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that puts a verse out of the game. We don't get to see the MVP come in. T225 goes out. JJH's Star goes out. We're down to 9 players left alive. As we're going to pop over WBG Spider, looking for that opportunity. He's going to see the ult come out and decides to scale rush up. Will clip another player with it as well. OUG's Mike looking to come in. Huge charge left click coming in out of the dagger there. The Wisp, though, reinvested onto Mike. Mike holding it together, though. Nobody able to find the damage they want onto him. Mike with 3 eliminations. Him and Spider in the kill race right now, trying to figure out who's going to walk away the MVP. No surprises to see it currently coming down to Spider and Mike, 2 of the top players in the entirety of the league. Wang Liang coming up top. Spider looking for a little bit of respite, thinking about potentially going onto the ballista, but needs to be careful with Mike waiting in the wings there. Mike will find some hits onto Spider. He comes all the way down to the bottom, but they're superficial at best. Spider looking for a good opportunity as he continues to roll here. That blistering edge just keeping him moving through the sky as the zone collapses, and Spider wanting to play it safe with his 4 eliminations, make sure he gets to head in and take this next realm of Yang that's getting ready to come through, as zone 3 is getting ready to be collapsed onto here fully by zone 2.
Even with all of that, it being able to work towards it there's still a little bit more time here for some of these players, depending on how they're going to be able to work towards it. I guess now it's just all about timing, perseverance, and a little bit of confidence. Maybe even a little bit of cocky, depending on the confidence. Because we've seen Mike really be like, yes, I am that dude. I don't know why y'all are questioning me. Sometimes you have to be able to see that and kind of go, okay, let's see if they're going to be able to work towards that. Now, here it comes. Who's going to get in it? It's going to be Wang Liang, and it's going to be Frostivus. That opportunity to be able to run it back here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum, especially for both players here who are in contention for it. Can they do it? Both of them is going to be able to scale rush it. Wang Liang is actually going to wait for him to drop, actually. It looks like Frostivus is going to go for the first defense here. Wang is going to go off the offense immediately, forcing Frost to drop the ulti here. And now he's able to press him here with the Tiger. The nice mauling strike is going to be able to come through as well towards this. He's got to be a little bit more careful. Oh, and he ends up catching him with the small little tornado as well. Ends up catching within the juggle here. Slams him all the way with the sword here. Trying to see if he can work towards that. Nice little bit of a finish here towards that. Not able to do a whole lot here. It looks like he's going to be able to try to see if he can go for the slow here, but not a lot though towards that. Let's see if he pieces that together just a little bit longer. Trying to put it with the tornado. Trying to see if they can find it, but Wang Liang is going to go for the back reach. Gets the stab, gets the finish, and Wang Liang is going to come out victorious.
Wang finding his second elimination, opening up some space for himself here. Still a lot of work to put in. Very unfortunate for Frostivus, as Frostivus, I do believe, has no eliminations to his name right now. So this just opens up an even bigger space for these other players looking for that MVP, with only 7 players left remaining alive here inside of our final game. All these players coming out looking for those eliminations as fast as they can find them. Frostivus coming in, desperately needs to find it here. Is going to get parried out though by J2's PST. PST there on the Targa, really trying to make something happen here. Will pop the ultimate here, looking to come in. We do see Frostivus go for his. He's not going to be able to land onto it though. PST just needs to find one way into this. If he can find a single clutch here, he might be able to go for the infinite. Unfortunately, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. As long as he doesn't drop it, I don't think there's anything Frostivus can do. J-Team's PST with the Tarka Infinite will clutch it out and sends Frostivus back to the lobby. I hate to see it happen. Good night, Frostivus.
That is unfortunate. Kind of crazy. More than anything to get the finish, as Frostivus is going to be out of that game here. He literally sat there and he was just like, yep, that's it. That's game. It's unfortunate. GG's. Tough to be able to look at that and realize that you just cannot do much with that. Meanwhile, Wang Liang and CDY still fighting this out here. Wang Liang still has a chance to really be able to clutch this up here. Mike just keeping it really still here. Wolves caught between a corner and nothing but fire here, as Wang Liang is actually going to scare rush and wait. Trying to hit it through the wall here, but I don't think he can do it towards that though. But CDY is a little bit caught cornered here. CDY waiting for it. Nice little arc freeze here, trying to see if maybe he can use that. No, but he's going to be able to pop the Arctic Wraith here. This is the ulti of Justina. Oh, CDY just trying to see if he can get out of harm's way here. Dangerously low, as now he's going to be able to use that to at least be able to scale it out. Has the time to at least be able to get into this, but it looks like it's going to be a nice little jump in there. Absolutely massacring on the inskirts here. Spider just trying to get out of harm's way. Doesn't want to get eliminated into this game here. The speed not looking good for him though. He's just trying not to get caught out. Nice slam. Spider just trying to run it out, going as fast as possible here. and might have the opportunity to get a little bit of some heals. And it looks like he's able to get the shield. Can he go for a slight reset? He might be able to as he goes outside the window, just trying to see if he can capture it through. PST is able to find him. He gets hit by it. Arano is able to come through and snipe him. Spider is out of this game. Mike, Wang, and PST is alive. And what's left of the final 3?
I don't think anybody can really take it away from Mike except for Wang Liang at the moment. I mean, there's a world where PST clutches out 3 eliminations and makes it happen, but it's a rough position to be in. And in terms of points, unfortunately for Verse, OUG's Mike has already almost surpassed him for points. Actually, if Mike goes out here, Verse could take it to points if somebody like CDY or Arano finds themselves the MVP here. Mike with a huge parry onto J-Team's PST. Man, it is still anybody's game, Dobby. This is insane. Everybody looking to gun Mike out. Triple grapples coming in onto Mike, locking him down. He's behind the tree here, goes for the ultimate. He will be able to find some hits onto PST. A little bit of the attention averted, but PST goes down now, and it's EWG's Arano. It could be Arano that clutches this out, unfortunately, because of the position. OUG's Mike climbs up into first place over Verse. If Arano takes this MVP, it goes to OUG's Mike against the odds. Wang Liang just trying to keep it alive here as Arano keeps the pressure up. Arano just trying to have a good game for himself on the Takeda, keeps it going. Wang Liang trying to break away. We're going to see the Furin come in, gets the uppercut, doesn't get the reconfirm though. Wang Liang on the ult, going to try to break away here. Arano just going to keep it going here. Knows the Wisp is going to come in, is able to dodge it as well. Is just waiting for this ult to go down. Will CDY going to come in, put some pressure onto Wang Liang as well. I do believe CDY with the bounty on Wang Liang, trying to keep up here, looking to capitalize on it. Knows Wang Liang is without the ultimate, keeps going forward. EWG Arano just around the corner though, as well as OUG's Mike. A massive parry coming in from CDY. Wang Liang in a bad way, forced to use the Wisp. That's going to be it. He's got no cooldown, he's got no ultimate. 12 seconds till he gets it again. Arano goes for the parry, not going to find it. Arano going to pop the F as well, keeping the pressure up here onto Wang Liang. Hopes Wang Liang throws the blue in his direction. Doesn't look like it's going to come that way. Arano going in, the F going to subside. Wang Liang with the F back off of cooldown, keeps the game alive. 23% of the way to the ult. Looks like he's going to get the reset as Mike turns his attention onto EWG's Arano. Arano now trying to break away as he's been selected as the weak link by OUG's Mike, and Wolves CDY going to turn their attention that way as well. Everybody turns on to EWG's Arano. Arano, no ult, gets parried out here. Huge damage coming through. Wolves CDY cleans up the elimination. Oh my goodness. This game is getting crazy. Wang can still take this, ladies and gentlemen. If he finds one more elimination and takes first place away from Mike, he will walk away the MVP.
Don't choke this, Wang. Don't choke this. You've had so many opportunities for this to happen. You've had so many of these moments. You have a chance at really being able to clutch this and really make it your own here. Do not blow this moment. This could be huge for Wang Liang. Pressure really starting to come through more and more. Let's see if he's able to really at least be able to piece that together here. As Mike is going to decide to go somewhere else here. At least towards this. Opportunity is going to be huge here. Mike has a chance here. That low percentage doesn't really mean anything when it comes to Wang Liang. Only because if he does end up getting that finish, it's over. Timing is of the essence. Exactly what you want in these situations like this. And all of that can really get timed out on something even more beautiful. So let's see if he's able to take the advantages that he has so far here in terms of what he's been doing. And so far, it's been pretty good. Let's see if he can make it even more infinite. Timing is of the essence. More than anything, let's see if he can make it work for himself. OUG's Mike's going to be able to go for the heal here. Looks like CDY is going to be fighting this out here. Looks like he's getting caught by the fire here. Fire, I think, is going to be able to do a decent amount of damage. Meanwhile, Mike is just going to chill and just do what he needs to here. Wang Liang trying to see if he can hold it together and hold it nice and strong here. Trying to piece here. Oh, almost gets hit by the Banes. Has to be really careful here inside of this, outside of this circle here. Gonna rotate this out of there. Mike just going for the heals. Oh, Wang actually gets hit by the Banes. Come on, Wang, heal. Wang, heal Wang.
He's got advanced heal. It's ticking up.
Oh, okay, I see it. Even towards that one, okay. Bale's taking it, he's being very, very patient with it here. I was like, okay, now don't risk it for the biscuit now. Obviously, with Wang Liang, he still has time. Doesn't necessarily have to force any fights here. And the same thing with Mike. Mike is going to take his sweet nilly-dilly-billy time. Doesn't have to force anything if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, things slowing down here with only 3 players left remaining alive. It makes sense as this is for all the marbles, right? Honestly, Wang Liang could clutch this out. Mike, much better chance. He's 1 kill ahead right now, right? If Wolves takes it away from Mike, as long as he gets the MVP and keeps Wang Liang from getting it, Mike wins. If Wang Liang can pick up an elimination in a first place finish, that is all she wrote. He will be walking away your MVP here. Oh my goodness, the Cav Bloom coming out here from Wang Liang. The Tesla ult coming in though. Wang Liang getting absolutely butchered by both of these players. Going to be feeling forced to invest the ultimate immediately here. Looking for the Wisp reset there. Just trying to play around the edge of this ult. Get as much healing as he can in the Wisp. Yet again, Wang Liang breaking away. We'll see why going to go for the full reset as well. And Wang now needs to be very careful. He needs to find a place to hide. Let his ult come back up online. And he needs to hope Mike doesn't kill Wolf CDY while that is happening. Wang Liang away here. Mike trying to keep the pressure up. Mike back to the ult. That 55% charge already online. So we are going to see Mike look to keep the pressure up. CDY doesn't go for it. Mike just holding to the high ground here, looking for that opportunity to come into Wang Liang. Wang Liang with a huge scale rush there. Going to get 1.5 ticks off of Mike's armor. Mike just trying to play it cool here. Wang Liang on the back foot, like I said, needs to get that ult back online. Needs to find Mike as well as CDY taking a fight so he can look for a very clean third party here. Wang Liang continuing to hold this space, keeping Mike away. Mike will finally find a hit there onto Wang. Wang just keeping it going here. We are going to see Mike look to keep the pressure up. Mike loses sight of him for just a second as gets scale rush back out. Wang keeping it going here, just playing ring around the rosy. Doesn't want to give Mike more of an opportunity than he needs to here. Unfortunately, he throws the F out, and as soon as he does, Mike goes for the ultimate, but he is able to cleanse it, keep it going here. He's got 8 seconds left on the F. Looks like he's going to get the full reset that he wants, and this is not the position that Mike wanted to be in. That advanced heal doing a lot of work here for Wang Liang as he keeps the pressure up. He keeps himself alive up to that 50% ult charge. Mike coming back up, needs to wait for himself to find his ult to pressure back in onto Wang Liang. And then Mike, no hesitation, by the way. Wang Liang throws that F out. As soon as he does, Mike's like, cool, ult. You can't use it to iframe it. But because of the terrain, Wang was able to cleanse himself of it. So it works out in his favor in the long run.
He said, all right, bet, say less. That's all you had to say. I didn't even know it was like that. Cool. That's all it was. Now, let's see if he has the opportunity, though, for realistically anything else here towards the circle and realistically this final fight here. I mean, there's been a lot of observation here. I think the timing in terms of what they've been doing has been, like, really good. I think after that, it's just about just taking the time, realizing where this positioning is going to be, and just not getting caught seeing both of them actually go at you at the same time here. Let's see if Mike is going to be able to do it, or is Wang Liang going to be able to close it out, or are both of them going to get upset by CDY actually being able to shut this down, as Mike actually ends up getting the parry on Wang Liang here. Wang Liang actually has to be able to separate and get out of here. Almost gets caught by the stun. Both of them on the outside. Wang trying to force himself to go through it. He ends up getting stunned. He can't do anything about it. Wang Liang is done. He can't win. That's so unfortunate here. And it's going to be Mike most likely going to be able to take this away. He pushes him right out to CDY. CDY just trying to keep the game alive for himself here. Oh, beautiful parry onto this. CDY gets caught in a corner. He catches the stun on the outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike does it again. Back to back. He does it again. Let's go to the floor and give him another champion.
让我们恭喜第4
Ladies
双
and
周的单
gentlemen,
排
now
冠
we
军
have the
属于
fourth bi-weekly
OUG
final champion of
麦克。
solo, and his name is OUG Mike.
哇，又是战至最后一场比赛，那真的是每一位选手啊，都是在场上为我
So
们
today
送
we
上了
have
一
full
场
8
接着
games
一场
for
精彩的比
today's
赛。
competition.
今
And
天
thank
啊，
for
场
all
中采
the
访的时候聊到
players
过，
who gave
感
us
觉会到
wonderful
2场队
competitions today.
有想过今天会又打到第8场吗，麦克？
Have you thought about today's game will like have 8 games?
怎么顶住这个压力的？因为其实啊，这段时间我相信啊，包括是整个在训练的时候，包括是在整个调整的时候，肯定是遇
So
到了
during
很
all
多
the
的压力，
seasons,
包括是艰难险阻，怎么调整过来做到
How
扛
do
起这
you
周的
do? How
周
did you
决
do
冠
the
军？
adjustment for yourself
非
to
常就
face
好了。
so many pressures?
就这么简单。好的，那么我相信啊，通过这个简
I
单
think
的
it
这
is
个台
quite
上的
easy.
采访，也可以看出来麦克的自己的一个个人成长。拿下这个冠军，那此时此刻的话，还有很多坚守到现在为你
So
加
after
油
you
打
got this
气的
champion,
粉丝有什么话对他
So
们讲？
today until the end, we still have a lot of fans who support you
感谢你们的相信，
to the end. So
我也
what do
做了
you want to say to them?
也做到
So
了。
thank
那
for all
么
the
我
fans
相信啊，所有
who
支持你
support me a
的、
lot.
喜欢 NBPL、喜欢 OUG、喜欢麦克的观众朋友们，都是通过今天他的一个表现，获得了一个今天好的成绩，给出了一份满分的答案。那么接下来有请我们
I'm
的
sure
颁
that
奖时刻
all
的
the
李小
fans
姐
who
送上我
support
们的这
OUG,
个
so
冠
saw
军的
Mike
卷轴以及
got
我们
the
的
champion
冠军
today
足印，让我
will
们
be
的
really
本周的
happy.
周决冠军在他的专属的印章以
So
及
now
专
let's
属的
invite
卷轴
the
上盖
champion
上属于
scroll
他的
come to our
专属的
stage
荣耀。
and let Mike
来，
print
有
the
请麦克。
OUG champion on the scroll.
哎，我来吧，来，我们挂上这个专属的这个卷轴之后，好，来，先展示属于你的冠军烛龙印。好的，在你的位置上盖上属于你的专属的印章。同样，线上以及现场的所有的玩家朋友们，让我们再一次恭喜本周单排冠军
So now let's
OUG
congratulations to
麦克
Mike again to be the fourth bi-weekly
看前面
final
啊
champion of solo.
啊，我相信啊，确实，今天啊，刚才麦克也提到过，如果自己可以更好的发挥的话，可以很早的结束这个比赛。但是我相信，
So you mentioned
战至
about
最后一场
maybe
也成
if
为了
you
这个赛季
performed
所有的单
better
排的比赛，
in
包
the
括是
first
周
half,
决的
you
一个
will
主旋
end
律
the。
要问一下麦
competition
克。
more
那
quickly.
其实又是本场的所有的这些选手们陪你鏖战到最后一场比赛，其实有什么话
So,
对你的
but
对手
now,
们讲一下？
After you got the
我觉得
champion,
大伙
what do you want to say
一直
to
跟
all
比
the
都强了，
players?
然后给的压力很多，也加油。
也加油吧！
I think
那么我
they
相信啊，
did
在接
really
下来
great
我
and
们
they
今天也
gave
是已经公
me
布
a
了
lot of pressures
2024
in the
年的春
competition
节
as
将会
well.
在杭州举行，对自己的
Also, our
春季赛的
spring
总决赛
split
有什么样的一个期
final
许？
will be held
感觉这种
in Hangzhou City. So how do you think about
小
finals?
型的这种，哎，算了，就这种中赛吧，这种感觉中型比赛的话，感觉尽量拿下吧。
尽量拿下，还是会全力
I
以
think
赴。
for
那么我相信
the
啊，
bi-weekly
接下来将会
final,
去备战
it's
复活赛
better
以及连续
to
积分
got
赛
the
的所有的选
champion,
手
but I
们，也
will
会为我们
do
继续送上
better
一场
in
接
the
一场
finals.
精彩绝伦的 NBPL 的单排的角逐。最后，让我们现场
So
以及线
also
上的所有
thank
的玩
for
家朋友
all
们
the
再次恭
players
喜
who
我
gave
们
us
NBPL
really
第4
wonderful
双周单
competition
排冠军
today.
麦克。
But in the end, we have to congratulations to the fourth bi-weekly final champion of solo, OUG Mike.
Wow. Just wow. Oh. I mean, I guess listen, Rune got so crazy he dipped. He said, "Nah, I'm over this." Mike just been winning. Mike just win a little too much. It's just getting crazy with Mike. Mike was like, "I'm tired of this. So much happening in here." But I ain't gonna lie though, Mike has been absolutely massacring. He has put in a lot of effort. He has been slamming it, and he's been putting a lot of effort towards it here, and it's been an absolute shutdown. So are we surprised? Not really. But man, does that guy know when the time is right and the time is time to strike? He knows when the time to strike is. That clearly has been that clearly has been an absolute massacre for him, though. Kind of wild to see though towards the end, though. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This game was really crazy. You got to give it to Mike too, right? Him and Frostivus both being players who held out on their double pick until the very last moment. They go into this game with the priority to really play whatever they wanted to, especially knowing that so many other players had already double picked and were going to be playing things that they kind of just were forced into playing, like ZRG's Fong had to bring in the Matari pick as well. So like just good strategy overall. Risky strategy, but good risky because it pays off for OUG's Mike in the end here. He's able to come back in on that Tessa pick. Really strong pick for him. It clutched this game out in the end. And man, having that extra ultimate charge where you can throw it back out at 55% really comes in clutch for him in the end there, able to keep that oppression onto Wang Liang. And it was Wang Liang he needed to target it out in this lobby, and that's exactly what he does. He identifies the situation. He goes, I think Wang's the only player left who can take this away from me. I'm gonna keep that pressure going. And sure enough, he is able to find it there. And even if CDY had won post Wang Liang going out of the lobby, it would still be OUG's Mike who comes out with the crown. But OUG's Mike, it does it in style, finds the MVP that he was looking for all day long, and clutches out this final game for a big win, and it takes it away there. Man, what a game 8 this was. This was a nail biter, dude. There was a moment where like Verse goes out, but he still has the opportunity to win it as long as Arano like takes the MVP, and Arano's just out here like cleaning up eliminations, like, yeah, this MVP gonna be mine. And then Arano gets eliminated, and what's funny is the kill that Arano gets eliminated on is the kill that puts Mike above Verse in terms of total points for the day. So it kind of clutches out both of those hopes for Verse all at once. As you take a look, here you go. OUG's Mike with 4 kills and first place finish for a game score of 8.6. CDY, 4 kills and a second place finish for a game score of 7.6. EWG's Arano going out in 4th place with 4 eliminations and a game score of 6.7.
Wow, 8.6 for that one, 7.6 and a 6.7. Completely a different flip of the switch here coming in from both CDY and Arano here, but all of them tied for 4 eliminations for the top 4. What a finish for some of these players here. Insane to watch Frostivus though end up getting juggled at that very last second. Like, that was just so unfortunate. Oh man, I didn't think we were gonna see another juggle today, and then that happens.
Ah, man, I love it. I love it. This is the look. I wanted Frostivus to win today. You know, I was excited for him to come in and finally find his bi-weekly. But aside from that, I think this is the best story arc we get, right? Mike has got 2 bi-weeklies. WBG Spider has got 2 bi-weeklies. This is the huge rivalry that everybody talks about. You remember Spider when he came in and just absolutely dominated? Everybody was like, yeah, but he didn't do it while Mike was here. Now we get to answer that question. We get to go in to our grand finals for the spring split season and finally answer the question, who's the top dog? Is it WBG Spider or is it OUG's Mike?
Absolutely insane, though. Is it going to be one of those? Most likely it's going to be one of those. I think so far here with the amount of the dynamic that we've seen thus far here that's really been able to give that much of a feat has been such a fun thing to witness here over time here. And I think now with the things that we've been doing and how things have been happening, I think it's just going to be really good, especially for next week. Because mind you, even though we have these finals, next week we have the solo last chance qualifiers, and then obviously we have the pre-finals. Pre-finals is going to determine that, and then obviously UNC8 is actually going to be doing the solo finals, and then Moxie and Hitbrain is going to be doing our trio finals. But it's still going to be a lot of different scenarios and different things that's really going to be the deciding factor here. But let's look at the standings overall here for our final solo for the bi-weekly. Fang down at the bottom, and crazy. So is Star with 3 and 2. A lot of low numbers here.
Bro, today has just been a roller coaster. 8 games, and like it has been a nail biter down to the very end of every single one of these games. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, UG's mic coming in here. There it is. His 8.6, his MVP to clutch it out in the very final opportunity that he gets to take it. He gets the MVP. He also has the most points as well. JDG's verse, man. I wanted to see it come through for him too. It was so tight for him. He couldn't clutch it out, man, in this game. He was close in the last game too. So was Mike. They just weren't able to get there because WBG's Spider exists, man. What a series of games, Dobby.
Absolutely nuts to see though. But look at the total damage though. 82,000. Verse coming through with that 81k. Wang Liang with that 75k in the top 3 here. Wang Liang has been, I feel bad in some way, shape, or form. I feel bad because Wang Liang has been in this situation before. He's been so close. He's had so many opportunities to just really get to that point where he can absolutely decimate, and he just ends up getting short every single time. It's been really rough to see.
Look, man, OUG's Mike clutches it out. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your winner of Solo's Bi-Weekly 4. Man, what a day. I'm not gonna lie, this has been exhausting, Dobby. This has been crazy. I don't think since we started this format, we had it come down like it's been close. I don't think it's been this close. I think every single game really came down to like the last 2 or 3 eliminations all day long ever since we had an MVP break that 30-point threshold there. Like it's been close all day long. It could have went at any single moment, but we do get to go to 8 games. It's always a good day when we get to go to 8 games. It's a whole lot of NARAKA. This last game, I don't think I could ask for a better last game, man. 8 different heroes right off the rip, man. That's chef's kiss. Beautiful NARAKA.
Not only
right
that,
there.
Not only that too, it's also the aggression, the amount of surprises that we've seen thus far in terms of how these players have really been able to react, their defense, how they've been able to manage when their back is against the wall, how some of them that we expected to really just explode somehow crumble and just fall short. How we've seen people go from being at the bottom to not really crawling either. I'm not going to say that nobody really crawled. I'd say some people took a few leaps. Some people took like one good jump, and now all of a sudden they're at the top 5, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I'm real high up. Suddenly you feel a breeze, you feel a draft, all of a sudden now it's a different area, and it's like, I think we've seen so many different sides of some of these players in this moment here. We really got a chance to see both that kind of that sudden desperation. We've gotten a chance to see that determination and that confidence of like, I got this. And sadly, it all ends up being the same. Mike ends up doing it again. Somehow it all ends up being the same story.
I mean, look, when you're one of the top 2 players in the league, does it really surprise you, Dobby? I mean, it has been the tale of WBG Spider and OUG's Mike since the very beginning.
Mike needs to get nerfed, man. He's so good. He needs to get nerfed.
Look, the man's dedicated. I love it. He's absolutely insane. And again, WBG Spider,
good.
Is just as good. He took 2 bi-weeklies as well, back to back. These guys are the top 2 players that everybody talks about all the time for a reason, my guy.
Too good, man.
And he's good, but everybody made him work for it, dude. He was on match point since game 4. It took him to game 8 to find that MVP. They made him work for it, Dobby.
And he still took it home.
Oh, poor Dobby defeated over here, ladies and gentlemen. But what an incredible 8 games. What a way to cap out the final bi-weekly of the season. Locking it in, 6 different people on match point. 8 different heroes locked in off of the rip. Matari coming in, Zai coming in, Temi making an appearance, Tarka making an appearance. I love it, man. It was a crazy cool game to end everything out on. There you go, WBG Spider with the most kills. An even 100, Dobby. There you go.
100 kills. Hang Sword, Staff, and the Fan seemingly is the favorite amongst a player like him. Expected. The Dynamite has been really, really good for some of that so far, and we love to see it. And even with that here, still able to work towards that. We're going to look back at the standings here for where we're at overall. Some of these players we wasn't even seeing playing. That's okay, because they're not here. So with some of these other players, it's been a struggle bus. I'm not gonna lie, it has been a struggle bus for some people. Meanwhile, Shaw, PST in that 13th and 11th place, that 12th and 11th. Looks like we're gonna see it towards the end here, but Fang and Frosty in 7th and 8th overall for the standings. This Pro League has been an absolute whirlwind. An absolute whirlwind.
Been crazy. I'm just, whew. I'm tuckered out, Dobby. I won't lie.
I'm tuckered out too. I'm very much tuckered out. It has been a lot of work. It has been a lot of effort. It has been a lot of time. But now it's just been impressive.
Man.
Like, wow. Like, all right.
Dude, Mike clutching it out again, though. This is his second bi-weekly. WBG Spider in second. And, of course, it was his... Sorry, he has 2 bi-weeklies as well. But if you take a look here, man, that 6.5, 5.5... Mike took second in that bi-weekly. He didn't take from Spider, though. So he crucially has just a few more points. 1.5 more points to qualify there. And these top 6, these guys, by the way, are guaranteed to move on to your grand finals for the spring split. All of your other players, yeah, here, these are your 6 that are qualified. The rest of these players will go on to your last chance qualifier starting next week. And from there, they have got to fight for the right to compete in your grand finals that will be happening a little bit later towards the end of the month.
For your right to fight in the NARAKA World League. That's going to be a lot of effort. You're going to be able to put that together here, but let's see if they can really make this momentum happen here. DRG Alliance, Wolves, Bauda. These are the last chance qualifier teams: 521 BBE, Fun Plus Phoenix, TE, JL, GG, J Team, JJH. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. A lot of stuff that's been happening so far with some of these teams, and to see some of them down at the bottom is going to be interesting to see them all fight it out for their last chance to qualify for the summer. Spring.
Going to be crazy indeed. You take a look here. I do believe all the red marks are how many of the bi-weekly finals they have qualified for. And I mean, Alliance's Frostiness, man, he's been here. He's been in every single one battling out. So is DRG Fong. But I'm gonna make a little call out on Fong. By the way, don't miss showing up tomorrow for our our trios bi-weekly final 4 as well, to see which teams guarantee the qualification for our grand finals. But I'm gonna make a little call out here to DRG's Fong. He griefed himself pretty hard the first 2 weeks just trying to grief Mike out of lobbies. You know, Mike hit that 30-point qualification limit, and Fong was like, I'm just going to drop on Mike, and my whole game is how do I make Mike's life miserable? And because of that, Fong has not been able to find himself those first 2 weeks, even above the 30-point qualification, right?
How do I stop him from having fun?
He's just like, look, Mike, I'm not having it. You're not winning in game 4, not allowing it. And he messes himself up a little bit. Somehow, though, in week 3, in bi-weekly 3, he does the same thing to Mike, but he's able to capitalize and get a lot of points out of it. So he does go over the 30-point threshold. There was a world where he could have taken bi-weekly 3, but he doesn't. It goes to Spider. Spider doing what Spider does, you know. But
He said, I don't appreciate you having a good time. We gonna make sure that you don't have fun right now in this game. I don't appreciate that you enjoying yourself. Life is good, or you just enjoying yourself, huh? Like, these games are just fun for you. Everybody else is competing and you just smiling. This is just great, huh? Okay, I'm gonna show you what's really good. And then obviously that didn't really work out too much in his favor, you know, unfortunately, you know. It wasn't a favorite in that moment, obviously. And that kind of hurt him a little bit. But that's okay though. Many more opportunities in the future. Many more. And that's the great thing about it.
I mean, look, he's going to be high up there. He is towards the top of the points that he's going to be bringing over those last chance qualifiers, right? So, like, he has a good opportunity to make it in and make something happen as we head towards those grand finals again at the end of the season. But, I mean, Fong, he's got to start learning to play his own game, man. I get it. I get the strategy. I get coming in and just being like, hey, man, look, Mike's at the top. We can't let him have an MVP. I'm going to grief him out to make sure it doesn't happen. So I get to keep my game alive. But at the same time, you're not keeping your game alive. You're not putting points on the board. You're not making yourself go over that 30-point threshold. It doesn't really matter if you keep Mike from having good games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
and that's hurting them. And that's hurting them more than anything. So they really have to realize that when those moments happen, they have to focus on themselves. They have to focus on what their priorities are. Don't focus on what the other players are doing. Don't focus on why this player is doing better than me. It's more about just making sure that you are focused on your own rights. So that way, when that time comes for you to strike, it's time for you to strike and for you to strike only. And speaking of striking, we're going to head over to an interview. And after that, I think we're done here. Take it away, guys.